fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since preseason ended, and we've had two new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in preseason, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for preseason in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them as strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable, he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets, to be able to pull them back as they're trying to get away, the barrier that she can give to her duelists to give some healing, mitigation, and basically just set them up to succeed. And then obviously you've got the invisible boundary to play in these tricky fights, put it on your team to protect them, but also as a way to catch enemies trying to disengage, because you can slow them as they go through the radius of the invisible boundary. You can use it offensively, and some teams did try to do that. 3rd place is Mantis. It took a while for Mantis to get going, but her popularity definitely started to surge towards playoffs across all of the regions, most certainly again in Pacific and China, where she was the 2nd most rated character over for those teams. Making sure that you have Mantis or the enemy team doesn't have Mantis basically limits your impact of triple strategist, whether you can play around it as well or not. Damage boost helps. Her ultimate is good in all sorts of situations. You have the team up again with Groot and Loki. It'll be interesting to see how she does now that her damage boost has been nerfed and now she adds like movement speed. I still think she's going to find impact, but is she going to be the linchpin of triple strategists going forward, or is somebody like Ultron going to potentially take that slot away from her? Hard to get a gauge, but Mantis is definitely up here as a strong choice. The 2nd spot goes to Elsa. The queen of the preseason finishes in 2nd place from how much she was picked and also banned. She was like the leading woman. In EMEA and America, she was the most potent character. It's just that Pacific and China, again, would have preferred to put Mantis and another character in that sort of first ban, first protect phase. The percentage damage that she was doing was strong. The fact that Instinct put Helix Advance down to a 2-second cooldown is really strong, and the great CC from her ultimate. Lots of these elements have been toned down. I would be shocked though if she doesn't stay in the top 10 for like the impact here when it comes to stage 1. Definitely expect her to drop, but I think some other duelists might contest her a little bit more. But yeah, here it was just put your best duelist on this character, feed resources into her, and she is going to absolutely feast for you. But there is one character that was a lot more impactful, and that was Gambit. To really highlight how impactful Gambit was, there was basically 1,008 chances to be involved in a draft, and Gambit missed out on 8 of those. There are 8 opportunities that he could have been picked in, and he wasn't. And almost 800 of those were bans. Teams did not want to play him, certainly in Pacific and China, where he was almost consistently in every single game the first ban. Raging Royal Flush providing ultimate charge boost, explosive damage, Movement speed means that it was synergy with various ultimates was incredibly strong. And a key thing here is, unlike a lot of the other characters that I mentioned, he wasn't nerfed in Season 7.5 or Season 8. So Gambit still could very much be the top dog when it comes to Stage 1 rolling around. It really is just a case of whether the likes of Devil Dinosaur could really start to push for like that first ban slot. I expect him pretty much immediately, but also like Black Cat could have those moments if teams can actually get used to playing her. We'll see how things are going to look for Stage 1, but thanks for watching. Ignite the battle, and let's get back into the action.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to Meet the Rivals. Okay, today our first guest is a legend in the scene. We got Donald Vanguard from the Chiefs representing in Pacific OCE. How you doing, Donald?
Hey, I'm good, Lager. How are you, bro?
Good, thanks too, brother. All right, let's get into it. You know, I want to know, the people want to know, how did you start your esports journey and how did you end up on the Chiefs?
Look, my esports journey's been nearly a decade long, mate. Obviously had like modest success, nothing crazy. I've played, I started with just some, friendly, like I used to play split screen, FPS competitive stuff with my mates, and then went into a hero shooter, played that one for too long. And then played a MOBA, and then back to that hero shooter, and now we're here.
Respect. We love a game out here, but outside of gaming, outside of competing, what's your profession?
So I work in public health. I'm a manager at a private cardiology practice. So it's pretty full on as well. Trying to juggle that with scrims is painful. My day is kind of work 8 hours, go to the gym, scrim, go to bed. So I don't know how I've successfully maintained a relationship this long, but it's full on.
Now I'm gonna hit you with some quick fire questions, okay? Straight away off the bat. What's your favorite MCU movie or show?
So yeah, I'm watching the Daredevil series at the moment, but I think my favorite overall has got to be the second Deadpool movie. So I watched the first and second one, 2 days, and then 1 day before Deadpool and Wolverine came out. So it was kind of a trilogy in 3 days, and I enjoyed that a lot, actually. Yeah.
Now in Marvel Rivals, what's your favorite hero to play? Straight away.
Yeah, I mean Magneto's kind of like, I don't know. If you look at my profile, obviously scrim time isn't recorded, so I'm not a one trick, but it's pretty bad. It looks like I am. Yeah.
Okay, well we call him LeBron for a reason. Everybody, come on now. Now, what's your least favorite hero to play against?
I don't know. Long time LeBron fans will know that I hated Wolverine and the first MRI, and I mean it's still pretty irritating. The dinosaur existing now sort of remedied that a little bit. It's probably still Wolverine, or maybe I don't know, half the strategist roster.
Which hero do you wish you were good at?
There's a couple of heroes I haven't had a chance to play recently that I used to. So I mean, at the moment, my Hulk and Cap have fallen off a bit. Then people will be like, "Yo, is that the Hulk guy?" Like that doesn't happen anymore. And it's just because whether it's because the meta changed or I don't know, the game caught up to me. Yeah, I'd probably want to say Cap and Hulk.
What Marvel character would you like to see added to Marvel Rivals?
Okay, so there's a couple mutants that I'm a big fan of, but I want them to be vanguards, so it makes it hard to pick somebody. I prefer ranged vanguards, obviously, and ones that can headshot are cool too. So, actually, thinking about that, no, I want Big Bertha from the Great Lakes Avengers. Yeah, I want to play Big Bertha. Yeah.
That's a good pick. That's a deep cut. We like that. What's a new team up you'd like to see between heroes?
Yeah, so a team up I want to see, it's maybe not necessarily due to lore or anything, but more so their abilities. So I'd like there to be a Black Widow and a Magneto team up where Black Widow's the anchor and then Mag gets the ability to headshot. Yeah.
What is that?
Look, I'm a simple man. I just want to play Mag every game. Come on.
Hey, he's gonna make Black Widow meta now. This is crazy. What hero would you nerf all the way to bottom tier? To the depths. Worse than Blade. Worse than Black Widow.
Blade is you might be surprised, man. The FMCL Blade might come out again. It's okay into Dinosaur, especially with a bit of rocket.
I've been asking.
Yeah, okay. I think Sue Storm has been in the limelight a little too long. She's not as crazy as she has been right now, but she's still pretty consistent. Maybe White Fox, actually, a new addition. That's kind of, and I mean Black Cat is a little little OP as well. I mean, it's better for our team when Daredevil is the one crazy DPS that runs everything. But no, Devil Dinosaur is perfect and probably needs buffs actually, I think. So yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, following it up, what hero would you buff to the top? Straight to the best and
Yep.
stuff.
I mean, yeah, obviously Mag, Devil Dino. I love playing with Loki. I think having Loki in the game's a lot of fun. So getting him when he's good, the game's good, in my opinion. When he's banned, the game's good as well. So like, yeah, get him out of there. I don't know. We need to ban. We need to buff something that brings it up to Gambit's level. So it first ban isn't just always Gambit. That's what it needs to be. So it shouldn't be Magneto then, so I can still play him. Maybe it should be something I don't like or I'm bad at. So yeah, like I don't know. Maybe Black Widow.
Alright.
Make Black Widow overpowered. Yeah, when it was just Black Widow Hawkeye ban, that's easy, right? Everyone was doing that. Like, yeah, bring it back to
Oh,
that.
true. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Well, you spoke about him earlier. What is your opinion on Devil Dinosaur?
I think he is super duper versatile. Can be played as the like in the Groot Venom sort of archetype, and can also be the like have a similar playstyle to like appealing Emma. He struggles a bit into super duper mobile characters on like wide maps. There's one in specific that I lost a scrim on, and yeah, I was very upset. On push maps, like top 10 out of 10, better than Groot, like blah blah blah. Like you want to pick him. People are taking one-sided in scrims with us. Granted, we scrim other regions, so I'm not sure what else he's gonna do. Yeah, he's good. He's good, but he's beatable. His hitbox is massive, so just shoot him in the head.
Okay, well, somebody else is coming down the line. Cyclops. Do you have any predictions what role he'll be?
Oh, Cyclops is he's always been like a I've liked him as a character a lot, right? But
You know
I
your
don't know.
X-Men. You know your X-Men. I know you do.
yeah, I know it's. I don't know the love triangle between him, Jean, like Wolverine. I absolutely despise that. Like this guy is he deserves the world, and he deserves to be played by somebody like me. But he's like it was Devil Dino's a Vanguard, so Cyclops is probably going to be a duelist. If he's a strategist, I'm going to lose my mind. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he's just like a hit scan sort of. I can't imagine them giving him like crazy movement or anything. I don't know how they'll keep it close to like comic book accurate, but yeah, I mean as long as he shoots straight and does a lot of damage, like that's all I can ask for.
Now, you've been scrimming. You've been preparing for Ignite. Now, we want to know, what is your opinion about the current meta?
So the current meta is probably the most flexible it's been in a hot minute. A lot of things are good, a lot of things aren't. So it's map dependent comp. So like I think that's the biggest. And I mean, yeah, you just switch characters, get a better matchup. Can't just pick one comp and roll stuff because yeah, people will pick stuff that's good into it. It's really flexible, and I really don't like that. Our team is definitely a bit of a just play the same stuff, smash our head into a brick wall until it works kind of team.
like that.
And yeah, it takes us 30 seconds to figure out a comp swap, whereas that's one fight we've lost effectively. But yeah, it's fun. I feel like we will get better, and everybody will get better as the season goes on. But yeah, and it's hard to get the understanding. We had so much time on last tournament's patch that everyone sort of knew what was good, knew what needed to be banned, blah blah blah. So now it's fresh. We'll see new stuff every day.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Now, if you could compete in any other region in the world, which would it be?
I've competed in Asia in other game as well. Yeah. So I mean, another English speaking region. I think NA is obviously like what is considered the best at the moment, and I'd love to drop my stuff over there. I can imagine, I'd come in as like a weaker tank there, but the tier, like the quality of practice and whatever else, right? There's so much more. Oh yeah, even EU would be great too. Actually, and China would be fun too, because I feel like that's probably I've got a lot of friends that play in China, and we scrim a lot of China, so. Yeah, I think that's my answer actually. And a lot of them are decent at English. Yeah, I'd like to play in China.
Hypothetical scenario, okay? Multiverse. You have to swap teams for an entire stage with another player. Who's it going to be?
All right, so
region.
for the, I mean, I want to stay in OS, obviously. I think
Respect.
This is where the stories are, right? This is where my friends are, the people I care about. So the Chong MRC season that I was on the team, by the way. We came first. FMCL didn't wake up for the 10 placement games, so I subbed in as flex DPS for Chopper Mag, best team in Asia at that point. And I played some thing. That was the third. That was the DPS. So if anything, I'd like to swap with Pethic, FMCL, get back in the DPS slot where I belong. Yeah. It's the most recent tournament win I've had, so hey, obviously worked out for me.
All right, I mean, maybe this might answer the next question. I don't know. who in Ignite is your biggest rival?
Ooh.
Who on site? Who is it? Like,
Who's on site?
You're like, I'm versing them. I'm going all in, full comms, no holding back, not even letting them get one pick.
Oh, I mean, every day, mate. That's just like every game should be like
That's
that.
true.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, like main rival Gen G, blah blah blah. Like they're sort of seemingly like an insurmountable obstacle at this point. So we look down a tier and we focus on who we think is contesting us for second. And yeah, it's Kanga. It's kind of the energy when we beat Kanga is great. I'm sort of always zoned in on it no matter what, but the rest of the boys will join in. We'll resonate off each other. It's always Kanga that's kind of BTA as they put it.
Okay, Kanga, but who specifically? I want to.
Oh, who specifically on Kanga? Oh, Timmy Valkyrie, mate.
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, Tinny, mate.
All right. I might interview him next. We'll see.
All right.
What city do you want to see host a Marvel Rivals LAN?
Oosh. Well, I'd love an Aussie one. I think Melbourne would be pretty chill. Yeah, I'm from a smaller spot, so yeah, don't come here. Or yeah, I think Sydney was great for a different event I went to. But also, if I'm qualifying to it, prefer for it to not be in my country. So yeah, I don't know, somewhere in Tokyo maybe. That's a holiday. That's the next holiday destination. So like go there for free, it'd be wicked.
Final question of the evening: why do you want this? Why do you compete in Marvel Rivals Ignite?
Look, we've actually had this conversation as a team, and I know so gaming is like the one thing that keeps me it is my passion. Outside of the woman I love, right? This is like my favorite thing ever. And I mean, one day, making it the entirety of making it my career, or at least, I've spent so much time on it. I want, to not necessarily build a legacy, but when I have kids and grandkids, they'll be like, yeah, your grandpa Seth went to X country playing games. That is pretty cool. And yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting old, getting up there. I just want to, leave a legacy, do something relatively cool. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's for the love of the game mainly, but also it's a rare opportunity. Being the best at anything is really, really difficult and really impressive to me. So yeah, being good at games is the same thing as being a good football player in my mind. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of talent, a lot of skill. But yeah, man, it's just my favorite thing to do. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Donald. Wish you all the best in the next stage, and everybody who've officially met another rival. Have a good night.
It's the Battle Playoffs once again. Asia continues on with Stage 1. We had a pretty good day 1, my guys. Am I right? By the way, who are these guys? Who am I? Sometimes I barely know myself. My name is Keg, and I'm your host for today. And with me are some of the best that I could scrounge up in the entire world. We got Mr. Diatonic, and we got Mr. Australia. We got Matsy over here. We are manning the ship tonight, and we're going to be seeing whether tonight is a night full of stomps, or can tonight be one of the longest nights we have for the entirety of Asia. Matsy, you had some opinions before we got into this. I won't say exactly what you said, but I think you think it's going to be a short night.
Yeah, look, I think that there's some pretty well-rounded endeavors. I think that a lot of players are going to be looking to personify their Formula R costumes and the speed that they're bringing into these
wow,
series.
Very diplomatic, Matsy.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Formula R, that sounds pretty fast, right? I mean, I know we have the costumes for it too, but you think tonight might be a quick night?
Yeah, I think tonight's going to be pretty hasty. I think they're trying to run it through like Quicksilver. They're looking pretty quick into this one.
Yeah, what season's he coming out?
Season 1999,100.
You know how old I'm going to be? My great-grandkids will be naming him. All right. Well, Diatonic, you were with us here yesterday, too. You got to see a lot of miraculous gameplay. Talk to us about some of the superstars that we saw, because I know Zaytha really caught your eye.
Yeah, there are definitely some names to keep your eyes on throughout Stage 1, and there are some different names from the preseason in Asia. Some new stars kind of rising last night, and now it feels like the group stage here in Asia blown wide open. Of course, a big story out of last night, the Burgers making their Ignite debut, coming off of a big Season 7 MRC Championship win. They win in style, taking it 2-0 over Rival Esports, and there are some names to look out for on that team. Of course, Scrappy, one of their Vanguard players, getting some Thor action on Central Park and getting some serious value out of the God of Thunder. But yeah, of course, Zaytha, we're going to be seeing him in this first matchup we've got tonight, and we'll give you the whole rundown of what you're going to see. But, you know, I'm with you guys to some degree. I do think there's a potential for this to be a speedrun kind of night, but it also feels like we could be seeing some more upsets here because it truly feels like anyone's game at this point.
Well, I can tell you what doesn't upset me, and that's all the amazing things that you, that's right, yeah, you, I'm talking to you in the screen, can get right now inside of Marvel Rivals. Did you know that you could strap in as Black Cat as she arrives in her high-octane wildcard Formula R gear and witness Wolverine fully unleashed in the Alchemax X 2099 suit? See, it's hard to say the date because I don't even know if I'm going to live to see 2099. Whether you're racing through the chaos or tearing through the front lines, these looks are engineered to dominate. The battlefield is your playground. Own it. Available May 28th at 7 p.m. Pacific. Now, you said, Matsy, that one of these teams could very well be that suit style, and I'm wondering if we're going to see that tonight.
Yeah, definitely some potential for those speed runs here, so drive safe out there tonight, Rivals. But if the new drip is not enough to satisfy you, how about a new battlefield to put your boots on? Step into the heart of corporate ambition and temporal chaos. Once the epicenter of Miguel O'Hara's groundbreaking genetic research, Alchemax HQ now stands as a high-stakes battlefield where the past, present, and future collide. From the sterile high-tech intensity of the main Gene Lab to the serene deceptive beauty of the Babylon Garden, this corporate containment site for the raw pulsing energy of Cyclops' optic blast has been brought to the present by Moon Girl. Whether you're maneuvering through the sleek nano-ceramic halls or taking in the view from the Infinity Edge Pool overlooking the Manhattan skyline, remember, you're not just fighting for territory, you're fighting within the epicenter of a timeline-shattering rescue mission. And that new map, Alchemax HQ, available right now in your Marvel Rivals client. The time has come to save the heroes and stop the sins of Alchemax.
Ooh, yeah, you know what else is going to be on a line here, everybody? It's coming in with Season 8. There is a fresh wave of new Twitch drops. Woohoo! Brand new Twitch drops arriving with Ignite Stage 1. You'll love to see it. Make sure you tune in to participate in channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards. We got a spray here, we got a nameplate, we got emotes, and we even got an exclusive costume for Rogue. We got it all right now. Make sure you get that one before it leaves on June 12th at 9 a.m. UTC there. Make sure you watch to the full extent, watch all 4 hours, and get everything. Just like you can get it right here as well. Watch for 30 minutes, you get some chrono tokens. Oh yeah! Want to maybe bump up that battle pass? You know who you are, but watch for an hour, you get Galactus Glare, the mood there. Feeling feisty, just like our Wolverine Willa Galacta nameplate for 2 hours there, and we have our Portal Pool Oopsie spray there. Watch for 4 hours, get that one, and you can have a piece of Ignite history in your hands.
Oh, I mean, can't get anything better than that, can we? Now, Matsy, I didn't want to draw too much attention to it, but your headphones remind me a lot of the Twitch drop. So I'm wondering, hey, maybe, you know what? This is our soft drop, our pilot to see maybe if we can come onto one of these broadcasts someday wearing the full Twitch drop outfit. The purple with a little bit extra purple. I have no idea where we can even begin finding those materials, but someone's got to be able to do it. I'm sure it's possible. But as we get into our first matchup of today, we have XOXO versus Loyalty, and this is going to be one of the most divisive matchups I think we have of the night, Diatonic, because XO, they looked great last season. Unfortunately, they did fall a little short, much to the dismay of Mr. Daniel Danson himself. But we are seeing what seems like almost a renaissance of XO making a comeback. It's only been one day, Daya, but I will say Zaytha was an absolute standout player in that series.
Oh yeah, EXO definitely making a statement last night. Just the first night of this Asia group stage, so still a long way to go here. It is round robin, so there is nowhere to run or hide for any of these teams. Gonna have to face every other matchup in Asia throughout that group stage, and then of course we got our top 6 coming out of this group stage. They will move on to the Pacific playoffs where Asia and Oceania will collide for the first time. So, you know, prep those dream matchups, Gen.G and the Chiefs awaiting those top 6 teams out of Asia, which, you know, sounds pretty generous, right? Kind of like last preseason, where the top 6 broke out into the playoff bracket. But of course, it is going to be a tight race, especially with the middle of the pack here in Asia feeling like they have gotten a significant power up between preseason and stage 1.
No, you're absolutely right. And of course, that's going to be 6 teams from Asia and 2 alongside OCE that will be facing up against each other on LAN inside of playoffs. So right now for all these teams, it is a battle of playoffs. Again, if you're new to Ignite and watching the Pro League for Marvel Rivals, the way the bans work is that it is a multiversal setup, not universal. So teams can have their own individual bans and reserves, allowing a lot more one-sided characters and heroes to be brought through inside of matchups to make things more interesting. We're seeing a lot less teams win it out just from the bans and locks as more characters are being released, but with some strong heroes in the pool right now like Gambit and Devil Dinosaur, it can still happen. I think it was it Dan yesterday that threw out the stat that Americas has been the biggest region that has allowed the one-sided Gambit, and the win rate is 80% of games that allow that Gambit to go through goes to the winning team. But part of it might have to go to the map pool as well. We get to see our fair share of convoy domination and convergence matchups. I, for one, am a big convergence enjoyer, Matsy. I really hope we get to see Lower Manhattan today.
Lower Manhattan. Maybe we go there.
Manhattan?
Maybe we don't. Yeah. That's where we're going.
Can we get a new hero named Manhattan?
I'm ready. Pitch it to the top right now. We're going to have it. It's going to be Manhattan. It's going to be Matatonic. It's going to be Keg.
Meg.
Yep, everything's coming out here today, everybody. But you know what? I am a convergence enjoyer myself. I do love to see Heart of Heaven come out when it has its time. Lower Manhattan finding its time as well. I love to see it. You can see our updated team rankings right now as well. After our first day of play there's going to be a tie all the way up the top there across the first, second, third, and fourth place there between Reject, The Burgers, Triple AD, and EXO, with Z10, RVL, N1 Hex, and Loyalty towards the bottom side of things there. But obviously, it's only early days into our group stage. You know, these rankings is going to transform as our play progresses.
Would it be fair to say that the Burgers taking that number 2 slot right now, and again, it's very early into the matchup, we also get to see Burgers as our second match of the night, would it be fair to say, Matsy, that they might be the dark horse of the entirety of Asia? There's been a lot of mix-ups, or change-ups, I should say, since pre-season, and so having your Season 7 MRC winners coming on through, they may have the biggest chance to disrupt the pecking order that we established by the end of pre-season.
Yeah, I think that they are a bit of a dark horse team coming into this one, right? Because a lot of their players, you know, they've been making steady progress across a lot of MRCs in the past. You know, they have a few of the key pieces of the former Xavier Hope roster who made a great progress in MRC there before they transformed and split into, you know, the Burgers there, as well as Revolt. Like that team just went in different directions. But I think that the Burgers here today are going to be looking to really showcase some of what they came in to do, which is disrupt the system. You know, be that team to break everyone's predictions apart again. And I think a good way to prove themselves is a game like today against one of the arguably better teams in Asia, Z10.
Well, you know, talking about the games today, we can't really beat around the bush much longer. Diatonic, let's talk about Loyalty, because I have the stats in front of me from preseason. We saw them just now in that graphic for being at the bottom of the leaderboard. Unfortunately, that's where Loyalty ended up in preseason 2. I have the stats in front of me. 0 maps, 0 series, 0 wins across the board. It was not a pretty sight for them. But Loyalty has gone through a bit of a rebuild too since that preseason time, and although it hasn't been, it's been a little over a month now, I would say. Do you think that's enough time for Loyalty to at least get a map?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can't hurt. You know, we saw Loyalty struggle throughout the preseason, and there were some issues behind the scenes with the team. They didn't get a lot of time with their coach before preseason kicked off, so they were still kind of learning how to come together and learning how to work together. Now, between preseason and stage one, a lot of their roster has changed. They've got some new blood injected into the squad, and, you know, there were definitely better looks from this Loyalty team last night. Maybe the best we have seen from them so far, but yes, there are some new names, new faces here for this team. Whether or not it can help them overcome this hill of, you know, trying to find that first Ignite win still remains to be seen, but definitely their match with Triple AD last night, some very, very good looks, a lot of hope there for this team, but yeah, looking ahead, you know, it is going to be a tough matchup here opening the night, and they've got 2 on deck tonight up against some pretty tough opponents. It really feels like Loyalty's schedule is very front-loaded with some of the toughest teams in Asia, so, you know, I have to imagine, you know, get through these games, get kind of some of the jimmies out here, and then in the back half, you know, when you're more on that level playing field, playing in with some of the other mid-card teams, that they have some opportunities to get those all-important first wins.
Well, surely, okay, you know, even if tonight doesn't go well for Loyalty, surely they get the toughest opponents out of the way tonight, right? And so maybe this might not go well for them. That should change in the future. To go on to one point that you mentioned, though, even though Loyalty didn't have a lot of time with their coach before, there was another team in preseason, if you recall, Matsy, was in the same exact boat. Reject did not really have a coach for their first season of group stage, and frankly, they didn't really look that good. They got their coach, they got their act together, and they went from being towards the bottom of the group stage, barely making it in the playoffs, skyrocketing all the way to being the first place winning team.
It goes to show the value of even the smallest pieces, you know? Every little bit makes up, constitutes the full progression and power that a team can bring there. And, you know, you might think, I can get away without a coach. Well, the results are speaking for themselves there. Yeah. And, yeah, no, a coach is so valuable. You know, it really gives you that alternate perspective and can really elevate your play in so many different ways, because it's difficult, right, for teams to look inward at times when they're just playing the game themselves. They don't have that, I guess, third-person perspective, which you can go through with a coach and your VOD review and stuff. So it's so important to, yeah, do everything you can to bring yourself to the best level possible.
Okay, very diplomatic answer. And Matsy, you have been in that system too. You were actually a part of one of the teams that qualified for Ignite way back before preseason started. And so you know, especially that behind the scenes, things can be really turbulent with the players. And so the value of the coach really can't be overstated.
Yeah, it's just so valuable, you know. I think that it helps the team to stay grounded as well when things can get a bit tilting inside and outside of the server there. The coach is kind of like the dad of the team, if you will. You know, they're there to say, they're there, you know, they're there. And then they make things all better by just explaining things and, yeah, keeping everything as calm as it can be.
I mean, what does it take as I'm going to consider you a professional player here. As a professional player, what besides, you know, being there and like comforting the team as we go to Hell's Heaven first, we're not too far away from getting the bans and picks. So I'm going to leave you off with this, Matsy. What's the most important thing a coach can do here now, especially if you're Loyalty, who's never gotten a win in Pro League? What can you do to finally get them over that hill?
Running up the hill. Well, I think the most
Sorry, it's the hill, if it's me.
It's the oh, I love it. Hell's Heaven gonna be bringing more of that, I'm sure. But no, I think the most important thing for them is to break everything down in the bot review with the team there to see if they can kind of analyze some of the weaknesses which Reject might have coming into the group stage here. They want to play to their own team strengths as well, right? Even if there's meta picks, you know, just ideal team compositions which might work on paper, it might not necessarily work for your team. So the big thing for Loyalty here is to play to the strengths that they have within their own hero pool, try and enable themselves to disengage EXO out of this one and give it their absolute best. But we're going to be jumping into the draft now, everybody. It's time to get things underway.
Yeah, I was going to say, and speaking of coaching as well, EXO being coached by Dobie, who has a wealth of Marvel Rivals Ignite experience too, so have to imagine that is a big help. But this could be a tricky matchup for Loyalty. I imagine they're wanting to kind of, keep playing things by the book, right? Just trying to find that first win, so sticking to the fundamentals. But it can be tough against a team like XOXO01, as we've talked about. They're kind of the original YWL, if you've been watching the Americas series as well. So, they're kind of the loose cannons here in the Asia region, go for a lot of those outside the box picks and outside the box thinking, so can be tough to stick to your fundamentals because EXO will force you to play their kind of game, and they are the best at that style of play here in Rivals. We are ready to get underway here. Hell's Heaven is map number 1 for this matchup between Loyalty and EXO, and so far pretty standard stuff, a lot of what we saw last night out of this draft phase as well. Gambit first ban, no teams really taking too much of a chance on those Rage and Royal flushes. Black Cat banned out by Loyalty very early on here. Devil Dino saved. Mantis banned from both sides. We saw a lot of motion from Mantis in the draft phase. So again, that damage amplification clearly valuable for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, clearly going to add a lot of value into their pool here, and going to be looking to keep a priority in that direction a little longer. But the Cat is coming out. The claws are out for Loyalty here. So they're going to be looking to bring that one out in a big way onto this one. One more ban for EXO, though. Which way do they stay? Which way do they go? Phoenix is going to go this time around, so goodbye. Not going to see that one from Bom Hyung this time. Will be one more Protect Diatonic. Who stays?
Yeah, they're going to take that Fate of Both Worlds one-sided here. Luna Snow save for EXO to round out their draft. It is going to be up against that one-sided Black Cat, though. I think that's a big pickup here for Loyalty. I don't think we saw Black Cat out of them last night from what I remember off the top of my head. But speaking of Phoenix, there's going to be no Jean Grey presence in this matchup. She has been so powerful here on this Season 8 patch. Not only just herself, but also as a deterrent for other characters like Rocket Raccoon. So makes those CYAs a little safer, and Escape here on the battlefield tonight, locking in Rocket already here on character select. We will see if they'll roll out on the Rocket, but definitely have the potential to do so because we've seen those N-Song Infernos be absolutely detrimental Rocket ultimates. Nice counter for sure, but yeah, I think that makes things a little safer here. EXO still trying to figure out exactly what they are going to bring to the table here, and honestly, so are we. You never really know what they are going to come out swinging with here, but it won't be Black Cat, will not be Gambit, Mantis, or Phoenix here. So looking forward to seeing EXO back in action. They picked up a huge win last night over Zero Tenacity. Quite a back and forth, but a statement here made by the team that's been in Rivals Ignite here in Asia for so long, been a top 4 team consistently, and they're looking to step it up. And so far here in the group stage, definitely looks to be the case.
Yeah, it looks to be the case, and it's going to be an open season on to this one. But you guys can't see the compositions yet. We still get to see some of the beautiful landscapes of our map. Now we can. You get to see. We got JT3 on the Dinosaur, and they're looking to hit the ground running onto this one. EXO do have a Rocket as an option if they want to play into it. They aren't going to play that this time, though. They've got that Luna White Fox team up. They're prioritizing this time, playing a very dive-centric composition. Loyalty, though, they're playing into the Elsa this time. Got a Gambo there, playing in a Black Cat as well. So it's kind of opposite, right? I feel like they're more hybrid on the Loyalty side.
Yeah, looking to dip their toes in a little bit of both pools here. And yeah, we've seen the White Fox Luna team up a lot across all the regions of Ignite. Seems to be a pretty comfortable pick for a lot of teams, but we are ready. Mission area unlocked and ready to go here. Loyalty still in the hunt for their first map win here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. So you gotta imagine they are coming hungry here, and they are ready to go, but it is gonna be first blood for Joey over on the side of Loyalty, taking that Emma Frost right to Sung Juk Woo's Daredevil. So 1 KO for them. JT3 in a little bit of trouble on the Devil Dino as well, but it's Annexess that's going down. Alone Fills on the Psylocke this time, going to take him down to make it a double KO early on for Psylocke as he'll find Joey.
Yeah, we'll be able to find it, and the claps are coming through. The applause. I love to see all the flaws exposed there in KO City. So, gonna be all good to start here for XOXO, and I'm ready to see which way we will travel into the next portion. It's the early control. It's a big thing to have at your disposal here. Loyalty really need to figure out a way back. They're building up towards the CYA perhaps, which could be a great enabler combined with the Glartrox there. But I mean, if they can take them out in the neutral, it will be so much more beneficial. But Zaytha is being a big thought in their side right now. Just look at this. They're scouting, ready to bring up those doubts here. Oh, this is going to be nasty, Dire.
Yeah, Zaytha was a huge player for EXO last night. Here we go. Loyalty ready for another fight. CYA coming out from Scape, and JC will make the first play onto Alonefill. So Psylocke taking out the equation here. Big threat to Loyalty so far. Bomian will find one as well, and Joey back in the KO feed, taking down JT3. Gonna force out that Kumio Unleashed from Ace now on the side of EXO, but can't save as Zaytha on Captain America, and Ace will suffer the same fate here. Big team fight win for Loyalty, stopping EXO at 51%.
Good to flip it at that point in the script as well. You know, you don't want to end up in that big hole there of percentage of being before you. But Loyalty will be able to hold it down, and they've got ult advantage, so they can play into this one with a lot of confidence here. They're almost building up towards pretty much a full stack. You know, it's great they only committed the CYA there, and they're looking to see if they can get more out of play as well. JT3, though, flips the script. He is going to be the BRB to bring Joey back. Scape, and their other strategists are going to be not so lucky, as EXO will be able to scrub it together. The KO is falling into place there, and just as soon as they lost the mission area, they will be able to claim it straight back.
Yeah, really solid here for EXO to be able to retake before they lose the lead. Now they can start to widen that gap between the two of them. Looked like Loyalty really trying to play it close to their chest, like you said, building up that ult charge, trying to prepare kind of an ult dump here to maybe guarantee themselves a fight win, but just a little too close to the chest. Lost a couple of players very early on as EXO were kind of mobilizing for that fight, and now the result is that EXO back in control here. Joey, though, gonna look for some control with that Psionic Seduction. JC got the umbrella open for the team, Invisible Boundary ready to go, and Bum Young on the Elsa here, finding one onto Ace, so a strategist pick early on for Loyalty. Good looks yet again, but they'll return fire there. It's Sungjuk Woo letting the devil out here against Scape, the Rocket Raccoon, and the Invis going back to spawn here, and it is a matter of time for Loyalty to all go down. EXO, major lead here with 95% and counting. They might be able to close it out right here with a strange portal, potentially from Scape.
Oh, too little, too late. They shut the gate. That's going to be a cooldown now as well. So no portal this time. Going to be a big problem for Loyalty here. Eldritch Monument, see you later. We skate our way towards the Super Soldier Factory. I think that's where Keg was made as we move on to the next portion here.
I'd believe it. I'd honestly believe it if you told me that. So I'm on board with the Keg lore. But yeah, you know, we saw this last night out of Loyalty too. They have some really good looks. They can take some fight wins for sure. Definitely got hands in comparison to how they looked during the preseason. So, you know, a lot of those roster swaps have definitely come in big, as well as more time with their coach Ornelas too. So have to imagine things are looking better for Loyalty, but they still haven't found the sauce to put together the map win yet. And now EXO already taken 1 point here, just one more away from taking Hell's Heaven home. Loyalty gotta find a way in the door here. They obviously come in with the ult advantage here, right? They've got the calling card, they've got the Devil Beast Rampage ready to go. So some big offensive tools, and EXO are far from any strategist ult. So it is gonna be a tough first fight for them.
Oh, portal time coming at you right now. Ready to push in. Ace and Co. just clearing the space here. Oh, they get their team through, then go for the switch up. Okay. I like the strategy here, because they play onto the Jeff, they can get back to their team nice and quickly. So this is good, because they push their team forward, take that upper area there, and try and contend with them just face-to-face on this one. But the mission area unlocking now. EXO set their sights towards the objective, but Nexus is bringing it in with Devil Beast Rampage now. Calling card coming out from Cambo there as well. They get the jam rolling on. JT3 in a bit of trouble. Needs to fall back quickly. The heals are dealing good damage there, but they will be able to fall back.
Yeah, and you gotta watch out for this Sungjuk Woo Daredevil, because you turn your back and the Lord of Hell's Kitchen will be all over you there, taking down Scape. Zaytha in the KO feed yet again. Alonefills as well, finding one onto Annexess, so that Devil Dino offline. Scape still up and running here for Loyalty, but that's all they've got on the table. They will make the first cap here, but a very quick reversal by EXO. Very quick response here, and now the ult economy pendulum swings back to EXO's way. They'll have a Dance of the Butterfly ready to go. Ace over onto the Jeff now. now very close to that ult as well. So building up some of those strategist tools that EXO were missing at the opening of this map here. But even under that opening salvo, they were still able to walk away with a very early lead here on Super Soldier Factory. 25% and counting.
Here we go. We slice and dice the Cutterfly coming out there. Gonna be able to bring them back though. JTC7 is online with the BRB. Felix managing to push their way in as well. Do have the dance floor at the ready if they need it. Not today though. They are just going to be skating ahead and providing so much frontal pressure there. At least EXO know when they need to concede the space here. They managed to maintain course and look to hold it from a distance. And this is just going to allow them to piston themselves towards a more percentage progression here. And I love the scouting. You know, they always play the angles line of sight just to see where their enemies are coming from so they can stage themselves for the next fight here. Like, JT3 is ready to activate at a moment's notice.
Yeah, they put a ton of value on the intel, and that helps them get the upper hand in a lot of these fights. Like you're seeing here, Felix has that dance floor ready for EXO, but Bumyoung alone feels outside of the club, locked out of that Fate of Both Worlds. So that's 1 KO for Loyalty here. Ace goes for the Jeff ult, but Gamo was ready on the Moon Knight there. Hand of Khonshu providing an assist to Loyalty here as they get their heads in the game in this fight. Another KO there for Bumyoung's Elsa. Big play, still holding that Glartrox as well. And you know, Super Soldier Factory, you've got a lava pit to drop him into, so maybe looking for the angle here. Bumyoung again on that Elsa, coming up so huge for Loyalty in this fight, and they're looking to claw their way into contention here on Super Soldier Factory. Joey moving up, a lot of forward pressure here, along with that Psionic Seduction, so plenty of space and respect being given to Loyalty. That lets them take the point, but EXO at 98%. It is just going to be one fight for them.
Yeah, one fight, and Felix already igniting the battle. Finding the opening KO there. Going to be able to bring them back, though, with the BRB. Everything all good for now. Let's see if Loyalty can hold the reins on this one, though. They've still got possession, looking good. EXO stuck in the corridor now. Glartrox coming out of this one, and Sungjok Woo looking to break her free. Already finds JTC7 there, and to see if they can catch anyone else off guard. They will fall back to the high ground, but you can see EXO are taking that fight to them, but Loyalty, they're trickling the KOs through. This is exactly what they need here. Find that player advantage, take out some of the more critical players, and now look to layer things up. They're keeping a more frontal presence here for now, but they're conceding a bit of space. JTC7, I love the flanking action. Sungjok Woo, this could be a fight-turning engagement, but the BRB will make things a-okay.
Yeah, I knew he was safe at least to go pretty deep there, but now it is an all-out brawl on the capture point. Strategist offline for Loyalty, almost immediately 1 for 3. Alone Fills triple KO on the Psylocke here. Big stuff for EXO. Sungjok Woo gonna let the devil out potentially one more time here as Loyalty scrambling to get back on their feet. It's a quadra for Alone Fills, making a penta KO there. Huge stuff out of the Psylocke, and just like that, EXO will take the flip, and they'll take Hell's Heaven 2-0. What a smash and grab there at the very end.
Yeah, I feel like we called the Hulk into the game with how dominant that smash was, but going to be a great result regardless for EXO onto that one. So, GG, well played. Alone Fills, hey, bringing out that Formula R costume. I think they heard Keg. Love to see it, but we do get the MVP onto that one. So, a nice way to bring themselves into the series there, but I got to say, there's got to be props to be given to Loyalty as well, because they did manage to flip control of the mission area at some points there, and they looked pretty good in some of those little moments. They just weren't able to keep a hold over things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of what we saw from them last night, like I mentioned earlier. You know, there are some really good looks here, a lot of bright spots for this team. Of course, you know, players like Joey helping to lead the charge. Bumyoung, very influential on the Elsa Bloodstone, definitely showing why she is still relevant even in this Season 8 meta. Scape gonna walk away with the SVP at the end of this matchup for Loyalty, but Alone Fills, a hard-earned MVP, insane penta KO on the point, helped them complete that little heist they had at the end there. 98%, they took the reflip and walked away with it. No OT needed because it was a full ace onto Loyalty. So yeah, I think kind of the thesis here for Loyalty so far is definitely better looks. They are being competitive. They are showing that they can be a threat, but they just haven't found a way to get over the apex of that hill and take that first map win.
Yeah, they're just right on the edge there, right? You know, they just can't get it over the top. But I think if they stay consistent, continue to work at it, their time will come. Everyone will have their time to shine, their time in the sun there. So very eager see if that could be on its way into our second map of the engagement. You know, the team's got to prep themselves up for that one. Get keen to see what they can do. I'm curious if they make any changes into the draft as well, right? You know, maybe they shift direction a little bit, try and prioritize some of the other heroes there, because I mean, as we've seen Taylor's oldest time into this season, you know, you ban out the Black Cat, Daredevil's coming out, and we saw what EXO is able to do with both of those. It's just so chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the question, is how do you adjust in the draft to deal with EXO? Because all the players on that team, very, very deep hero pools. You know, if you take away Black Cat from Sungjuk Woo, he's just going to pick the Daredevil right back up. So do you commit to the full duelist ban out session, or do you try to adjust, you know, boots on the battlefield, change up the tactics, change the strategy a little bit? Because, yeah, you know, there were plenty of bright spots, and I think Loyalty are starting to figure out who to try and anchor around. I think that was something they were sorely missing in the preseason, were kind of those heroes or those players that they can really lean a lot of weight on. And to me, Bum Kyung last night and now tonight as well, proving that he may be one of the ones they want to try and rally around to build their strategy and try to take some of these map wins. So, you know, Loyalty continuing to mine away at the rock here and still quite hungry for their first map win. But this one, map number 1 in this series, taken by XOXO01. It is a 2-0 finish here on Hell's Heaven. We've got another map of this matchup coming your way right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Welcome back to the operating room, ladies and gentlemen. We have our patient on the desk. Dr. Matzi, what do we do? This isn't Super Soldier Factory anymore. We're out of my created domain. How do we resuscitate Loyalty?
It's time. Born again! Comic revival. That's what we need right now.
Yes! I
Yes.
agree. A karmic revival is desperately needed. This is still a team Diatonic that has not won a single map inside of Ignite. But you mentioned it. They have that anchoring power. They're coming close. Focusing around Joey and Bong Hyun might be the answer.
Yeah, those definitely seem to be two of the standout players on this Loyalty roster. So want to see them try to enable the players that are doing well. You know, you want to see who succeeds and who is excelling and go from there. So, you know, it feels like Loyalty are getting closer. Like I said, kind of mining away at the rock here. Unfortunately, just hasn't quite given way to a map win. And, you know, considering the opponent, XOXO01, definitely a tough matchup for them, especially after the heater they had against Z10 last night. Gotta imagine that momentum is definitely carrying them here. But yeah, unfortunately, still no map win here for Loyalty.
But Dr. Diatonic, is it terminal? Will Loyalty survive Museum of Contemplation and go to map 3?
I mean, this is their pick here, and, you know, it's a favorite of a lot of teams here in the Pacific region, both Oceania and
Give it to me
Asia.
straight, Doctor!
You know, we're looking at maybe one checkpoint here. You know, the beginning of Museum of Contemplation, that lobby, kind of, I know it like the back of my hand now. I've seen it plenty of times here, so maybe not going to see much further into the museum. But yeah, if they're going to Museum of Contemplation, it has got to be some comfort for them.
Ah, I need a second opinion. Dr. Matzi, will Loyalty survive?
Ooh, it's time for them to make that decision, isn't it? Will they stay? Will they go? Will they survive? As we have to dive into this next
You're
one.
the doctor!
You
They
know-
have to survive because of you!
Oh, surgery's off, folks.
I need new doctors.
It's over. No.
Oh no. I'm never going to a hospital with y'all around. We got map 2, Museum of Contemplation, just moments away. As we head into it though, talk to me about the bans and picks, because we saw Devil Dino preserved on both sides, Black Cat, Luna Snow for each team. Talk to me about that. We didn't see a lot of Black Cat, and so Diatonic, will there be any changes coming into this next matchup?
You know, from EXO's perspective, I have to imagine it's a little bit of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, I have to imagine they're going to try to run this back the same way they did before. Very comfortable look on Hell's Heaven for them. So they are just going to try to close this one out, have a short open and close day at the office. Loyalty, though, maybe you're going to look for them to change a little bit up here. Very early Luna Snow save from them. Not the Devil Dino save out of the gate here. Of course, though, Gambit taken off the table right away. No big shocker there.
Yeah, that's going to be expected, as always. It's almost like a commandment written into the game right now at this point. So many Gambit bans. It feels like a sin to see Gambit not banned. But we've seen it. And we might see it again. But for now, it's going to be a single-sided Dino. Priority for EXO into this one. We've seen a lot of potential play into that kind of play there. Loyalty focused up around the Black Cat, though. You know, going to be enabling EXO to play into the Daredevil again if they choose to. Double set of bans again now, and EXO maybe looking to put focus on Mantis here. It could be double-sided as well.
Oh yeah, taken right off the table. No Soul Resurgence, no buffs coming in from the Mantis here. But of course, the Devil Dino pick, JT3, has been very, very successful on a Devil Dinosaur so far. So I expect to see much of the same here in map number 2 as we continue through the draft phase here. Luna going to be saved by EXO as well. So there's going to be a lot of dance floors. Club open late tonight here for both teams. Loyalty's got one more ban in place. No Devil Dinosaur for them, as that's been banned out pretty early on by EXO. So that's kind of the question here, is what do they ban? They did ban Phoenix last time around. That might be what they're going for here. They're going to hover it with just a couple of seconds left, and they will take that Phoenix ban. They've got one save. I do see they are hovering Phoenix, so maybe, yes, they're going to take it one-sided here. So there is going to be some Jean Grey in this matchup. Maybe that will help them turn the tide here.
That could be their time to change the momentum. You know, Phoenix is one of the best solutions in the Duelist pool there to deal with the Devil Dinosaur, considering you can pump up that damage, really just shred them down alongside your team there. So, hopeful for what Loyalty can bring into this one, but nothing's guaranteed. And just like a single-sided rocket, oh my days, single-sided rocket, single-sided dinosaur, single-sided, a lot of stuff that's going to enable EXO right now. I am terrified of how this one is going to go. Loyalty, they've got their work cut out for them. And let's see if they can manage to navigate their way through to the other side of the time stream.
Yeah, I mean, great shout on the Rocket Raccoon. He is so powerful here in Season 8. The ult charge buff definitely has helped bring him back into relevance here. And we've seen across all the regions of Ignite, one-sided Rocket Raccoon has been a death knell for several teams here in Stage 1. So big pickup there for EXO, locking him out of that Rocket Raccoon. Though EXO, you know, kind of soft-locked as it does seem that Phoenix going to be in play. So going to be tough for those CYAs to get down. Going to take some very smart placement, but you know, the BRB itself too can buy some time for them, especially as EXO going to be on defense first. So it is going to be all about trying to grind this cart to a halt here, keeping them stuck before checkpoint number 1, as we've seen so many teams in Pacific get stopped dead in their tracks before you really even get into the map itself. But we are ready to get things underway here. Museum of Contemplation, map number 2, EXO in the lead and ready to close out this series in 2 maps.
And ready to close it out and ready to see how they will succeed or not heading into this one. As you know, we spoke about Adam Warlock. You know, we had a little we were moving towards him before, and it looks like he's here. Sungwook Woo is bringing that one out, so I'm sure Keg's going to be happy with that. But we are going to be looking to head down for a second here. Good damage being pelted up from Loyalty. They're forcing EXO off the line here, looking to play into the second choke point. They are still trying to contest against them, though. You know, playing around the walls there from Zaytha, definitely going to enable them to focus a lot more other lines of sight. And oh, Joey, no more. And this is looking like a turnaround for EXO.
Into the jaws of JT3 and into the waiting arms of Zaytha. Played that Groot last night to perfection. A big key of why EXO were able to overtake Zero Tenacity, and now back on the battlefield. Once again, that Flora Colossus is here for the lockdown. A very solid start here for EXO, taking a big win in the neutral. Ult charges on the move for him, and of course, they do have that Adam Warlock, like you mentioned now, so we're going to see some Karmic Revival, and for EXO, it is all about wasting away Loyalty's time here. Already a minute 15 away. Loyalty have been able to round this first curve, though, which can be tricky to start things off, so good luck so far, but we are ready for another brawl here. Strategist ult's coming out. It's going to be Gamebo on the Loki ult, copying the Luna Snow, so dance floor for Loyalty to try and get in the fight here. Overhead, though, look out for that Rage of Ultron from a Felix, raining down some damage as Jay-Z now keeps the dance floor going. Club open late here as that Fate of Both Worlds, the real one, comes through for Loyalty. In-song Inferno from Bumyoung, but can't quite get the damage through here, and now Loyalty in a bit of trouble. Zaytha winning the tree versus tree fight. Deforestation against Loyalty here, as one by one they will fall. Jay-Z in trouble too, and there they go. All the lights are out here. 2 minutes left to go, and EXO firmly in the driver's seat.
Yeah, still maintaining control. You know, Loyalty tried to change it up to a triple Vanguard composition here to have a bit more sustainability, but unfortunately for them, it isn't quite working out. Normally, you'd see that on the defensive side of things to play that spawn hold type composition, but it's interesting to see they tried it on the spawn break composition there as an Nexus now shifts gears on to the triple strategist there with Ultron. It could be the change they need. You know, they're looking to match the pace of EXO in some ways there, but Zaytha now brings out that Strangling Prison, and they're ready to get to work. Joey bringing out the Psionic Seduction, though, trying their best to cause a bit of leeway between them. JT3 bringing out Devil East Rampage as well. Going to be stampeding their way through. Bumyoung does manage to get the KO forward, playing around the arcs as well, but they're born again. Sungwook Woo refusing to back down.
Yeah, just a minute left to go here. EXO trying to keep this one going. Karmic Revival gets everybody back up and healthy here, but it's Loyalty with a bit of an advantage here. Scape gonna throw down that Strangling Prison, and Demo again. Fate of Both Worlds here off of the Loki copy, so Loyalty gonna move in and try to get this card moving. Now under 60 seconds, time ticking away as they're looking for an answer. Bumyoung throwing down the Hand of Khonshu, looking for an assist from the gods here, and Joey will take down Zaytha over to the Emma Frost, but it's Galactic Legend from Alone Fills now, but EXO are dropping like flies here. Only one strategist left on the battlefield. It's Felix on that Ultron, and now EXO have to give Loyalty the space here, so they are still in the fight over halfway to that first checkpoint, but they are running out of time here. A great fight, though, here for Loyalty.
Yeah, great fight, and they're going to be very satisfied with the result there. Ooh, Portal coming up, though. EXO trying to match them all over again. Don't have any ults to play. It's all neutral game onto this one. We're going to see the burst come through from Alone Fills there. Buddy Barrier keeping them on site as well for a while longer. Regeneration Domain in a bit of trouble. Gambo trying their best to struggle forward, but they're getting focused around the back there to find a different line of sight. Well, they say goodnight. Alone Fills, Zaytha, everybody's spilling through this one. OT timer looking to run its course unless an Nexus can get there in time. Slowly, carefully pushing their way in. Portal comes through, but no! They do not get on the Batsmobile in time. It will be all done and dusted in the first half there. EXO on top.
Well, work cut out for EXO here. 90 meters is all they're going to have to clear of the Museum of Contemplation. Yet again, Matsy, we're not going to see anywhere past the entrance to the museum here in this matchup. But, you know, a little bit risky from EXO's perspective. They throw down that strange portal. They got no ults to run through, but they look at their track record of neutral fights against Loyalty. They know they've won several going in, and they think they can take another, and they indeed do. Just short, a second too short on the strange portal. Good effort from Loyalty, good hustle, but not enough to get back on. So now the bell tolls here. EXO just 90 meters away from a 2-0 finish in this series and still undefeated so far in the group stage. A really, really good look from them, though. Loyalty putting up a fight, and I see Gamebo over onto the Atom, so maybe gonna try to take a little page out of EXO's book here.
They're looking to take something out of their own pacing on this one, but I love the change up. This isn't something we see every day. It's going to be the magic of it here, combined with the Lone Fills playing into the Punisher. I think that this is a valiant combination, you know, having one mobile-based or melee-based duelist there alongside a Lone Fills that can really combine forces in order to enable those KOs for themselves there, especially if they play around JT3 to be able to collect up some of their enemies. Should be good. Loyalty now need to be a better though, playing against with the Atom, looking to see and lock it down accordingly. So far, so good around the first choke point, but they are going to have to fight like this series depends on it, and EXO aren't even giving them a chance to prepare.
No sense in letting them get up off the mat here. Just try to finish him off as quickly as possible. Loyalty over onto Triple Strategist, but EXO have had that target prioritization on lock here, and it continues. NXS and Joey going down early on in this fight here, just 30 seconds away, and EXO on the move. Songjak Woo on that magic will find Jay-Z, and it is a stagger here coming through onto Loyalty. Adam down and out, got the cocoon to get back up and running, and another strange portal here coming out from Loyalty at the last second here. So it is going to be one last fight here, Matsy, for EXO to try and close it out.
Yeah, one last fight, and they will be able to ignite the battle there. Get a couple of KOs through. Lone Fills back, though, with the BRB. Tracking behind them. Shotty's out. Trying to dispel any doubts there, and they will succeed. Double KO across them, and looking for more. And Exodus desperately needs some sustainability here. Escape coming back from the cocoon as well, but it is not enough. CYA coming up. XOXO bringing out everything they've got. Will lock it down. Lock it in. A clean 2-0 sweep in this first series.
Yeah, short day at the office here for EXO. They continue it. 2 series now taken by the Asia Loose Cannons here, and looking maybe cleaner and more vicious than ever. It's Ace on the MVP, wrapping it up on the Rocket Raccoon, who has been a game changer for a lot of teams here so far in Stage 1. And as a Rocket enjoyer myself, love to see that. Love to see the stocks up. But it is an EXO win here. Pretty straightforward for them. The numbers don't lie here. Big numbers coming through for a Lone Fills, of course. JT3 been insane on the Devil Dino since he dropped here, but it is Ace on that MVP. 20k heals, and for how short that map was, pretty impressive. Gamebo trying to keep up 25k. Will walk away with the most healing in the lobby here, but EXO walk away with the overall win. Good stuff from them, and Loyalty, unfortunately, still left high and dry here. Still not found their first win here at Ignite.
Well, maybe today's not the day. Could be another. Could be tomorrow. Could be another day entirely. But, you know, they're making baby steps, I'd say. They're slowly but certainly pushing their way up to the outcome they want. And I think that maybe I'd speak just for me or for a lot of people who are watching at home as well, where I think the best course of action is where every team within competition takes at least one victory. That's my hope for all of these teams across the whole region.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a win here at this level is never to be overlooked. You know, of course, like Loyalty, there are teams in Marvel Rivals Ignite still in the hunt for that first win. You know, a team like Burgers last night making their debut in winning is huge and not to be overlooked. The level of competition here, especially in this mid-card of Asia, is increasing. These teams are getting into an even tighter race than they were in the preseason. So it is hard to find a place for themselves in this field. But Loyalty, again, props to them. Definitely looking better than the preseason, and again, gotta point out that schedule so front-loaded because they're back in action later tonight up against Reject.
Yeah, you know, speaking about that, going up ahead, I was saying that, you know, for Loyalty, this might be the hardest day for them inside the group stage. You have to go up against what I would consider maybe the strongest teams coming into Stage 1, but even if you look farther up ahead, right, Loyalty, tomorrow, they have to fight up against Burgers. After that, you're looking at Loyalty versus Zero Tenacity, then Rivals and N1 Hex. They're really isn't an easy path to victory here for Loyalty's side. They are going through the ringer diatonic, but I will say though, my friend, you called it completely. You thought, you know, the patient Loyalty might not be able to make it past P1 here on Museum of Contemplation, and you were completely right. This was one of the shortest contemplations we've seen so far in Ignite's run.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen so many teams get stalled out here at the very beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the most familiar part of any
They did
map
not
for
get
all of us
spawn
here.
hold.
No, they did not. They were able to round that first corner. That one is pretty tricky for teams on offense for sure. So that's the first hurdle. It's right out of the gate on this map. So able to overcome and, make some progress, 90 meters or so. But yeah, just not enough, unfortunately, to turn their tides in their favor. But again, these first few matches for Loyalty, it's kind of a, let's go out there, let's play, let's get our feet wet and work together and prep for the back half of the schedule.
Yeah, but like at what point does that change though? Like does the back half of the schedule start with today, or is that going to be tomorrow's matchups? Because, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but someone's got to be the one to do it. How long can you go without winning a single map? Not even a series, just a single map inside of Ignite.
Oh, it could be as long or as little as it needs to be, really. I think that depends on the team itself. Like, it's a difficult one, right? But, there's a lot of time for a lot of questions today, but I think we have a few more questions. Ring, ring.
Hello.
That's right. Who is it?
Hello, who do we have? What's up,
Hello.
Sungjuk Woo? How are you, man?
What's up, guys? I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
I am liking your background. It's starting to look a lot more like kind of like a voice recording studio. I see the foam in the back. You got the soundproof curtains. Okay, man. By the way, I completely off topic. I love the art in your background.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, first question of the day. Congratulations, man. You have been a superstar player when it comes to EXO's team. The way you guys play has been pretty different from a lot of other teams so far in Asia. Of course, your playstyle has been super brawl heavy, always awesome to see. But you guys do such a great job separating teams that like to take group fights. What's the communication looking like when you get into those big, scrappy group fights?
Yeah, we just kind of like split up, like 3-3 sometimes, or 4-2, like split up. The diver just go with the another tank dive, and yeah, we just call out a dive and then just go together here.
Do you have it pre-planned, or do you just kind of hope for the best that your teammates know what they're doing?
Yeah, it is pre-planned, but yeah, but if something like miss like or happening mid-fight, we just deal it like in front of us. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the communication always seems solid with you guys. It's a lot of divide and conquer, and it's brought you here now to 2 wins so far in Stage 1. Of course, last night, Heater against Z10, a big win for you. Obviously, another big threat still lurking out there is Reject. How do you guys feel about that matchup? Anything new you want to bring to the table against them?
Yeah, I don't know, like we'll see, but the Reject team has been like our like great opponent so far. Like we always lose against them. But this time we will try our best to beat them again. Yeah.
Nice.
I believe you got this. And speaking of what else you got, you've got another series today coming up against RVL, I believe. So do you think you'll have a lot of confidence heading into that matchup as well? Like this one, do you think it'll be a clean endeavor, or do you think it'll be a harder series for you?
Yeah, I hope it'll be a clean one for us. Yeah. I think it will be green for us.
Hey, look, I admire the confidence, man. Always a big fan of watching you play in the server, dude. I don't want to keep you too much longer because I know you have a lot of preparation up ahead. Rival will be your next matchup coming up in just a few hours. Anything you want to tell that team, your audience? The floor is yours, man.
Yeah, so good luck to Rivals. Yeah.
Oh, so polite, so diplomatic. Sungjuk Woo, thank you so much, my friend. I can't wait to see you later today.
Okay, thank you so much.
Man, why is everybody so polite? Remember back in the olden days when people would be like, swear word, I'm so angry, you're gonna go down. Everyone's just so nice now, man. What happened, Diatonic? Is it because you're so nice and you're on the desk with us?
I like to think I bring some influence to that, but
think
no,
you
I mean,
do.
it seems to be that way across both.
You're a
arms of
dandelion.
Pacific. I mean, is that a good thing?
Sure. It was the first thing that came to my mind, but no, I mean, it's very, very, very cool to see all these players, showcase and be super polite and go up against each other. But as we go to our next series today, I'm really curious to see if this will be the marquee matchup, Matsy. We only have a few more moments before we go to our break. Is this going to be the matchup that's going to be the highlight of our evening?
Honestly, arguably it could be, because Z10, the burgers, it's a good proving point for the burgers here to show what they're made of, to test themselves against some of those top tier rosters across Asia, and this is another hurdle that they need to overcome here. So yes, absolutely, this is going to be one of the highlights of the night.
Hey, good enough for me. Z10 Burgers coming right up. We'll get your order ready to go shortly. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since preseason ended, and we've had 2 new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in preseason, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for preseason in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them are strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable, he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like, if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets, to be able to pull them back as they're trying to get away, the barrier that she can give to her duelists to give some healing, mitigation, and basically just set them up to succeed. And then obviously you've got the invisible boundary to play in these tricky fights, put it on your team to protect them, but also as a way to catch enemies trying to disengage, because you can slow them as they go through the radius of the invisible boundary. You can use it offensively, and some teams did try to do that. 3rd place is Mantis. It took a while for Mantis to get going, but her popularity definitely started to surge towards playoffs across all of the regions, most certainly again in Pacific and China, where she was the 2nd most rated character over for those teams. Making sure that you have Mantis or the enemy team doesn't have Mantis basically limits your impact of triple strategist, whether you can play around it as well or not. Damage boost helps. Her ultimate is good in all sorts of situations. You have the team up again with Groot and Loki. It'll be interesting to see how she does now that her damage boost has been nerfed and now she adds like movement speed. I still think she's going to find impact, but is she going to be the linchpin of triple strategists going forward, or is somebody like Ultron going to potentially take that slot away from her? Hard to get a gauge, but Mantis is definitely up here as a strong choice. The 2nd spot goes to Elsa. The queen of the preseason finishes in 2nd place from how much she was picked and also banned. She was like the leading woman. In EMEA and America, she was the most potent character. It's just that Pacific and China, again, would have preferred to put Mantis and another character in that sort of first ban, first protect phase. The percentage damage that she was doing was strong. The fact that Instinct put Helix Advance down to a 2-second cooldown is really strong, and the great CC from her ultimate. Lots of these elements have been toned down. I would be shocked though if she doesn't stay in the top 10 for like the impact here when it comes to stage 1. Definitely expect her to drop, but I think some other duelists might contest her a little bit more. But yeah, here it was just put your best duelist on this character, feed resources into her, and she is going to absolutely feast for you. But there is one character that was a lot more impactful, and that was Gambit. To really highlight how impactful Gambit was, there was basically 1,008 chances to be involved in a draft, and Gambit missed out on 8 of those. There are 8 opportunities that he could have been picked in, and he wasn't. And almost 800 of those were bans. Teams did not want to play him, certainly in Pacific and China, where he was almost consistently in every single game the first ban. Raging Royal Flush providing ultimate charge boost, explosive damage, movement speed means that it was synergy with various ultimates, was incredibly strong. And a key thing here is, unlike a lot of the other characters that I mentioned, he wasn't nerfed in season 7.5 or season 8. So Gambit still could very much be the top dog when it comes to stage 1 rolling around. It really is just a case of whether the likes of Devil Dinosaur could really start to push for like that first ban slot. I expect him pretty much immediately, but also like Black Cat could have those moments if teams can actually get used to playing her. We'll see how things are going to look for stage 1, but thanks for watching. Ignite the battle, and let's get back into the action.
Order up! We have ourselves one banger matchup between Burgers and Z10 on our way. Now, Zero Tenacity, if you're just tuning in for the first time, have had a very interesting history of stealing away very high placements inside the preseason. Remember, for the yeah, you already know where I'm going with this. For the longest time, it was Pirates and it was Triple AD who had that first and second place slot inside the preseason group stage. Boom! At the very last day, seemingly out of nowhere, it was Z10 that came by, stole the second place slot, secured playoffs. Then, through the upper bracket, boom, stole it again. Sorry, from the lower bracket, stole it again and took that second place slot off of, into reject, taking out Pirates, taking out Triple AD. Now, my question for you, Diatonic, as we go into stage 1, Zero Tenacity, they've had more time to cook things up. Can they do it again?
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity stocks up huge so far here in 2026. They've been in Asia since stage 2 last year, and ever since then, it has been an upward trajectory for them. The team looking so solid this time around, and a tough matchup yesterday with XOXO01, an absolute heater from start to finish. But here is the squad Z10 are bringing to the table this time around. Some very familiar names and faces if you've been watching either Asia or Marvel Rivals Ignite in the Americas region, because we've got Soko and Baser, formerly of Ego Death, in the mix here, and they have been influential for this team. But of course, the pillar, kind of the backbone, the foundation of this team has been Xe, of course, driving this team, been with them for a long time now, and not a lot has changed with him here on this squad. A banger for sure, but yeah, you know, that's kind of the question here is, you know, they win over for EXO was kind of surprising last night against Zero Tenacity. We expected them to just pick things up right where they left off, take that top spot or that second place spot right away, but it seems they are having some challenges here, and very curious to see if the Burgers will deliver them another one here. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, a team not to be overlooked.
Well, let's explore this for a second. Do you think the reason why it was a loss yesterday was because of meta changes, or if Z10 hasn't changed a whole lot, has it just been how much the game has developed in such a short time?
Yeah, I mean, they've built a very solid talent base here. They've got players with experience in Ignite, and, you know, now a very solid performance in the preseason. No doubt looking to capitalize here. But of course, the next hurdle in their way, the Season 7 MRC Pacific champions, the Burgers, who last night made their Ignite debut in style, taking a 2-0 win over Rival Esports. You know, a match that on paper, not necessarily we're expecting them to lose right out of the gate, but a very good first showing.
Now, to go off of that too, right? We saw Burgers be the MRC Season 7 champions. We saw Pirates, they were the Season 6 champions before them, make a miraculous run all throughout preseason. Could this be the beginning of, say, some sort of dynasty, Matsy, where maybe Burgers can take what Pirates had done before and do that as the next MRC champions?
Yes.
Yes?
I'm really hopeful that it
What's the
can
percentage
be,
on that?
Because the percentage?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it might be about 67%.
Oh, no. No,
maybe.
you're not Dan! Oh, that's for you, Daniel Danson. I cannot believe him. I knew you were gonna do it. As soon as you hesitated, I knew it. Celestial Husk is our first matchup of the series, and gotta get all of our 6-7s out of our system. You know, each time we do the hand motions, chat just absolutely hates us. So, you know what that means, right? Going back to us real quick.
Oh, no.
I'll do it for us. I'll take the hit.
Okay,
I am the
right.
bulletproof shield for my casters, but you know, we're not too far away from getting to bans and picks going off here. Burgers, Diatonic, what do we think we're gonna focus on when it comes to the reserves?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it seemed like they had some interesting picks last night. Some out-of-pocket choices here. They brought a Thor to the table on map 2. They got them a ton of value. This team is very good at checking their flanks. They highly value that kind of intelligence to know where their enemies are so they can best position themselves for each fight. It was a little bit of a slow start for them on map 1, so maybe, you know, let them get the jimmies out again. This is their second matchup, and it is quite a punch-up for them here. Gonna be tough on paper, no doubt. Z10 gonna put them through their paces here, but yeah, I'm with you, Matsy. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do, because Zero Tenacity, kind of one of the big gatekeepers here in the Asia region. If you can keep up with them, then you can definitely keep up with the best of them.
Oh yeah, this is a huge test, and if they're able to keep up, it goes to show that they deserve a place, you know, a place at the table. They deserve a place near the top there, and very excited for what they're going to be able to try and match with now, as the Dinosaur gets protected, Mantis potentially banned out. Okay, I'm liking the focus from the Burgers here. We'll see if they will lock it in. They will. So, maybe a single-sided Mantis here could have priority over in another direction. So it is going to be a double Dinosaurs, probably a Mantis to be taken out from a Z10 next. If they go for the Dinosaur here, it's likely they just need to lock it in.
Yeah, we're basically just trading barbs at this point. Yeah, I imagine Mantis gonna come through before too long for Z10. Love the Devil Dino save, though. Ved, very, very insane plays on Devil Dino last night. So looking for a little bit more of that tonight, but yeah, you predicted it. Mantis banned away by Zero Tenacity, so no Soul Resurgence, no damage amp as far as Mantis is concerned. You know, one of the concerns with the Burgers coming out of the MRC is how do they adapt to the Ignite ban system? It's a whole different ball game when the bans are not universal. So they've come through really strong, though. They clearly have done their homework here. They know what these teams like to take into the battlefield, like to ban, and they play right along in lockstep with a lot of these other teams. They're going to make the Phoenix save here. Wounds, impressive Phoenix stuff from them yesterday. If Black Cat makes it through this draft, which yes, she will, because Z10's last ban is the Rocket, and they're going to take it one-sided too. Navoy on the Black Cat, a big player for sure. You know, had struggles in a couple of fights, but some really solid stuff for the Burgers here. So no doubt they will present some challenges to Zero Tenacity, but this Z10 team to be feared. They are one of the top teams in Asia for a reason here. Gonna round out this draft as the Burgers gonna save Phoenix for themselves, so they'll take that one one-sided. I like those one-sided trades. Rocket is big, but I think Phoenix is big too.
Yeah, I feel like Z10 are a team with kind of the philosophy there where they're not afraid to have duelists banned out against them. And if anything, I think they're one of the teams that consider some of the duelist bans a waste of a ban, because you can just adapt around it. Like what we're seeing now, XZ having that priority over the Star-Lord there. They can play into that, having the chance to be enabled by Wendy onto this one with the CYA there. So there's a lot that they can dive into. So single-sided Phoenix for the Burgers now. I think that's definitely going to be a greater for them as well. I mean, we saw what Wounds was able to cook up yesterday. They were playing a big game there, and I think Navoy is no exception there. It was really nice to see Navoy fight it out against their ex-fellow duelist on the Xavier Hope roster there, Spocky. You know, they always went hand in hand on those melee-based duelists. Always think back to Navoy and Spocky playing into the Magic and the Iron Fist there back in the day. Those who remember, big shout out to Xavier Hope back in the day. But we get to see Navoy bringing out the melee-based duelist all over again on to the Black Cat here. Scrappy making it electric. And let's get down into the Celestial Codex right now, Diatonic. It's time to begin.
Yeah, quite a marquee matchup here. Season 7 Pacific MRC champs taking on the runners-up of the Asia preseason in Zero Tenacity. Doors wide open here for Celestial Husk, ready to get underway. Haven't seen this map too awful much here in Asia, or in Pacific in general so far. Both teams going to take that high ground here and fight while that mission area ready to unlock, though. I do see, I believe that's Marvel down there on the point, maybe Soko down there as well. It's going to be a prehistoric showdown here. Ved and Soko going to laser beam each other down.
Yeah, fire their lasers all the way through there. And gonna break through with more body barrier to be popped on this one. And I like how Ved is just playing around the lines of sight here, just trying to keep themselves disengaged from the fight as much as they can, and trying to see if they can stop a bubble there. But it is going to be a Soko special delivery towards their team onto that one. Not going to be able to enable the KO yet, though. They will be exchanging blows. Ved going down. Soko Managing to push ahead of this one, falling back to Grace there. Be able to clear some space. So Scrappy really in a bit of trouble. Almost catching Marble, but Z10 will come out on top of this one. And progression is moving in their favor, forcing the early retreat from the Burgers here. The fact they've caught Jerry, though, could be a turning point.
Yeah, one strategist offline here for Zero Tenacity, and one Vanguard to Marvel going down at the hands of Wounds, picking up that Phoenix and running with it. Scrappy as well on the Thor, so enjoy some Thor Ignite gameplay here. Ved back with a vengeance, takes his revenge on Soko, and 25% is all Z10 gonna get out of that first cap as the Burgers battle back here, and Scrappy will pick up one onto Soko after he gets up off the BRB too. A really solid and fast comeback here from the Burgers.
Yeah, gonna be coming into it fast, bringing that Formula R energy again. And ready to see if they can do it all over again now. BRB gonna be close by. Got a Thunder, disengaged. Good timing. I love the shift in focus from Z10 there. Do have the freedom charge if they need it to barge in, but getting those 2 KOs means they won't have to commit anything to this fight here unless absolutely required. They will force them onto the high ground here. This is kind of good for the Burgers. It creates a little bit more distance between them and the mission area here. And they do force out the boundary. So this is good for Z10 right now. Forcing out some of that crucial utility there. And they can look to spill ahead with some of their own. They have a full kit of ults. Here we go. CYA Galactic Legend. They're ready to burn through.
Yeah, a lot going right here for Z10 as they're looking to get in deep here and get this retake. Marvel and Exy in the KO feed. Marvel with a double KO on the Captain America, making a triple here for Cap as Z10 make the flip off the back of a huge ace to open things up. And they're playing it very close to their chest here, so ult economy advantage big time for Zero Tenacity. They've got some strategist ults, they've got some offensive tools here. They've got everything they need to hold and try to close this gap between the two teams.
To hold it together and close the distance as quick as they possibly can here. And ready to see more where that came from now. Exy good to take focus towards Scrappy there, not allowing anyone to go unchecked onto this one. You know, they need to have that awareness of where the enemies are coming from, and they will get the trade as they do lose one of their own, one in the same there. Now, looking to take aim at it with the anger. Jerry, good for the Rage of Ultron, just trying to clear the space a bit longer. And it's good to stall things out on the mission area for now because it keeps the Burgers at bay and gives Jerry a bit of time to try and pick things back up.
Yeah, I mean, not always necessarily about finding the KOs. The Rage of Ultron just provides some forward pressure, creates some space, and buys herself some time here. So a good play here from Z10. They're getting a little looser with the ults here, but Navoy on that calling card got everybody in his sights on the side of Zero Tenacity. Can't find the breakthrough, though. They will come together underneath that Devil Beast Rampage from Soko, and Burgers forced to play it out in neutral. Wounds so close to an Insong Inferno, but Soko and Jerry gonna pop up in the KO feed first here as Z10 are looking to take this point. 99%, nobody from the Burgers on point here, and it is first one going to Zero Tenacity, but some solid back and forth here from the Burgers too.
Yeah, I loved how they engaged into this one. You know, they really managed to enable themselves playing into it with, you know, the Thor there. You don't see Thor every day, but when you think back to times of old, Thor, a key part of their identity in play, and we're already seeing that shift in focus. You know, Angela actually going to be brought on to the text here from Scrappy. I don't think we've seen much Angela at all, especially considering what the Devil Dinosaur can do against Angela. I'm very curious what they're cooking here, you know, because one laser from Soko and Scrappy's taken out of their sky there. Their wings are clipped, so they're really going to have to play this one with a lot of caution.
Yeah, I mean, it's really contested airspace when you're facing down that Devil Dinosaur. Like you said, one laser beam, and she is crashing back down to planet Earth here, or Clintar, I guess, in this case. But Zero Tenacity, solid plays on the first point here, though the Burgers don't let them walk away with it for free. A little bit of a comeback needed here to try and turn things around on domination. Z10, though, looking for them to get aggressive right out of the gate here. They've already got Galactic Legend and a Kumiho Unleashed ready to go, so very high potential for them to try and take this one aggressively, but Wounds got Insong Inferno, so plenty to watch out for from the Burgers too.
Yeah, plenty to keep your eyes on as we feast into this game again. Take it easy. Mission area are going to be open for business right now. Marvel doing a great job just to stay bouncy, keep scouting around this one, see if they find an opportunity, and they will dive straight into the trap line there, forcing a turnaround there. Kumio unleashed as well, forcing out the boundary on a delay there. Jerry taking out a play, 2 wounds, high focus, and will be able to wipe them out there. So player advantage right now for the Burgers, and they're going to be stampeding forward with the Devil Beast Rampage. Creative going down as well. Z10 not able to sustain through this one. They need a return on this. They found RF at a minimum. They're still contesting towards the mission area, but I mean, Wounds has just been unchecked and will enable the opening capture for the Burgers.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix stocks have been up here in Season 8. We've seen so much of Jean Grey throughout this first couple weeks of Stage 1, so nothing changing there. And yeah, you're 100% right. Nobody there to check wounds. They get good target prioritization. They take out Creative and Windy so early on in that fight, and that just leaves Jerry on Ultron to try and solo heal out this team and survive through that team fight, and they just can't do it. But we got some more ults ready to fly here. The Burgers letting everything go. Heaven's Retribution for the first time from Scrappy here, but if they've got an ult, they are going to use it here. It's Marvel that pops up in that KOP first, finding RF, and now Wounds being checked by XC. Jerry finding Scrappy on that Angela as well. One by one, the Burgers gonna fall. Navoy able to somehow make a quick escape there onto the Black Cat, but Zero Tenacity stopping the Burgers at 38%. A good first cap, but a solid retake there.
Yeah, great way to turn it around, and it goes to show the pace of this series, right, where both teams have been able to enable themselves, but there's a back cap potentially in order, so don't think about that for too long. Marvel good to hold her back as well, just keep the things on the front and center piece of this one. Our 2 Vanguards looking to hold the line here. Scrappy could be in a bit of trouble though. Xe, target acquired, target neutralized, and they will be looking to take another prize onto this one. Jerry does catch Navoy there, so good to whittle down the forces piece by piece onto this one. The Burger's gonna have to retreat out of this, and this means Z10 will be able to take the lead in a second here. Burgers need to consider their options going forward. They're on the edge of having the boundary here and maybe more. The calling card could be a way to displace them, but they really have to just take things real carefully.
Yeah, calling card's gonna be tough to get off because Jerry is holding that Rage of Ultron, but that's the only strategist ult Z10 have access to at the moment. So Navoy gonna try to look for a way into this Zero Tenacity team here. There's that Rage of Ultron coming out early here from Jerry, but it is good there. We'll find Diabolical taking down the Invis right before Boundary, ready to go here. So the Burgers in trouble. 2 strats down now. No healers on site for the Burgers. Jerry finding RF as well, and now it is an open season here. Marvel will take down Wounds. Soko gonna find Scrappy as well, and Z10 just like that extend their lead here, 80%, and a solid look for him as they're trying to close out Celestial Husking too.
Yeah, doing the best they can in order to shut the door on this one, but the Burgers, they're going to keep the door wide open. Got a door stopper in place there. Ready to try and clean this place up, but 3 ults at the ready, maybe more. It could be a very big, flashy display in a second here. Z10 are holding firmly onto the mission area, but I mean, if they catch Navoy here, oh, they've already disengaged a key piece, Dire. This could be Z10 looking to clean it up. Another one bites the dust, surely not.
No damage here for the Burgers. They lost both duelists early on. Ved's got Devil Beast Rampage. Navoido up and running. Throws the calling card as soon as he's back on his feet. Diabolical throwing the invisible boundary down, and the Burgers are not going to give up that easy. Creative's got the Kumio unleashed. Wendy got a CYA. Plenty of room for Zero Tenacity to fight here. Xe takes to the skies, cleans the playlist, and goes for the Galactic Legend here. Puts some damage down in RF, going off at the Kumio, and back down to the spawn here. Zero Tenacity, big closer for them. Diabolical, though, is over onto the Strange, so the Burgers still not giving up on it. Scrappy on that Thor, trying to hang on while they get that portal up and running. Isn't gonna make it here in time as Zero Tenacity floods the KO feed yet again. Portal is good with just a second left to go, but they've got no ults and no way to get through the door here. Zero Tenacity take it in 2 points.
Whew, they had to fight for it though, didn't they? So that was a fun one. Definitely got to see some of the creative flair coming through from the Burgers into that one. And going to be a really nice way to claim Celestial Husk in their favor. Marvel going to be the MVP on that one. Our resident Vanguard player, resident Cap player, and going to be doing a great job for them and theirs there. So very impressed with how they held it together. You know, they adapted around things accordingly. and they look to give it their absolute all. But it goes to play into what I was saying. You know, Z10, they don't care if you take Phoenix away from them. They don't care if you take basically any duelist away from them because they're just so adaptable. It's the trend of the season where even if you take one thing away, there's always going to be another.
Yeah, it feels like XC just has an unlimited hero pool. He can pull anything out and make it work here. It's the Star-Lord for this run, 22-0 for XC. Never eliminated a single time throughout this match. So Zero Tenacity knows who to rally around, and for a lot of this match, it was XC, but Marvel coming through with some big plays. A hard-earned MVP from him. Absolute menace on the Captain America, as we've seen plenty of times before, and yet again, the classics come through for Zero Tenacity, and they walk away with the map 1 win. But you're 100% right, Matsy. The burgers made them work for it. There was some sweaty moments there from Zero Tenacity, and though they had the lead in capture progress for a lot of the time, the burgers able to keep themselves in the fight. Unfortunately, they found a lot of their very critical heroes picked off super early on in those team fights. Almost at the outset, when they were like ready to engage, they'd lose all their damage. They'd lose their backline. So just got to do a better job protecting those key pieces and sticking to your game plan.
Yeah, you know, being able to take the key pieces out of play is what led to a lot of the successes on both sides there, because you saw Wounds doing such a great job of shutting down a lot of the key strategists there, which really disengaged Z10 out of the fight time and time again. And I reckon they're going to be looking to do more of the same heading towards our second map here. But while we get that one cooked up, everybody, we're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
Fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
I don't even have to say anything because Matsy has a whole lot to say about burgers and their uniqueness when it comes to their compositions. The floor is yours.
The floor's mine. All right, I'll take
All
it
yours.
away. Sorry, Luna. No more dance floors.
You're a better dancer than Luna.
Whoa, you watch out if we go to land. Watch out.
That's the real land. We're gonna ballroom dance all over the main stage.
All right, watch out. But yeah, no, it was great to see some of the creative flair coming through from the Burgers roster there. You know, it's a team that we've seen not hesitating to play something like the Thor there, even bringing out the Magic for a second there. Like, it's a team that is willing to defy the meta, you know, in order to bring themselves the best course of action. I mean, there's a reason why they played Angela as well. You know, you don't see any Angela.
Oh, wow. Daring today, are we?
Back over to some more Museum of Contemplation, the favorite of so many teams in Pacific and so many map number 2s here. I don't have the stats. I'm sure somebody like Dan or Ryan or somebody's got the numbers out there. Museum of Contemplation has to be the most picked map number 2, right?
It has to be in the high 90s. It has to be. Really quick though, before we go into the picks and bans, Matsy, I want to go circle back to what we were talking about before when it comes to the unique picks that we were seeing from Burger side. While I don't disagree with you, I thought the picks that we saw from Burgers, at least fairly on into the matchup, was pretty meta-centric compared to Z10. Like, we were seeing the Phoenix, we saw Black Cat, Devil Dinosaur, your typical strats that weren't banned out, and yet with everything that I would consider to be the most powerful right now in the meta, they still couldn't convert either one of the submaps. What happened there?
Yeah, so I think that as we were kind of talking about in the green room there was a lot of good moments of potential from the Burger side there, where they did find those little moments. I think Wounds was a key factor for them in disengaging some of the backline there for Z10, but Z10 just managed to decipher the recipe there and managed to go first. Like, they managed to go a lot quicker than what the Burgers were doing to them there. You saw a big focus on Marvel. There's a reason they took that MVP there. They were just diving straight into the strat lane there and saying, hey, you can't provide any more assistance to anybody in the front line. You can't provide any more assistance to Wounds. Get out of here!
Ah,
exactly what they
dang.
did.
I will be momentarily. Now, we're moments away from getting bans and picks. Chat, I need your help. Let me know what your go-to burger order is, because seeing this team is making me hungry. I'm going to have to order something for a long night here tonight. But Diatonic, as we get into the picks and bans, we're going back to Museum of Contemplation. You have been the guru when it comes to this map. Are we going to see a spawn hold?
Maybe not all the way at the front door here. Doormat at least going to get trampled on a little bit, but you know, it really does come down to some nail biters on checkpoint number 1. It's always kind of the test here. If a team is able to break out and at least get one on the board, they generally, I feel like, I don't have the numbers on it, so don't quote me on it, but I feel like they end up being the team that takes the map. It just feels like a little bit of a snowball here. So no doubt the Burgers are going to take the attack here first. This is their counter pick, and I'm going to be looking for them to maybe get aggressive with it. No big changes early on in the draft though. Gambit gone right away. Devil Dinosaur saved for Ved on the side of the Burgers here. Have to imagine Z10 probably going to go for that Mantis, some Luna Snow. It is going to be the Mantis to start things off, and probably a Devil Dinosaur save after this.
Yeah, going to be the Museum of Replication into the ban drafts right now, as we do see more of the same all over again here. So double focus on that Devil Dinosaur and the Mantis and the Gambit, everything going down to business. The real changes going to be coming out right here and now though. Luna Snow at the focus for the Burgers could be similar, or maybe the White Fox for Z10. It all depends on which direction they want to take it. You know, do they disengage some of those team-ups there? Do they not want to deal with the dance floor? They're not feeling groovy this time. Looks like both teams aren't feeling groovy. No dancing allowed anymore, everybody. It's a sad day.
Yeah, it might be a Saturday night, but the club closed, unfortunately, for both sides of the board here. Z10 gonna save the rocket for themselves yet again, so CYA's on deck. Burgers kind of signaling they're gonna try to get rocket in play here too. They will ban out the Phoenix against Z10. They've got one save left to go. No hesitation there though. Jean Grey one more time, one-sided for the Burgers yet again. The question though I have is Z10 gonna ban the rocket? Yes, they will. They'll take it one-sided again here. So, you know, on paper, I like this for the Burgers because it seems like teams are going to Phoenix as a counter to Rocket. You throw that Ensong Inferno right into the CYA, shut it down almost immediately, and Rocket loses a ton of his value. But it didn't feel like it played out that way on map number 1. And I mean, a lot of it didn't come down to hinging too much on those CYAs from Wendy, as Z10 were just so solid with that target prioritization. They knew exactly who to go for at every single time and found ways to slip in the door and take out some of those key pieces very early on. So hard for the Burgers to muster a true team fight, but all gonna change here as we move on to Convoy domination in the books, and Zero Tenacity looking dominant on Celestial Husk for map 1. Now it is in the Burgers' court here to try and turn things around, and that's the question. Are they gonna walk away from this one well done, or are they gonna extend this series to give us a 3-mapper here?
Oh, I'm hopeful for a 3-mapper if I'm wanting the most competitive series possible. You know, I'm hopeful for 3. If you're a Z10 fan, you're hopeful that they just full spawn hold them and the series is done. Formula R style. But if you're a Burgers fan, you want to see it go all the way, baby. So let's see how it all gets down right now as the time now trickles in. It's time to get it down to business. Xe gonna be on the Elsa this time around, and I'm ready to see how they play into that one as the Burgers now break out.
Yeah, nowhere to run here for the Burgers. Have to take on Zero Tenacity head on here. And yeah, Exy gonna bring Elsa back into the picture here yet again. And big plays from him all preseason long on the Monster Hunter. So they're gonna look to capture some of that magic here yet again as the Burgers round the first quarter here. Pretty solid stuff from them so far on the move with that mission vehicle. But of course, got to watch out. Plenty of threats on the side of Z10 as they're gonna take some time to build up that ult charge. But you know, Z10 have won some big neutral fights here. So you know, I'm looking for them to find a way in the door pretty soon.
And we're going to find a way in a second. And they spin this one into fruition there. A big exchange of damage, but no one will be pushed out just yet. They're very close, but be able to fly a fire. Speaking of Scrappy, be able to scrap back this time. So Z10 holding around the corner on this one, not allowing the Burgers to gain too much distance. And you see Wounds again, always just trying to find the angles, trying to strangle in the KOs. But it's good that Z10 are playing around the terrain this time and not enabling the lines of sight. Hypothetical does bring out the boundary to at least try and disparage them, and it does succeed. Soko going down, it could be the opening they need here. Creative in a bit of trouble. Has a boundary they can match with here if required. They've got a lot at their disposal now. But the Discipline going to bring the CYA out first.
Yeah, Burger's going to try to keep the ball rolling here, but lots of ults on the side of Z10. A lot for them to try and tear down if they want to grab this first checkpoint here. Glartrox coming out for Exy, and it comes up big. 1 KO for the Monster Hunter. Creative, a double KO there on Invis as well. Exy makes that a double to go here as the Burgers sent running for the time being, but a solid defensive salvo from Zero Tenacity. 2 minutes away now as the Burgers still trying to find a foot in the door here, looking for a way to close out this all-important first checkpoint. Ult economy might start to favor them a little bit, but they gotta watch out because Soko can have that Devil Beast Rampage ready to go before too long.
Yeah, ready to go in the moment here. On a moment or two soon, there will be a Tekken slow. Ooh, gonna see Marvel. Looking at easy freedom charge coming out from Scrappy there. Marvel not matching it though. Oh, here we go. Captain Korea on deck there now. Looking to get back to their team and lock it in. Damage up front there, trying to see if they can scrap it around the back as well. Marvel is locked into this one.
Yeah, big blue health bars for Z10. Lots of overhealing. There comes the invisible boundary as well for Zero Tenacity. So they have a nice umbrella here to fight under the Kumio Unleashed, but shut right back down here. Double KO there for Soko. Make it 3 for the Double Dinosaur, 1 for Captain Korea, and 1 for Exy as well, as most members of Zero Tenacity get some licks in here with just 60 seconds left to go. Not a lot of time for the Burgers to try and pick themselves up off the mat here, and Marvel gonna look to push them right back through their front door here, knocking on and saying, hey, we're still here and we are still standing tall.
Standing tall, refuse to fall. Let's see how they manage to get it done though. They will be in a bit of a bout in the back line. A Galactic Legend from an Avoid here, trying to see if they can decipher them. Creative taking a bit of damage, but they played the lines of sight. Avoid the contact here, and now it is going to be Marble trying their best to divert focus again and getting some hits through to the strap line there, and now we're going to find it out on the Batsmobile.
Just 30 seconds left to go here. Burgers do have a little bit of an ult advantage. They've got the invisible boundary as well. Here comes the Glartrox from Exy. Wounds just a health point away from being KO'd. Goes up for the Insong Inferno and he'll get a KO out of it too. Takes down Wendy, and Hypobolical will follow up. Exy taken down. Marvel trying to right the ship here for Z10, but it is going to be a 1 for 2. They get a 1 for 3 now as Wounds gets his as well, taking out Soko on that Double Dinosaur. So big hole in the front line for Zero Tenacity here. Plenty of opportunity for the Burgers as they are going to look to secure this first checkpoint, but Zero Tenacity not done yet. Exy quick swap over to the Strange and right through the portal, gets one off the Maelstrom of Madness here. Jerry on the Encephalo Ray as well, finding one for Z10 here, and the tides are shifting. The invisible boundary goes down and there's nowhere left to hide for the Burgers here. CYA from Wendy here keeps Zero Tenacity alive and well. Plenty of damage boost, and overtime will take down Z10, stop him at 102 meters.
Nicely done. No one going to be able to take any checkpoints this time. Z10 lock it down on their defense, and now we flip the script. The Burgers going to be jumping into their own defensive side now, and they are going to have the most impressive defense we have ever seen. Z10, they're ready, they're keen, and they're mean. They're ready to unsheathe their sword onto their own attack here. They are looking to bring out the fire, and we'll see if they can get it done right here, right now, as the Burgers prepare themselves for battle once again. RF bringing out the Loki of all things, playing into those doppelgangers there. I'm here for it. Let's see if it's the answer.
I was going to say, interesting with the Loki. You don't see him show up too much in the draft phase, but there are a few teams that get a lot of value out of him. So you're able to get those Gods of Mischief in a ton of matchups here. And some teams are really good at taking advantage of that. And they're seeing the writing on the wall that he's usually available and sneaks his way on through, as is, Loki's kind of MO there. But yeah, they're going to bring just the Loki and the Invis to the table here to try and sustain out against Zero Tenacity. Jerry, door's not open yet, so, never trust these guys until the doors open. But Jerry potentially on the Black Cat here. Exy over to the Psylocke that we have seen many times. But for the most part, Z10 pretty happy with the comp here. They're going to bring most of what they had on defense to the table here on this offensive run. It's 102 meters for Zero Tenacity to close out this series and get on the board here in stage 1. And Matsy, they are looking pretty clean. I think they might be able to pull it off here.
Yeah, they're looking clean, looking keen, and ready to try and get it done here, as they will be trying to catch them out, but it's going to be hard to catch Captain Korea when he's slipping through the back line there. They will take it slow and steady. Marvel once again ready to dive and ready to be the bride of Z10 here. The Burgers doing their best to hold the line, but over and over again, if it's Marvel, if it's Jerry, somebody is trying to divide your lines of sight, divide those lines of focus there. And it makes it so difficult to hold on to every single angle here. But they're not going to fret. They're going to already change it up. X is playing into the Winter Soldier here. That Bionic Hook could come out in a big way.
Yeah, and Exy knows that with those Loki clones floating around, plenty of fodder for a big Kraken impact to close things out early, but the Burgers are going to drag this one out here. Scrappy finding a KO onto Creative and to Jerry as well. Double KO for the funky-looking God of Thunder here in this back half of Museum of Contemplation. CYA already ready to go from Wendy. Soko will capitalize on it, take down Ved in another prehistoric showdown here, and Marvel on the move yet again here. Absolute menace on the Captain America, taking down Wounds and taking the fight straight to RF on that Loki, clearing out the way here with 2:30 left to go. Zero Tenacity just a few meters away.
Ooh, Portal coming out from Ved here. They will be able to get there just in time. And Song Inferno from Wounds as well, trying their best to burn their way through the back. Marvel back and will be able to get the first opener. XD going down though. Good trades from Jerry. Wounds is out of here. They're trying to dispel any doubt, any fear. The boundary at least going to sustain Burgers through the fight for now, but Hypolical needs to hold on for dear life in a big way. Okamoto around the side there, trying their best to collide with it. Got a Thunder. Everything coming out of this one. It's Marvel and Soko though, trying to turn the tides of this show. Jerry coming back with the BRB as well. The boy bringing out the holidays. The Galactic Legend on deck here, but they're still fighting, still trading KOs. The boy in trouble. The Tainted Voltage shutting them down there, but it could be time. It could be Kraken impact time. Dyer, here we go!
Yeah, XC armed and dangerous here, looking for one last round of KOs. A minute 30 on the clock, and just 3 meters away here is Zero Tenacity. Jerry over onto the Spider-Man and finding some value, but Hypolical gonna even out the odds here, taking down XC and shutting down that Kraken impact. Big defensive moment for the Burgers here, but a spectacular spin from Jerry will take down one strategist for the Burgers here. Not a lot of healing with just Loki, just RF. No region domain in sight for the Burgers. One by one, the lights go out, and Z10 to stop the resurgence here. A minute 11 left on the clock, and they'll close out the series 2 maps to 0.
GG, well played. Z10 taken away on top of that one, and what an impressive bout that was. We saw some great moments of flair coming out from the Burgers into that one, but it's not going to be Captain Korea, the MVP. Not going to be Marvel. It's going to be Jerry on the Spider-Man of all things. You love to see that one. That's a rare trading card if I've ever seen it, so collect that one while it's there, folks. But big dubs all round to Z10 out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, a solid showing here from Z10. Exactly what you expect to see. And, speaking of Marvel, Captain Korea there, no elims against him, 17-0. So, again, a member of Zero Tenacity walks away unscathed from the battlefield here. Soko as well, putting in some big work on that Double Dino matchup. A tough fight against Ved in the mirror, but he walks away the supreme dinosaur on the battlefield today. Of course, Wendy on the Rocket. CYA is coming up big for Z10. A ton of assists from that Rocket Raccoon. So many members of Zero Tenacity. They are firing on all cylinders now. Got the jimmies out last night against EXO, and this is what we expected to see from Zero Tenacity. But again, props to the Burgers. A lot of bright spots for this team against one of the toughest, undoubtedly, in Asia, especially at the end with just a minute left to go. I thought maybe we were going to see a map 3, but Jerry, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, swings in, hits that spectacular spin. Z10 follow up and capitalize on it. They convert to some big KOs, and that is it for Museum of Contemplation and it for this series. An impressive show from both sides, but I imagine exactly what Zero Tenacity looking to see here in this group stage.
Yeah, it's a good turnaround from them, you know, off the back of your friendly neighborhood Jerryman there. They managed to bring things out in a merry way. So, going to be very happy with the result out of that one. Obviously, the group stage, you know, you want to do your best to come out on top of it. 6 teams out of this will make their way towards the pack playoffs. So even if you do have a rough showing here or there, as long as you can keep your way outside of that elimination zone, everything will be A-okay.
Yeah, the elimination zone, although it's smaller than Australia and OCE, it still does exist. And I gotta say, I think Burgers has been the team that we had the most questions about coming into Stage 1, considering the fact that they were in the MRC prowess. This is their first time as a team bringing themselves to Ignite. But is this a level up, Matsy, for Z10 from preseason? They ended up getting 2nd place overall, but Burgers, again, being that championship team from MRC, was this a matchup we expected them to lose? Or, again, is Zero Tenacity even more leveled up than they were at the end of preseason?
Yeah, I think Z10 has certainly leveled up after the tail end of the preseason there. I think that they took a lot of reflection. You know, a lot more of their players are actually on site playing with each other in Korea now. So it does help the communication side of things there, you know, having some of the players in the same room, so to speak. But yeah, I think that they've done a lot to really restructure and reshape their approach heading forward into Stage 1. And yeah, their aim is for the top, 100%.
Well, I would hope so. But Diatonic, the way things have been going so far for Z10, they seem to be playing really similar to other teams that we've had tonight. XOXO has been a team that capitalizes a lot on individual play. Sungjuk Woo, we saw a lot of him doing that. Even on loyalty side, Joey started showing glimpses of that, even though it wasn't a winning series. Is that the way forwards for teams inside of Asia? Really just having these superstar power players that can break apart group fights?
It definitely feels that way. It seems like teams are looking for their anchor points within the roster. Not just that, but they're looking for quick swaps as well. We've seen across Pacific, both OCE and Asia, teams are not afraid to change up the composition when things aren't working. Gen G are a perfect example of that from OCE. Very quick to swap not only characters, but roles completely. You never know what role some of these players are gonna move out of the spawn zone on. And, you know, we see that from Z10 as well. Some quick swaps here and there. You know, Jerry like lightning over onto that Spider-Man, already back in the mix, gets a spectacular spin built up in record time and is able to help turn the tide. So yeah, I'd like to see kind of this fast and loose play with the compositions, and like you were saying, Keg, as well, looking for those players to kind of rally around. They know who their strengths are and they want to try to enable them.
All right, look, we got a few extra minutes before we get our interview set up. I gotta ask, Matsy, what's your go-to burger order?
Oh, that's a tough one, Keg. I like so many of them. I'm gonna, you know what? Right now, I'm gonna go in a different direction than normal.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go for a Korean fried chicken burger. Haven't had one in a
That
long
exists?
time, but oh yeah, that exists. You gotta, mate. I'm gonna put you on ball on that one.
I haven't lived
One of the
life
best
yet.
things. Yeah, you gotta enlighten yourself with that one if you can find it, because yeah, that is one of the best tasting things we've ever had. If you like a little bit of heat behind your burgers, there,
I love heat.
Definitely is well complemented with some of the sauces. So.
Why do you
Yeah,
think I want to
check it
work
out
in
if
this
you can't
region?
find
I
one.
love heat. All right, Diatonic, you're up, man.
It's a tough race for me. I've got a couple that are kind of in a dead heat. You know, I love a good like Western kind of barbecue cookout kind of smokehouse burger. I like that kind of thing as well. But you know, anything you put a fried egg on in terms of burgers, I'm a huge fan. A big fan.
Oh, man. All right, we got to ask our interviewee. We got Zichik ready here. He's the coach of Z10. Let's see what's going on over there, because we got a good old ring happening. What's up, man? How are you?
You know, I'm doing good. We didn't have, you know, brain worms today, so
Oh,
I'm
good.
a little happy.
Well, talk to me about that so far. So, what made the brainworms, in your opinion, occur from the last matchup?
Like sometimes like it's just you get faced with something like obviously they said they wanted to ban out Xe going into map 2 because like a lot like, Xe is a threat, like let's be real, and it threw us through a loop, and we decided to try things that we haven't been trying before for some reason, and it just, instead of sticking to what we know and what we understand, we just kept trying to like adjust things like as if it was a scrim, and just it felt like just getting into our own heads. So
Did you feel like it was a mindset difference that you needed as a big win condition?
yes and no. I think like honestly at some point every team is gonna have like their mix up. Like in preseason we saw like rejects lost matches they probably shouldn't have lost. Like it's like when preseason we played against Pirates, like they did the Mantis save and they banned out Mantis and stopped us, and it just threw us to a loop. Everyone needs to have that moment of the worms appearing before they can kind of like really straighten out and I think show what they want to show each season.
Yeah, I mean, really just feels like speed bumps along the way. No kind of real breakdown happening. Lots of improvement from day 1 to day 2 for you guys. Kind of looking a couple steps ahead, right? The big matchup still floating out there for you guys is Reject. What's kind of different for you coming into stage 1? Is there a different approach to a matchup like that? Obviously, don't open up the whole playbook, but, I'm just curious, what's looking different for you guys here in stage 1?
I think this meta is a lot more suited for us, especially like for Soko. Like it's very Dino is just like Thing and Strange team up put together, right? It's just and we played a lot of Strange last season, so like being able to play the Dino and just kind of throw Soko into that same role, it just makes it so much like easier and fluid to like kind of transition through this meta. Everything else just kind of fills out and falls out. Like obviously we're still trying to figure that out. NA has been changing a lot. Obviously people have been first banning Dino, which I still don't understand. I'm gonna be real. I don't ever see why we'd want to let through Gambit. So but like everything's been changing. We're still adjusting every day to it.
No, I'd love to see it, and keen to see more of that as the group stage progresses there. But we're going in a bit of a different direction with this one. Zayach, off the back of that victory, what would your victory meal of choice be?
Ooh.
My victory meal of choice? Oh my gosh. So I've been kind of close, but like I've been like really homesick being out here for the last month, and I really want shepherd's pie.
Oh,
I can go for some
East
shepherd's
Coast?
pie right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Michigan, born and raised. So
Okay. Game knows game. Rhode Island, I feel you.
yeah.
Okay. You know what? Shepherd's pie, chicken pot pie, all those kinds of pies have always been a classic favorite of mine too, dude. I completely get you. I guess for my final question, Z10, you guys were the big kind of unknown factor when it came to preseason. We had a pretty good idea that y'all would do well. You sniping that second place slot in the group stage was a surprise. You sniping the second place slot in grand finals was definitely a big surprise for a lot of us here too. So when it comes to I guess the wild card / underdog story for your team, talk to us about that journey and what it's like to have a team rally around yourself and all the players to make sure you can push forwards and hopefully go for that championship run again. And if you have anything to say for your future opponents, and I guess it's a twofold question, or anyone in the audience right now, the platform is yours. Talk to us about that journey and what do you have to say to everybody?
I don't think the team necessarily rallied behind me. I think they all rallied together kind of as one group. I definitely could be way more of a like dictating presence to like what we're doing and how we're approaching certain things. Sometimes I think you know, maybe I do I give a little bit too much freedom at times, which is not necessarily a bad thing. They get a lot of opportunity to practice and test things as stuff goes through, but when it comes down to match day, I really need to be like that present figure. It's been a learning experience through the preseason, just learning from, you know, Xe, Marvel, like Jerry, and even like Baiser and Soko. Like they're all great players. Like I've competed with, you know, Soko, and like not competed, but against them on various teams in prior titles. So like, you know, there's always something to learn from everybody, and it's been a very much like a day at a time kind of thing. And there's definitely been some ups and downs for sure, like in terms of just like sometimes like language barrier or just like how we're approaching stuff like from one day to the other. But for the most part, I think they all have like good heads on their shoulders. So, and to like the other teams, like I don't think, like I don't know, I respect them all. Like regardless of placing, I think as long as like you're competing and your heart is in it, whether, you know, I understand some teams have so many things that are going on, like you know, issues of like maybe they don't have a coach, or just there's not a lot of agreement, or like there's arguments every day. Either way, like they're still coming in every day, they're practicing and they're showing up and competing, and I think they deserve the utmost respect for at least, you know, being a part of what is happening in the league.
I think very well put. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate your well thought out and well put answers. And, you know, the way things have been going for Z10, I'm sure this won't be the last time we interview you, man.
Yeah, hopefully I hope to, you know, chat a little bit more with you guys as the games go on.
Hey, by all means. And you know what? It's not a hope. It is a guarantee. I know for a fact that y'all can make that big run again. Zychek, thank you so much again, dude. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I mean, look, Zero Tenacity, they've been a fan favorite. Every time they're playing in a matchup, chat just illuminates with Z10 fans. It's like a magic trick. But another magic trick that we have is that we still have so many more matches today. We have been blessed so far with so many amazing matchups here, Matsy. Are there any ones that we have? It doesn't have to be the next one, but just in general, are there any matchups that we have to look forward to tonight?
All of them.
Oh, well.
I feel like the one I looked forward to the most is just Progress Past. But, you know, I'm really hopeful for the next one that we have before us as well. I think we've got a Triple AD and M1 Hex here. I think this will be a good proving point for both of these teams. And I think that M1 Hex have something to prove. You know, they're coming into this as a bit of the underdogs, I'd say. So I think this will be a nice point in the storyline for them.
Well, I gotta go put in my burger order, so we'll be right back. We're gonna go to a small break. N1 Hex Triple AD, not too far off. We'll see you then.
small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
It's hard to believe that we're already almost done with the night. We're just about halfway through. N1 Hex versus Triple AD, our next matchup of the night, and we get to see if the streak will continue of 2-0s across the board. My name is Keg, and join with me again is Diatonic and Matsy. Mr. Tonic, I gotta ask you, is this the matchup that will break it apart? Are we going to a Game 3?
It's a tough call here. We're getting kind of into the, teams in the middle of the pack all battling it out. Yeah, I do, stay somewhere in the middle here. But, Triple AD, one of my big breakout hits in the preseason, they made themselves in the conversation for top teams very early on, taking some big wins, taking a win over Reject in the group stage. That really got my eyes on them all throughout. So looking for them to kind of capitalize, continue the streak here. They've had a strong start in stage 1. So it is a tough battle on paper for N1 Hex. They've taken a map or two here or there, but have not found their first series win in Ignite, so you want to at least see them take it to that map 3 for sure.
I mean, it's really been this duality, right, where a lot of teams have just simply leveled up. No team has really fallen off their horse, I would say, from preseason into stage 1, at least in Asia. I'm a little worried for N1 Hex, I'm not gonna lie. I think they had a strong start for preseason, but unfortunately, it was really only the start that was strong, and once teams got their bearings together, they weren't able to really find that same semblance as they did before. Diatonic, do you think having a slow start to the stage 1 is going to be really like the only loss N1 Hex has? Could this be their time to turn it around?
I think slowly over the course of the stage, you are going to see things come together for them. N1 Hex is one of the teams here in Asia that's gone through quite an upheaval in the roster between preseason and stage 1. So this is another instance of, teams coming together, learning how to fight together, building that chemistry versus established rosters that have stuck together. Not a ton of changes for Triple AD, though, 1 or 2 tweaks here and there. So, that chemistry, we've seen that carry teams across all regions of Ignite. So, for N1 Hex right now, it's kind of a little bit of a rebuild, just trying to get their feet wet together, learn how to find that perfect mesh.
Rebuild City, Matsy. Is this going to be N1 Hex's time to shine?
It could be. I think that this is
come on!
A proving point for them,
You guys are torturing me!
I think they could do it. No, I really hope we see at least maybe a 3-mapper out of this one, because I did hear between the preseason and now that N1 Hex had actually leveled up a bit, on the back of some roster changes there. They're looking a lot better than they were, at least in some perspectives. Against this team, though, I don't know.
It's a tough call, right? Because Triple AD, they were that premier kind of second fiddle to Pirates for the longest time when it came to preseason. Pirates, unfortunately, has dissolved. They've shipwrecked, if you will, after preseason, so they're not really around anymore. But this maybe does introduce an opportunity for N1 Hex to take over that spot? Question mark, Matsy?
I think it could be an opportunity for them. And I mean, there's a bit of a rivalry between these two teams, right? Because you've got Winska there, who did play for Triple AD into the preseason, and now they're versing their old team. Now, this is going to be a bit of a rivalry for the ages in that regard. So I think they're going to have a lot of fun, a lot of competitive flair coming into this one. And I'm excited for what these two teams are going to be able to showcase.
What I really liked, though, about Triple AD back in preseason, Diatonic, was the fact that the frontline Vanguards looked fantastic through and through. Now Devil Dinosaur is out. No Smite already showing the team introduction, his love for Captain America. We saw a lot of that back in the preseason. I think if teams are struggling to beat out the Vanguards this early into the stage, I think there's a big chance for Triple AD to make a big run in group stage.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like there's a lot of emphasis on the front line, a lot of eyes on these Vanguard players. And, you know, Tuba picked up Devil Dinosaur and run with him like he's been the main since day one for him. I mean, you know, good stuff for this Triple AD squad. You know, of course, Mondu and Snake being the new blood injected here into this Triple AD roster. And they've gotten some value already in their first matchup. So 1-0 on the board, looking for them to try and extend that. But yeah, you're right. No Spite and Tuba, a deadly frontline combination that N1 Hex are going to have to try and find an answer for very quickly.
You did bring up something interesting before in the last matchup, but I didn't have an opportunity to really talk about it until now. Every single team that we've seen so far today, of course, one side has been a winning team. They've been flawless so far for our only day of Asia, right? But every single one of those winning teams will be going up against a team that lost yesterday too. So every team that won yesterday has a chance to continue being flawless here on out. Do you think that streak will continue throughout the day?
Yeah, I mean, I think momentum is key in Marvel Rivals. You know, you go into these fights very confident. I've heard from like a lot of duelist players in the pro scene that you have to come in with the mental of I'm the better player and I'm gonna outplay you here in this fight. And you see that mental game be so big into this space. So I have to imagine taking those first wins, now coming into tonight, several teams that are 1-0 facing off against teams that are 0-1. Have to imagine the challenge is extend that momentum, take that second win, or maybe your whole stage 1 run is going sideways right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not going to be easy the way things have panned out, right? If you are going 0-2 in your first 2 play days for stage 1, we saw how brutal Oceania was, Massey. There were some teams that lost out. I mean, sure, it was triple elimination, it wasn't round robin, but even then, some people's stage 1 run ended in day 2. Even though the format is different, I can't imagine that the feeling, at least confidence-wise, it might as well be the same thing.
Crushing. It's got to be the most crushing feeling, and you know, to be able to come back into that is going to be something else entirely, Keg. But I'm hearing some whispers from
yeah, very interesting. Well, we are going to get things set up in the back end. We have yapped for too long. It's our designated yapping break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be N1 Hex and Triple AD in just a few moments.
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Well, I hope you enjoyed the world's shortest break, because we certainly did. I feel nice and refreshed, but something tells me you two are about to have a lot of work soon, and I think that might be because we're about to get into map number 1. I'm excited, Diatonic.
So am I. I've definitely been looking forward to this one. I want to see N1 Hex get one up on the board here. Might be on the back of Krakoa here. That is map 1 on deck. Of course, Random Domination, the opener for every series we're watching here tonight. But yeah, you want to see N1 Hex come out of the gate strong here. Domination, a lot of times it comes down to that first fight. It is so important to get that momentum built early. So I got eyes on the early game here on Krakoa.
To be fair, a lot of that also comes down to it being Hell's Heaven. That's a very snowball-heavy map. Krakoa is a little bit different. I think there's a lot more comeback potential here, but again, with just how aggressive Triple AD as a team has been so far, man, I don't know. I think N1 Hex still needs to win this first fight more than anything else.
Need to win it and need it to be primed up to do it. But for now, we're going to be going through it into the draft and get on the raft. It's time to take away the Gambit in a second here. Goodbye, Gambit, and hello to the dinosaur. As as we will jump in to our default set of bans and protects onto this one once again.
Taking out the Gambit on mutant home territory, by the way. The utopia of the mutants, hand-built for them to have their own space, and Gambit not even allowed in the door here. Mantis as well, not going to set foot on the shores of Krakoa, but one beast that will, the Devil Beast, with that Rampage. Devil Dinosaur saved for both teams here. Definitely want to see N1 Hex kind of go back to the drawing board, maybe stick to the fundamentals a little stronger here. They just got to get a map up on the board, take things one step at a time here. Of course, that first step is this draft here, and solid stuff so far. Mantis and Luna taken away from both sides, so a lot of focus on the strategist here in these Asia bans.
Yeah, they're really just divide and conquering their way through the strategist lineup, aren't they? But you see, AAAD put that priority towards the Phoenix this time, so looking to have whatever they can to try and pelt down the Devil Dinosaur into this one. I like the response from N1 Hex, though. We've seen the Captain America players do a lot of impact for their teams, right? They've been great at scouting, great at diverting attention away from the rest of the squadron there. So not having a mobile Vanguard like that one at their disposal does mean they have to shift gears a little bit. Maybe we see them play something like Venom instead.
Yeah, and it's clear that N1 Hex has done their homework here. They do not want to let No Smite on to the Captain America. Absolute demon on the Steve Rogers. So off the table for AAAD here. Phoenix, though, ready to go for both sides. No rocket for N1 Hex, though. But Phoenix, you know, plenty of value in almost every map she hits the battlefield on. So expecting to see a little bit more of that. But yeah, clean slate here for N1 Hex. Brand new matchup, and maybe a little bit closer informed where they're at, kind of in that lower mid-card space here in Asia. But this team definitely looking to climb here. You know, not in quite the same position as Loyalty. They've at least gotten a couple map wins here in Ignite, but still on the hunt for that first series. So obviously trying to find it early in this group stage to start their campaign. AAAD, meanwhile, a confident first win for them. They are starting off strong here yet again. Been a breakout team since the preseason. I mean, really, it feels like the Pacific region has developed so many strong MRC teams. They got hands here. The Burgers as well, putting up some big fights. So this is a brawl between two of those teams that qualified out of the MRC. Not the first time they have tangled, certainly won't be the last here, but N1X looking to try and make this one a big win so they can get things off and running. AAAD, of course, gonna just look for some more momentum here. We're ready to go, though. Doors to Krakoa open. AAAD N1 Hex, map number 1.
Map number 1, and it's time to get it done. The map of many portals, and who will be taking them? Who knows? We do have a King Pool here. Tsuba going to be donning that impressive costume there, and ready to see if they can do more in a second. There's No Smite. We'll be looking to hold it down, knock down some of the terrain there, so create more angles of attack. Rocco now stacking the deck there. We'll be able to inject the double KO into the mix, and N1 Hex on the back foot with immediate effect there. Now looking to be separated, and it's all falling apart from here. Rocco is just shredding their way through everybody. AAAD on lockdown.
Yeah, beautiful opening salvo here from AAAD. They are picking up right where they left off yesterday here, looking to make day 2 another big success for this MRC team. And there are threats across the board here, front, middle, and back of this team. You gotta watch out, because you are just as likely to get KO'd by somebody like Rocco picking up 3 on the Black Cat, as you are Mondu or Quasid from the back line too. So there is no one you can really relax around here on this AAAD squad. N1 Hex, though, getting in the mix. Louis on the Black Cat making some moves, taking down Snake on the Phoenix. That'll pop Quasid's BRB right back up and in the fight, but a good start here for N1 Hex.
A good start to win it back there. Win's going to be able to find Rocco. No Smite going down as well, so already looking to claim some pieces there, and we'll be able to turn it around. At the 38% mark there, the spark is extinguished, as NRX will be able to cast a Hex upon their enemies, and we'll be able to force them all the way back towards a spawn there. I like how Blaziken's blazing ahead of this one as well, you know, forcing them out of space there, just holding the line onto this one to keep that forward territory here, and it's just going to further enable them to get that further progression. But they're scouting all the meanwhile as well. They have that tight line of sight, and they're ready to dive when they get the call.
Yeah, and I love the tempo that N1 Hex are taking here. They got the BRB popped pretty early, so any KO in the real team fight that breaks out after that is a confirmed KO for them, and they walk away with it. They're already closing the gap with Triple AD, but somebody from Triple AD is on the point, looking for the back capture here. They're going to try to battle on through Rocco, picking up another one on the Black Cat, but Louis in action as well. Goes for Quasad. Solid target prio here. Snake on the Insong Inferno will find NRX, and Spooky gonna battle back for N1 Hex here as they're gonna pass 50% of the way captured. Rocco's calling card goes up and right back down here. Not a ton of value out of the Black Cat ultimate in this fight. Devil Beast Rampage now for No Smite, and the Banhammer coming out from Tuba. First time in this matchup. 1 for 2 it looks like here. Blaziken will find 1, but Triple AD battling back strong. That's gonna force out Invisible Boundary here from N1 Hex, looking to try and extend their lead even further, but a lead Nazi that very quickly growing in this fight.
Yeah, cultivating it to an all-time high here, and Calling Card may be able to push the issue further, but Snake now finding the trade back is going to be good for Spooky there. See if they can manage to spark the issue even further now. Blaziken with the Freedom Charge could be a good answer to Triple AD here, trying to break in, but they're not going to look to pop it just yet, you know, playing more disciplined. Oh, whoopsie daisy, going to be in a bit of trouble there. The Turbo needs to get the heck out of there, or they are going to be KO'd out. But for now, OT timer primed up, Freedom Charge is locked in. Triple AD, what can they do to hold through this one?
Yeah, lots of overheal for N1 Hex. They're in a great spot here to try and close this out. Spooky will win the dinosaur battle, taking out No Smite. He'll get up off of the BRB, but that overtime very quickly ticking down now. N1 Hex dangerously close to closing out point number 1 here. Tuba in a little bit of trouble, gets some help from that backline. Snake the only one holding an ult here, but it's NRX that'll find Rocco. That forces out that Insong Inferno to try and turn the tides here. No KOs coming through that one, and now NRX has that Phoenix ult ready to go here, but Triple AD don't have the tools. They're losing the bodies too. Healing in trouble here. Mondu in a lot of danger. The only strategist they've got up and on the point here as N1 Hex having a little bit of trouble closing it out here, but they are in a position of power. The upper hand is theirs, and Winsker's got a Camille unleashed, and they will unleash it here. No holding it for point number 2. Comes up a big here. 2 for 2 between these teams, but Triple AD finally forced off, and N1 Hex taken after the reflip. They go 0 to 100.
Yeah, nicely done. Triple AD left drowning in a pool of KOs there. Let the bodies hit the floor, and they will be looking for more into the Cradle. The next objective on lock there. You saw the last second change to the Strange there from No Smite. They were ready to try and contest against that, but the timing just didn't work out for Triple AD onto that one, so No Smite will be straight back onto that dinosaur and ready to walk their way forward. But N1 Hex looking good into the beginning there. See if they can keep this up into the next portion as well, as they have plenty of time to prepare themselves for the battle ahead. And, you know, traditionally into the current season, you'd think that a single-sided rocket might net you an advantage, but in Triple AD's case here, it doesn't seem to be working out.
Yeah, I mean, NRX has that lock on Phoenix. Definitely a threat to Quasid's rocket ultimates for sure here. But it's textbook from N1 Hex. They take control of the point. They apply that forward pressure, do a lot of their fighting off of the point, all the way up until that last overtime brawl that just seemed to go on and on. But with no ults in the bank for a long time for Triple AD, N1 Hex just able to wear them down. And in the stamina contest, they take it here. So now 1 point away from closing out Krakoa against Triple AD. The Triple AD did have the first cap there, but once N1 Hex retook, it was off to the races, 0 to 100 for them. So definitely going to look for a little bit more of that here, though probably a slow start for them because they've only got the Invisible Boundary ready to go. They need some offensive tools to try and take this first point.
Calling Card are going to be coming out early. Louis are trying their best to divide things up. Catches Snake there, slithering their way in. Rocco has to find something back. CYA coming up. BRB bringing Snake back into it, so we're not going to be able to rely on that anymore. Boundary coming through. It's going to be unleashed as well. And Triple AD now wreaking havoc upon this one. Devil Beast Rampage from Deep Spooky as well, doing the best to trample their way through their enemies. Calling Card coming out from Louis as well. Here, Quasid not going to be able to escape the wrath of the cat as they slice and dice with the claws. Oh, everything's getting exposed here by N1 Hex. Louis is unstoppable, but Tejuma will claim it back and sink their teeth into that one with No Smite. Just when you think N1 Hex wins the fight, no, it continues with a portal.
so close there. And they lost that Invis ult very early on. I have to imagine if Invisible Boundary was able to stay up for N1 Hex, that fight might have looked very different, but almost as quickly as Exliel threw it down, it was gone, caught outside of the boundary here. So N1 Hex unfortunately left without a strategist ult for a little while here. Kumio Unleashed almost ready to go, but it's really that Invisible Boundary that they're going to be leaning on quite heavily here. Triple AD as well, expending a lot of the bank. They do have that Insong Inferno for Snake ready to go here, but Louis is the one they got to watch out for on the side of N1 Hex. That Black Cat moving different here on point 2.
Yeah, gonna be able to set things in motion there. Blaziken in a bit of trouble as well. Ooh, does go down, so it'd be good for No Smite to take one of the critical vanguards out of this, but again, Louis, target acquired, target neutralized. Will find Quasit there, so gonna be very difficult for them to play Rocket here. Kumio Unleashed from Winsger as well. Looking good to maintain control of the mission area here, but I mean, NRX may even further that to tube it down. Looking to burn through more. Everybody is getting burnt to a crisp on this one. N1 Hex are flexing their way through.
Yeah, what a fight here for this N1 Hex squad. 55% and still counting for them. Total domination on point 2 so far. They do a great job of kneecapping the backline of Triple AD early on, leaving them with just one strategist going into that fight, and they convert on a lot of KOs there to start things off. So very good early looks as those team fights start to pop off for N1 Hex. Blaziken, though, not looking to slow down the tempo. Freedom Charge on the move here. Lots of overhealing again for N1 Hex. Plenty of safety for NRX to start taking KOs, but a backup here from Triple AD will stop N1 Hex at 79%. Snake as well, nice shot, headshot onto Blaziken's cap there, slowing things down for N1 Hex, but no doubt they are going to be right back in the mix and trying to move again.
They're going to be right back into the thick of it here and ready to try and see if they can peel their way forward as Rocco will be able to start the show here, looking for more with Mandu. So it'll be very mobile heroes getting the job done. Triple AD finding the recipe onto that one, and they're on the edge of a few crucial ults to their name as well, so should be able to stall for time, build up percentage, and get more from there. But I mean, N1 Hex, they're on the edge of some big ones as well. As soon as Louis has that calling card, I think that they are going to be able to absolutely blow the mission area up. We've seen it happen multiple times so far, Diatonic, and they're already looking for a flank here. I'm terrified.
Yeah, they got to track down Louis and keep him pinned down as much as they can. No luck for Exliel, though, taken down by Rocco. Triple AD's Black Cat on the move here, and that gap between these two teams very quickly closing here. N1 Hex can't afford a lot more mistakes like that because they will slowly see this one slip away from them. They do have a lot of ults on tap, though. Plenty of tools at their disposal to try and retake here, but they just haven't quite found a solid engage for themselves. Slowing down a little bit, but it's Louis, got the calling card ready to go here. Got everyone's number on the side of Triple AD, and they're going to need some big value here, but it's Ult City for Triple AD. The Banhammer from Tuba, the Devil Beast Rampage from No Smite. Plenty of damage coming out, but overhead, though, Insong Inferno as well comes crashing down. Doesn't quite convert it, and Insong from both sides of the board here, 1 for 1 as Winsger and Rocco get theirs, but N1 Hex pulling out ahead here thanks to D-Spooky on the Dinosaur, and Winsger picking up another one with that Kumio Unleashed. Triple AD take the lead at 91%, but N1 Hex not too far behind. It is coming very quickly down to this last fight.
Will be portal time as well. They've switched off into the Invis there. Do have No Smite on the Strange and ready to try and engage into this 195 and ready to dive straight in. They will succeed. So now they're going to contest towards an OT push here. Already try and collect their enemies. Rocco bringing out the calling card here. Snake in a bit of trouble though. Does catch Louis. That's one piece down. Traded straight back by Winsger there. Looking for more around the corner of this one. Winsger doing the best they can to keep their vanguard alive. Healed up into this one. Otherwise, everything will go up in flames. But still going to be more shifting gears. The Tuba trying their best to divide up the back line, and it's all could be converted as they're on the edge of a capture of their own here, Dyer.
It's really going to come down to this Freedom Charge from Blaziken on the verge of being charged. Triple AD, though, just inches away from a retake here. Rocco and Tuba on the move, finding the KOs early on here. D-Spooky going to try to even the odds for N1 Hex as they take some of that overhealing. Quasit has the BRB ready to go for No Smite, who's on the Strange now as the Triple AD finally make the retake here, and trouble for N1 Hex. 2 bodies off the point. Blaziken in a hot seat here, as well as it's only Winsger with the healing ready to go. Double 90 199 overtime on this point, and Triple AD gonna look to take it all the way to point 3.
Yeah, looking to take it all the way down to the wire here and ready to fire things up again. They're playing around the portal, using it as another line of sight, another way to divide up the fight here. Agamotto's at the ready as well if they need it. Here we go. Ooh. The eye drops down, slicing their way through. Rocco going to be finding much success over this with Snake, and the Banhammer coming down as well. Triple AD break back in, claim the capture point, and we are moving on to the Grove.
No Smite, yet again, the savior for Triple AD here. That Eye of Agamotto, a time bomb that I had my eyes on for a solid 30 seconds, and it delivered there. 3 stuns onto N1X. They crippled the backline early on yet again, and from there, it is like dominoes. 1 by 1, N1X fall, and Triple AD make it an even race here on Krakoa. We are going all the way to point number 3. I'm looking for Triple AD to start off very aggressive here, though. They've got some big damage potential, very likely going to take the first cap here, but N1X not too far behind in the alt econ game, so look for them to battle back pretty soon after that first take here. But yeah, it is going to come down to maybe a buffed up In-Song Inferno from Triple AD, but we're going to go all the way here. A showdown between these two teams as N1X taken to task on point 2, and now got to find a way to turn the tides here on point 3.
Yeah, they need to find an answer. They need to find a way to advance past this one, as they are going to be in a bit of a troublesome scenario. Triple AD have all the pieces they need if they go early in order to take the initial mission area capture in to focus there. But if Louis gets that calling card, that's when it all goes absolutely haywire. I like how both teams are playing into the high ground as well, though. Looking to take the fight in the single stage file there, and the dial straight in. Rocco going to be the one to find the opener there. X-Lyle taken out of style there. Winsger now could be the next point of focus. Oh, NRX now going to be flexed away there. Mandu good with the boundary. We'll be using it to a T. So good stuff coming out from Triple AD. But Rocco going to be traded out as well. Oh no. Here's the calling card. Louis ready to try and stall this mission area. Banhammer coming down from Tuba as well. Dyer, I'm a bit worried of what M1X can do here.
Yeah, calling card, but they do have Louis' number now. They have seen how that Black Cat moves, and they have the advantage now. Triple AD gonna take that first cap, and they're holding a calling card of their own there, courtesy of Rocco, who's been very comfortable in your KO feed all throughout this match. A big player for Triple AD, and has been as long as we've been watching them here. So obviously a big player for them to lean on, and there's the calling card now. No other backup, though, for Rocco, so he's gonna look for somebody out of position here to catch off guard, and he might have found his mark there. Finds Louis. Big play. Black Cat v Black Cat, and it is Rocco that walks away victorious here. Gets into the mix of the rest of N1X. No Smite will pick up the win against D-Spooky in that dinosaur matchup as well, and Rocco not done. Claws flying in every direction. Tuba and Snake as well gonna find some KOs here. Big fight here for Triple AD.
Big fight coming out in a big way, and we'll be happy to keep things swaying into their favor. X-Lyle, though, would be the answer to try and turn things around here. Triple AD just on the edge of holds. I like how Tuba's still scouting here, playing the tight angles and looking to give themselves the opportunity to fall straight back if the need arises onto this one. But speaking of need arising, Rocco getting a little bit too deep there. Does find an opening for N1X here. Blaziken leading the Freedom Charge right now, straight on a one-state course onto the mission area.
Yeah, it feels like the window is closing very quickly here on N1X. Triple AD at 75% capture progress, and they've already taken out Louis in this fight now. Tuba coming up big here for Triple AD, and has the Banhammer ready to go here. Manages to get it off just before getting KO'd, but he will survive as well. X-Lyle throwing down that invisible boundary for N1X. They are trying to find a way into this one, but so far, Triple AD have had them completely locked out, shut out into the cold here. Snake has that In-Song Inferno to warm him up, though. Put down some more damage here. Tuba and No Smite pick up the final hits, as well as Rocco. 1 by 1 N1X fall, and at the worst timing, because we are in overtime and there's no one from N1X on the point. X-Lyle gonna go over to the Strange, but I don't think the portal can make it there in time. No, they cannot. Overtime ticks away, and in a map 1 heater, Triple AD will walk away with Krakoa.
Yeah, my goodness. Ooh. Triple AD managed to find the reversal under that one after N1X brought the claws out, and Triple AD will win the cat fight this time. So, going to be very impressed how they managed to pull themselves together there, but it's not one of the cats that takes away the MVP. It's Tuba on the King pool. Gonna be very happy with that one, or the Van pool, if you want to be formal about it. It's gonna be a good stuff coming at you from Triple AD.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful stuff from Tuba. That Vanpool showing why he is still relevant here, even in Season 8, though I will warn you, do not spell Tuba's name backwards. You might get a jump scare in there, but look at these numbers. They do not lie for Triple AD here. 35-4 on that Vanpool, but Rocco, 33 elims, 22 of those being finals on the Black Cat, so able to finish his food all game long, and I've had my eyes on Rocco since we've been watching Triple AD. Always impressive stuff, but you know what? Very good looks here for N1 Hex. A solid performance from them, taking Triple AD to task, though Triple AD have the answers and are ready for the battle back to the very end of this map, but maybe this most solid performance we've seen out of this new N1 Hex roster so far.
Yeah, and it looks like the rumors are true. You know, N1 Hex have been breaking out in a big way into this one, and I think that it's onwards and upwards from here from them. You know, I think the sky is the limit, and if this is some of the potential that we're seeing from them there, you know, they're managing to take capture points off a Triple AD into this one. I think they have a very promising future ahead of them. So I'm hopeful to see them tap into that heading forward, and you know what? I hope we see 3 maps.
I mean, the potential for 3 maps here is very high, and you're right, you know, again, N1 Hex, like we talked about, going through a bit of a rebuild here, a lot of new blood on this team, and if they're already coming together like this now, it is a good trajectory for them going forward. But Triple AD managed to take it in a heater of a map number 1. There's plenty more where that came from. We're gonna go to a short break just ahead of map number 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Well, N1 Hex is certainly showing us a surprise or two. They're looking pretty dang good, Diatonic. They took a sub-map off of Triple AD, and I gotta say, you know, I'm flabbergasted. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, I mean, a really good look here pretty early on into this N1 Hex rebuild, their second official match together here. Obviously no scrim in practice, they've done some work together before, but a really good look here on the bright lights and the big stage. Obviously they drop the map here to Triple AD, but like you said, they get one of those sub maps and they make another one pretty competitive. Point 3 definitely belonged to Triple AD there, no doubts about it. But yeah, I think if you know, looking across the board, the maps or the matches we've already seen and the matches ahead, this one right now has high potential for me to go all the way to number 3.
All right, Matsy, talk about Black Cat to me, because we were touting at the beginning of this stage that she would be super meta, and while we're seeing a lot of Black Cat bans, a lot of reserves, and a lot of play, she doesn't seem like she's had the biggest impact outside of Rocco in all the matches we've had so far. Is that indicative of people figuring out how to counter Black Cat more, or is it just people finding her less comfortable in matchups?
Yeah, I feel like there's definitely a key element of both there, where a lot of people are playing into the counterplay there. You know, we've seen a lot of that adaptability showcased in OCE, especially in the championship matchup there. You know, just a lot of counterplay coming through, and I think that that's one factor as a part of it. But also, you know, there's going to be playing into the trade-off as well, where sometimes you got too much focus over the Black Cat there, so you see it banned out, considering the impact some of the players are able to make onto it. But again, you know, it plays into that philosophy where if you ban out some of the duelists, there's always going to be another answer. Black Cat, you got DD, you know, you've got other things that you can play into. So it's kind of difficult to ban around your duelist pool there, considering all the other options that you have.
So let me ask you, because we're not going to Museum of Contemplation, which, by the way, is a big surprise in our region, we're going to Yggdrasil instead. Are we going to be seeing that Daredevil instead of Black Cat?
Ooh, I think it's definitely possible here. You know, jumping in into it, I think it could certainly be possible if it is shaved out. Obviously, I think Black Cat's utility can have some good value, especially playing into the portal there, where you can just dip your toes in and out of fights. I think that that's going to be a really high value piece of utility, and being able to scout with the flame there. There's a lot you can do on the Black Cat here, but I mean, again, they're both, you know, side by side into this one, just like we're side by side. They are in it to this draft, and hey, look at that, it's the same again.
Yeah, no changes there, but no, great shout on the Black Cat utility. You know, we talk a lot about the ult, a lot about her damage potential, what she does in fights, but I feel like we don't talk enough about that shop and how much utility she really has. Like you said, the Flame Orb, perfect for scouting, perfect for, you know, a sentry there to get some damage down as someone's trying to walk back to the fight. You know, the baby portals, of course, great movement options for you to get through to continue the Black Cat streaks. I mean, there is a lot on the table for her to do in these fights, and I feel like sometimes that gets overlooked in favor of, you know, the big multi-KOs, which I get it, right? You know, you want to see the quad, the penta, the hexa KO from Black Cat, but yeah, there's so much potential for her to be used, so that's why she's so powerful and so highly desired by a lot of these teams. Let's see, couple of things changing here in the draft. I feel like one-sided Mantis for N1 Hex. They will bring Mantis to the table. I think for the first time tonight we've seen a team player. It's going to be one-sided Devil Dino, though, for Triple AD. That's a big pickup for sure. No Captain America ban this time from N1 Hex. They will stop the Star-Lord and the Phoenix in the back half of this draft. Triple AD, though, they will take away the Loki here and save a Luna for themselves, as will N1 Hex. So, couple of changes here in this draft.
Yeah, gonna be a couple of pieces taken out of play. I can understand the Loki ban, considering the many points of verticality on this map in particular. You know, you think about that first stretch there, right off the edge of the first checkpoint. There's a lot of places where Loki can place their doppelgangers and really find a ton of value. So it's great they have been able to take that out there, make it a single-sided engagement for Triple AD if they want it. Will they play it? I don't know. We'll find out. But we are seeing some of our heroes of focus right now, and I'm already liking what I'm seeing from Louis there. They're going to play the Atom. No, maybe the Ultron. If there was Atom, I'd be very reminiscent of that last series we saw, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like we're seeing, you know, second verse, same as the first there, but no Adam Warlock hitting the battlefield quite yet here. A couple interesting things coming out from N1 Hex early, but too early of a look for me to really say, because again, that door not open yet. I don't trust anything they're gonna bring out here until it flies open. But N1 Hex gonna take the first attack here. This is their map pick, so Triple AD now fighting in N1 Hex territory. They are gonna be on defense to start things off, and you know, N1 Hex got some good bans in there, you know, took away the Phoenix, took away the Mantis, made that Mantis one-sided, so they are clearly looking for a key here, something, even something small to turn the tides in their favor. But this is map 2 between these two teams. Triple AD walk away with a map 1 heater victory, now looking to close out the series. But N1 Hex, I fear, is far from done here. Welcome to Yggdrasil Path. It is not Museum of Contemplation. We are in the Kingdom of Easgard now, and it's been a long time since I've seen this one.
Yeah, ready to rumble, ready to stumble our way into this one, and NRX already be taking to the skies here, not allowing anybody to try and flank around the back here. Rocco going to be in a bit of trouble there, forced the ball out of position here, and N1 Hex just going to have a free push straight towards that first corner there. They're going to be happy with that. Triple AD, a little bit disjointed. Quasar in a bit of trouble, but no smite will be able to light the fight up now. Exile going down in style and looking to dial back into this one. NRX, though, will trade it back, finding the BRB as well. These are crucial pieces already being taken out of play here, but nobody is really getting ahead of it yet.
No, kind of breaking even between both teams here. Locking horns for now, 60 seconds away, and N1X over halfway to that first checkpoint. Tuba in a little bit of trouble there and gets caught out by Exlil on the invis, but Mondu got the KO right back there, taking out Blaziken with a headshot off of that Luna Snow. So big comeback there for Triple AD, and they've got a couple interesting things here bringing to the table this time around. Snake, of course, bringing Elsa Bloodstone back out, and No Smite does get the Captain America, but he's going to get a KO there, courtesy of a Winsker former teammate, and Cephalo Ray down the captain, and Snake in some trouble as well. NRX will find him on the Star-Lord. So N1 Hex, no big multi-KOs coming through, no big team wipes, but they are slowly picking away at Triple AD.
Yeah, slowly but certainly managing to pick the pieces apart here. So, be happy with that result there. Spooky as well, finding the Juba. Ooh, dragging the prison off front there, locking Quasar in place and managing to lay up things down. So, going to be a perfect way to push forward for N1 Hex there. They did use the Galactic Legend as well, just to get a bit more damage behind them. It's all working out an absolute treat here. But, you know, I spoke about Venom before, and Venom is here right now, coming out from Blaziken. And I think it's a perfect solution. Playing into that Feast of the Abyss there, going to be a good way to try and shut out the Rocket in particular. And very keen to see how it all goes down.
Yeah, looking for Blaziken to help him slow down that healing from Triple AD so they can take him out one by one, and so far working out in their favor. Just a few moments away from that Feast of the Abyss being ready to go here, but Triple AD got some tools of their own, but it's going to be Spooky again on the move here on this Groot. Early double KO. There's a BRB waiting for Snake, but no such luck for the Black Cat for Triple AD. NRX will take down Quasar on that Rocket as well, still holding the CYA, and N1 Hex on a tear here, lighting up Yggdrasil Path as they're looking to go for that second checkpoint with still 3:40 on the clock.
Yeah, still plenty of time for this one, and Triple AD is seemingly unable to stop them in place. Here, Rage of Ultron coming out with the dance floor at the side there. Do have the Apex Predator at the ready as well if they need it. Oh, there we go. Glatrox coming out of this one. Big pickup, special delivery straight towards the mission vehicle right now, but not getting any KOs from it. So, it'll be a big issue here from Triple AD. CYA going down as well. Boundary still up. Psionic Seduction could be forced here. Buzzard now being hunted again. Juba brought back by the BRB. Galactic Legend now forcing out the Freedom Charge here. Strangling with Prison, locking them in place. Calling card from Rocco, though, will be able to try and tie things up, but they are going to get tied down. Double for N1 Hex as they all force them down to rubble. Triple KO on for Quad. It's all looking great for N1 Hex onto this one, as they will be able to push it right to the end of the line there. No smite, no more might to stop them. And the checkpoint is locked down by N1 Hex are on fire.
Yeah, and this last bit here, pretty tough for offense, but N1 Hex have over 4 minutes at their disposal to try and close this out. So in a very good spot in terms of tempo, in terms of their time bank. NRX absolutely on fire this map on that Star-Lord. KO after KO, and they are crucial picks as well. So N1 Hex able to just walk this mission vehicle right on down, as you can see, and there he is in action again. That Star-Lord already on the move. Used the Galactic Legend in the last fight, and already 50% of the way to another one. So playlist popping for sure here on map number 2. It is going to be a Psionic Seduction from Tuba. He's over to the Emma Frost here, looking to get some control of N1 Hex, but they don't seem too seduced here. Winsker overhead, Rage of Ultron coming down for now, but a good look here as N1 Hex, 3:20 still on the clock, and they are 3/4 of the way to this third and final checkpoint. Rocco will find 1 KO on to Spooky the Groot, taken down, but he's going to come back with a vengeance and with a Strangling Prison.
Ready to go, ready to blow it together, but it is going to be Rocco taking it down this time, and onwards to more. Quad looking to flood ahead in a second, but N1 Hex got to respect them here. Can't afford to dive into the Lion's Den again. Rocco playing the corners here. Glatrox at the ready, bringing it out. Oh, it's damage all day long, baby. Rocco is back into it again here, stalling out time in a big way, and N1 Hex forced out of play all over again.
Yeah, you can see Triple AD really finding their foothold here. Plenty of options for defense to hold up and shore up some defensive options in this last leg of the map here. Looking good for Triple AD, but it is going to be the Strangling Prison from D-Spooky now. They're going to try to convert here in NRX overhead. Another Galactic Legend ready to go here, but a couple of strategist ults coming through. Snake had Rage of Ultron up, and Mandu now on the floor has that dance floor. Fate of both worlds, keeping Triple AD alive and well here. Soul Resurgence from Louis. Now he's over onto the Mantis that they were able to save this time around, and NRX coming up big in the KO feed, but right back at you. Mandu and Tuba finding it and making a 1-4-2 here. Man, Snake adding on to the value as well. N1 Hex in a little bit of trouble here. Under 2 minutes left to go. Still some time to make up, but definitely feels like Triple AD have found the rhythm here.
Oh yeah, they've found the rhythm of the night, and they're ready to take this fight straight to them, as they will be. Looking to hold it back with M1 Hex. They're going to be finding their own symphony in a second. They've got Feast of the Abyss, Rage of Ultron coming out, forcing out the Sonic Seduction there. See if they can take them out of play. Feast of the Abyss around the back, looking to see if they can crack through the Strategist. Not going to happen just yet though. Rocco going to be the first one to fall from Louis there on the Mantis. And looking to see if they can slice their way through the rest as well. But Triple AD, they are pressed, but they are not going down. They stand tall and will continue to fight their way through this one. Their composure is certainly being tested though. Mandu in a bit of trouble. Good freeze to at least keep them in play there. But M1 Hex, they're looking to push it towards final fight territory in a second. Glatrox is out dire, and this fight just keeps on going.
Yeah, running out of time and running out of space. Both teams' resources dwindling here. Strategist ults on both sides of the board, but it's an invisible boundary for N1 Hex. Overhead, though, Rage of Ultron coming out from Triple AD now, and that umbrella of that invisible boundary is good here for N1 Hex to try and keep this push going. 38 seconds and counting here as Rocco comes back with a vengeance on the Elsa here. Did throw down the Apex Predator, but doesn't need it to find the KOs here. Galactic Legend from NRX is good. Takes down Rocco. They'll find several members of Triple AD here. There's a BRB for Rocco, but Spooky will finish it, confirm the KO, make it a triple for Groot, and now N1 Hex just inches away from closing it out. I don't think Triple AD can make it back to contest. No, they cannot. 15 seconds in the bank for N1 Hex, and they will close out the map.
Oh my days. The halves have now flipped here, and N1 Hex will be able to get there with 15 seconds to spare. What a triumphant attack that came through from their side. They managed to absolutely crash their way into this series like a Meteor M, and they are not going to give that one up anytime soon here. Triple AD, they need to find a solution, find an answer. They're already looking to flip the script themselves. You can see Tuba thinking about, who should I play? Which Vanguard today? Is it Mag? Is it Angela? Is it Penny? Is it anything? All will be revealed in a second as we jump into the game here. But Punisher, I like this from NRX here. Punisher could be very, very scary considering the combination there between the Strangling Prison and the Final Judgment. That makes or breaks fights so many times. So this really means Triple AD have to be that one bit extra careful.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing here, N1 Hex knows that NRX is cooking here on map number 2, and they are going to try to enable him as much as they can. Louis got that damage amplification ready for that Final Judgment. Of course, Spooky's got Strangling Prison to lock down the victims for Frank Castle, but Blaziken as well has some potential to create a shooting gallery for that Punisher here. So they are looking to go all in on NRX here. Definitely not a bad choice, and Tuba takes the Venom into this matchup here. Gets battled back, though. Batted away by N1 Hex. A quick response from them, but we are flipping sides here. N1 Hex on defense. They did enter that last stretch of the map with 4 minutes, so solid work from Triple AD to whittle that down to just 15 seconds, but now they got to clear this map and then get ready for some overtime if Triple AD don't want this to go to map 3.
Yeah, have to prepare themselves for the battle ahead here. Already looking to play around the Thornlash walls there. Let's see. Can catch them. Big damage from NRX here, but Triple AD are doing a good job to use the mission vehicle for a bit of cover here. You know, they have to play the lines of sight. They can't afford to be within NRX's crosshairs. Otherwise, they're just going to pelt them down with damage. Like, already, they're causing a bit of disparity here. They're creating distance between them and the fight, and this really enables M1 Hex to just create a fortress around this mission vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it happening live in real time here. NRX punishing anybody that's caught without cover, and Blaziken punishing Rocco there, trying to make a quick escape, and Tuba will go down as well. That's going to force a strangling prison from Nosmite just to try and get some control here. NRX will meet the Encephalo Beam from Snake and go down back to spawn for one of the defenders here. No Rocket Raccoon, so no BRB for the quick get up, but NRX is going to come back with that final judgment, and there's a strangling prison on the board as well. So N1X going to see if that combination they're bringing to the table here is the key to success, but Snake right now on a tear on the Ultron overhead, taking down Louis. So one piece of this strategy off the board here. There's the strangling prison from Spooky. NRX in a little bit of trouble though. No final judgment so far. There it is, the pop of that Punisher ult, and now the Sonic Seduction from Blaziken too, but it's a dunk from Tuba overhead though, finishing off that final judgment, cut short with 2 minutes on the clock for Triple AD on attack.
Yeah, not much time to play into this one. Tuba going to be a critical piece here, using the Bulwark Shields to try yield the big results for them and theirs onto this one, and very eager to see how they can scoop something up out of this. I like this change up as well because it's a good answer to the final judgment there with the Meteor, but see how they fare. Blaziken now manages to burn down Nosmite. Carbon Crush coming out as well, forcing Tuba out of play there. They're taking a bit too much damage here. Will be forced off that line of sight now. Full charge Blaziken looking to absolutely burn ahead of this one, and they might just get another chance for it, but Winsker is bringing out the rage and ready to engage.
Plenty of rage on both sides of the board here, but it is N1X making Triple AD feel the hurt here. Tuba's gonna get back up, but NRX keeping that stagger going. Rocco now sat down for a few more seconds. 1 minute left to go for Triple AD to try and finish out this first checkpoint. N1X in a great position here to try and close out the fight. They don't have a ton of ults at their disposal, so could be the key for Triple AD to grab this first checkpoint if they can win a fight, but I don't know if one fight win is gonna be enough here, as that mission vehicle's already back to about halfway to checkpoint number 1 here. It's gonna be Snake starting off this fight for Triple AD. Rage of Ultron overhead gets some damage down onto N1X. They'll respond in kind though. Strangling Prison from Nosmite, and there's the KOs. Triple AD convert rapid fire there. 3 members of N1X taken offline in just a blink of an eye. 25 seconds now, and Nosmite gonna keep that pain of train rolling near Mondu as well. And N1X, I believe it's not gonna be so simple as one checkpoint here.
Yeah, not going to be that simple at all. Portal coming out as well. Final fight here. NRX walled off. Trying their best to stall. Should be able to get there in time, maybe. There we go. Boundary going to be forced out by M1X as well with immediate effect into this one. Forcing them off position there. Sonic Seduction coming out. Double KO coming out here. Looking for another. Feast of the Abyss around the side. Nosmite back in the fight with the BRB as well. Looking to do what they can. Soul Resurgence came out as well. You can hear everything being popped here. Louis doing the best to pull through. Rocco going to be on the strange as well here. Trying to portal back onto the mission vehicle. They're desperate. They're clawing their way into this one, but it's Winsker looking to deal damage from a distance on the Punisher. Boom! The KO comes through, and there's more to follow up, Dyer.
Yeah, that shotgun does not stop here, and Winsker's got one last trick up his sleeve. One more final judgment for N1X, and a big Eye of Agamotto for NRX as well. Double stuns here, and it is cannon fodder for Frank Castle here. 4 meters short, and Triple AD are losing the bodies. N1X are taking us to map number 3 in a bout of Nazi, as you like to say, Portal combat from both teams, but it's N1X that deliver the fatality here.
Woohoo! Portal combat, we love to see it, and we are breaking into a 3rd map. I love it. Can't wait to see more out of this series. It is delivering in a big way, just like the Spooky on the Grouped. Huge Strangling Prisons coming out for them there, 10 finals to their name, but it wasn't just their game. NRX doing huge stuff there, 15 finals, and to bring out the huge guns. I love how at the end both teams end up on triple Vanguard, a fitting way to show that everyone was trying to sustain through and win out that fight. But you got to give your flowers to N1X there, a well-deserved victory and showing they are a much more competitive roster now.
Yeah, they cleared this map here all the way to the end of Yggdrasil Path, and they held Triple AD short of a single checkpoint here. No time refreshes and a quick open and shut defense for this N1 Hex squad. Again, a rapid fire improvement from this team just from yesterday to today. So much deadlier in this matchup with Triple AD, and now on the verge of taking their first series win here in Stage 1. Make it 2 overall wins in Ignite. That is what is on the line here for N1 Hex. Plenty of challenges sent Triple AD's way, and today Convoy is just not their game, though not for not trying. Plenty of bright spots for this Triple AD roster, but it is N1 Hex at the end of the day looking deadly here.
Oh yeah, they were looking so vicious. They were looking angry. And they will be able to bare their fangs and sink their teeth into that one, claiming their own victory there. 1 apiece now. 1 more map in this best of 3 siege. And I don't know who's going to be able to get on top of it, but we're going to give these teams a little bit of time to cook things up, select their final map. So while they do that, everybody, we're going to head to a quick break. And don't go anywhere. We'll be back before you know it.
Fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
The last time Triple AD faced N1 Hex was April 10th of this year, and while that doesn't seem like that long ago, N1 Hex has turned into a completely different beast, or so it seems. The matchups that we saw back in April between these teams, Matsy, was literally 1 point for Convoy given the Triple AD, nothing for N1 Hex. Things have turned around a lot, and I want to focus on one really interesting aspect here, and that's that a lot of teams so far for Stage 1 focusing a lot on Vanguard bans, a lot of strategist bans, but N1 Hex, they said no, we're banning out Star-Lord and we're banning out Phoenix.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're kind of shifting direction, you know, compared to some of their counterparts there, where they've got full focus over some of those more high power duelists coming in to the pool here, you know, maybe realizing that obviously the hero pools of some of our players have their limits and they're looking to test them all the way through there, and it's great to see the flexibility kind of being tested to its limits. You know, everybody's bringing out their inner Mr. Fantastic.
Well, I mean, is Mr. Fantastic the solution then? I mean, realistically, no. But, like, but you know what I mean? Like, the Star-Lord was banned out for you, the Phoenix was banned out. There was a big struggle for Triple AD to figure out, like, how do we actually get damage against this team? And Diatonic, towards the end, I thought maybe this would be a team that could adapt a lot better, just like we saw back on Krakoa. No, we didn't see that Krakoa come back at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a very different team here. Like you said right at the beginning, Keg, you know, from that first time these two tangled to now here at the beginning of stage 1. I mean, it is a complete turnaround, a 100% improvement considering N1X could not find a way to take a map from Triple AD. And a lot's changed, you know, new heroes, new battlefield, of course,
Oh, yeah.
roster changes galore. But, you know, I gotta point out, there has to be some potential for Winsger on this N1X roster, formerly of Triple AD, having a little bit of insight into how to take down some of their former teammates. So
Oh, no,
you
no,
know that
hold
has to be a
on.
driver.
Well, let's talk to our OCE pro player expert over here and see, like, if you were in his position, what kind of insider info would you have, Matsy?
It's a tough one right now because right now my biggest focus is the fact that we could go to 4 maps because of the map that we're on, Keg. So
No,
I'm completely
no,
distracted
no,
by that thought right now.
no. Insider info says no. We're sticking to 3.
All right,
Or is that the revenge for us having nothing but 2 O's today? All right, we'll make it a 4. Well, 4. I don't even know how that works mathematically. 4-3.
4.
That's the best of 7.
Everyone full holds.
Yeah, is that the case, Diatonic, or is it just going to be more duelist bans again?
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that N1X seeing, like you said, they took away the Star-Lord, they took away the Phoenix, they walked away with the map win. So, you know, correlation doesn't always equal causation, but you have to imagine they see that as a potential way to get their foot in the door, at least here as they go to Central Park. But, you know, here in the Pacific region, we have seen this map come down to the wire before. So I have to imagine it is going to be knocked down, drag out, because, you know, map number 1, N1X in the rearview mirror, not too far behind, but Triple AD definitely took domination home. Now N1X dominate on Convoy. Now the question is this even playing field? Are they both going to battle this out? Or is the pendulum going to swing back to Triple AD and they close this one out in,
Hey,
in
look,
style?
I'm the one asking the questions here. You guys are the experts to figure out what exactly is happening, because honestly speaking, this is the first time now that flawless streak in Stage 1 has been broken. Well, going to a map 3, pretty rare so far, even though it's only been a day or so. We're moments away from getting in the picks and bans. Matsy, what is the atmosphere looking like? What do we think is going to get banned out?
Ooh, it's tough, right? Because I think with a map like Central Park, you can go a lot of different directions here. Honestly, I'd love to see the Primal Flame team up come out, the Wolverine and the Phoenix. I don't know if today's going to be the day for it, though, but I'd love to see it. A little turn in direction there, considering you get some nice special deliveries from your Wolverine players, those who know, and very eager to see if that'll be the direction they take. But in terms of bans and logs, I've thought about the duelists. It worked out for M1Hex before.
Oh, it did.
I think they might be looking to divide up the pool again there. Maybe shut out that Black Cat there. Could be great. Anything high mobility is only going to promote the strength on either side.
Yeah, no doubt on that.
That's quite interesting. So, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to expect. Like, how often do we get convergence inside Asia, right? It feels like such a rare phenomenon. But, Diatonic, before I leave y'all, what are your expectations? Is there going to be a map 4?
I don't think we're going to go all the way to map 4. I think it ends here and now, and I think a lot of it comes down to this draft. You know, Matsy, I know you're calling for Primal Flame, and Primal Flame enjoyers rise up, but maybe take a seat, because there's some good sight lines here for a Phoenix. Plenty of nests for her to hole up in and do some damage. I have to imagine N1Hex is going to give us the run back on that Phoenix ban, unless Triple AD goes for something cheeky here. They ditch the one-sided double dino and maybe save some Jean Grey for themselves here. That could be a game changer, and they are really thinking about it. They are going to take the Phoenix save. They know that ban is coming if they don't do something about it.
Yeah, it goes to show, you know, they have to adapt around the duelist focus that's been coming out from M1Hex there, forcing them to get protects of that nature through. But we are going to see a Mantis taken away, probably on both sides here, you would imagine. But they have to consider, like, do they ban out the Dino? Do they, like, give us something else here? It's tough because now, again, they're going to be able to take out the Star-Lord. They're thinking about it. Ooh, Ultron could be the next one on the chopping block there. So that's good from Triple AD. Obviously, having that Mantis protect is going to be awesome for M1Hex there, where they can play into the speed boost, the damage boost. But Triple AD, they've got limited options here.
Right, I like the Mantis save again. You know, very unassuming from Louis on the Mantis last time around, but have to imagine that really came in clutch for them in some of those critical moments. I mean, they were down to the wire, so even just a few extra points of damage can put you over at the end of the day. So I love that one. I also like the Star-Lord save. They can't do anything about Phoenix now. Unfortunately, that is going to go to Triple AD, but take out another threat that seemed to work in their favor. They might also be thinking about taking out the Black Cat against Triple AD. Yes, they do. No Black Cat for Rocco on this run here. One save left, 4-in-1 Hex here on the final map. And it is going to be Phoenix, so it is a Phoenix versus Phoenix duel. Eyes on the dueling Jean Greys here, because that is going to be a big tempo setter for this matchup.
Yeah, going to be a big way to set your scene straight here. Will they be getting another Black Cat ban? I mean, we've seen what Louis can do with that one. And they need to take away the big impact things here. Looks like they're going to be matching the Star-Lord this time, so no Galactic Legends. Does mean we could see a single-sided Black Cat onto this one. Triple AD probably going to have to adapt and play into the Daredevil if they still want that kind of melee-based duelist there to kind of fulfill that role. But as we say that, M1 Hex looking to play into the Atom composition here. Okay, looking to play into that Karmic Revival. I love to see it, especially on a map like this one, but considering M1 Hex are on the attacking side, it's interesting to see Atom brought out now.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Maybe they're just kind of thinking about game plans 2 or 3 steps down the road here. But yeah, maybe some Atom Warlock in our future here on map number 3. Like you said, it is M1 Hex. Going to be on the attack here first yet again. This is Triple AD's map pick, though. So fortunately, M1 Hex stay in the fight this series. They take map number 2, but now they will have to close it out on Triple AD's pick. A challenge for sure, but they rose to the occasion there on Yggdrasil Path. Have to imagine they are hungry to try and close this one out. A lot on the table for M1 Hex here. You know, we talked about the Mantis, the Groot potentially coming through early. They've got Vibrant Vitality access here, so there's a lot on the table for this attacking run. Triple AD, though, gonna have to find a way to hold them short this time around. Map number 3, it's the decider. Triple AD or M1 Hex, both of them putting up a credible fight here. It's anyone's game.
Anyone's game, and ready to take aim at this first battle as Blaziken be looking to take the bridge down there. Don't enable your enemies. Take away whatever points of contact they can use against you here. The Spooky, ooh, rising up, trying to cut them out of the fight there. Okay, I love the elevation out of that one. Already looking to cause a bit of harm there. Rocco and Co, though, immediate activation. We'll be looking to bring that firepower straight back before them, raining down so much KO potential from above here, and they will be smashing past. Rocco is looking good on the Phoenix right now.
Yeah, absolute demon with the Jean Grey here. Definitely unfortunate that they got that save so early on here, putting hurt on M1 Hex very early on. But yeah, we saw the Flying Flora Colossus there from D Spooky, and he got up there in the upper rafters, and it felt like he wasn't expecting that or wasn't sure what to do next, because Triple AD followed up, shut down the Groot, and from there it was just an avalanche for the rest of that fight. So Triple AD win the first one here. M1 Hex, though, dusted off, ready to brawl. Couple swaps, though. Blaziken over onto the Deadpool now.
Yeah, looking to change it up on the Van Pool there, ready with the Ban Hammer. See if they can manage to set the record straight on this one, as Rocco is just looking to trade blows up high on this one. And they might actually find the better side of it. We'll be able to help their team, though, shave away some of the Thornlash walls there, and still trying to contest with Blaziken into the fight now, by able to shut down NRX here, and looking to flex past more. This is great isolation plays being set up and locked down by Triple AD here. They find those single file engagements there, set them into the right lanes, and will force M1 Hex all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, again, another assembly line win for Triple AD here. Set him up and knock him down here. Right now, it feels like Rocco going unchecked. No one taking it to the Phoenix, and he's sitting on an Insong Inferno as well. So, you know, those flames gonna burn bright here in this next fight. Already 2 minutes away of M1 Hex's time, and they have not put boots on the capture circle just yet. So no progress towards checkpoint number 1. They gotta find a way into the door here, but Triple AD gonna try to slam it shut. Strangling Prison from No Smite and a follow-up Insong Insong Inferno from Rocco, but it's Mandu that'll find a KO from the upper levels of the map here. And Rocco taking feet to the ground will find a KO. No smite as well. Taking down D-Spooky, wins the Flora Colossus showdown here. And N1 Hex again left with no way to make it to that capture circle. A minute and 20 is all they got left.
A minute 20 and all 6 ultimates. I think they've got hopes behind them. I think they've got potential. Triple AD, though, it's going to be pressure on them to try and adapt around them, considering they have less to bring. But I mean, with a full lineup of strat ults there, I think they're going to be okay. Maybe. But if they can force as much as they can out of M1 Hex first, it would be absolutely perfect. Ooh, Rage of Ultron going to be the first thing forced out from Triple AD, though. So trying to layer them down before they can activate Soul Resurgence. Now hitting the floor here, looking for more. It's the Tuba. Bringing out the Devil Beast Rampage there. Strangling Prison. Dance floor coming through. Snakes down and back with the BRB. Looking to burn through with the dance floor of their own now. So 4 ultimates have been committed from the M1 Hex side here. Sia going to go down and say see you later. Regeneration Domain as well. You can see M1 Hex are finding the crucial KOs here. Quasit's down. Looking for more. No Smite in trouble. Might go down and we'll be locking it up. Got a Mischief with the dance floor. Was exactly what they needed on the end side of that. But Quasit is looking for a portal right now, and this could be the fight they need.
Yeah, Triple AD gonna try to end this here, and now going band for band though. It's N1 Hex walking away with a big win. Now they need to find some control here and keep that ball rolling. No Smite, Strangling Prison coming out, but it's Louis that'll find Mandu taking down a critical piece of that Triple AD backline, and it is all Avalanche from there. Blaziken coming up big now on the Vanpool. Tuba in some trouble there too, and with no strategist on site, it is only a matter of time. N1 Hex will resuscitate themselves here. 2:30 back on the clock. It didn't take a lot of resources, but they are still in the fight.
Yeah, we'll be able to draw it down to the absolute line there. And now we'll be on to our convoy section of this map. So M1 Hex are going to earn themselves a bit more opportunity to take this one a step further here. So keep the heals on lock and ready to try and lock in more KOs, and a big turning point for them could be a Strangling Prison in a second. They get closer and closer to the next checkpoint here. For now, though, going to utilize the walls there to cut off the lines of sight, see if they can set themselves up for the initial contact here. They try and stage the next fight, and already they will be able to shut things down with a trade, though. No Smite is back.
Yeah, Phantom 0 for 1 here as that BRB pops for Triple AD. So Groot back on site and ready for the fight here. A minute 30 left to go, and N1 Hex have got a couple ults ready to go. Several heroes almost charged up as well, so they may have a bit of an ult swing headed their way here. Just got to keep control for a few more seconds and build themselves up. There's the Strangling Prison from Spooky. It is good. They'll follow up and find Montu again. Lockdown on the Luna Snow here as N1 Hex find their potential breakthrough. Banhammer coming down for Blaziken, and Spooky will take down Tuba as well here. A double KO for Groot. Rocco using that Insong Inferno to preserve himself for just a few more seconds, looking for the opportunity to drop it down here. Snake will tag out and take to the skies though on that Rage of Ultron. All the while though, N1 Hex still holding 3 ults and still on that mission vehicle. Less than a minute to go for them, but if they can find a way to turn this around and survive the last ult or two from Triple AD, they might have the turn here. NRX going for that Insong Inferno, and Exliel on the Loki will find one on to Tuba. Snap of the fingers and up close and personal with the rest of N1 Hex. Couple strategist ults ready to go here. Fate of Both Worlds from Windsor, CYA from Quasit, but it is down now. Triple AD gonna have to rely on that dance floor to keep themselves protected.
Yeah, keep them protected and see if they can project their way forward here. Blaziken isolated from the fight as well, trying to shut down a strategist. It might get actually taken out themselves, so the walls working against them here. Assassin's Charge coming out from Angela as well. Here we go. It's going to be Strangling Prison, locks down D-Spooky there, so going to be able to make use of that one. Regeneration Domain pop now. Blaziken trying to see if they can portal their way back in, but all the meanwhile, their teammates are going down and out there. It will be Triple AD finding a successful defense right on the edge of that second checkpoint there. And now we flip the sides and move our way back up.
Yeah, good job holding the rest of N1 Hex in that side room. I saw them mad dashing for that mission vehicle, but just too short on time to make it there, and no strange portal could save them at the last. So, unfortunately for N1 Hex, that offensive run stops painfully short of checkpoint number 2. No second resuscitation for them here. That is all they're going to be able to do. So now the path forward is clear for Triple AD. They basically need to just get the first 2 checkpoints of this map to close things out. For N1 Hex, that is some room to breathe here. They've got some positioning to help defend themselves, but it is going to come down to how long they're able to hold Triple AD to this first checkpoint. Of course, for Triple AD on defense, they stopped N1 Hex all the way up to overtime, and then when N1 Hex made it through that door, they had 230, and from there, it was just about grinding them to a halt one more time. So it is all up to N1 Hex and this defense here. Have to imagine, though, Triple AD going to come out of the gate aggressive, though definitely felt like on the back half of offense, N1 Hex started to come online, get some big KOs and some game changers here. But it all comes down to this: 111 meters towards checkpoint number 2. That is what Triple AD has to do to take this series. N1 Hex looking for the first win here in stage 1.
Oh, they're ready. Gonna try and claim it here. Will this be the time? Will this be the answer? As they will be heeding the call now, and we're gonna rise up. Portal time could be online as well. Triple AD. Even waiting onto this one. Hold's coming up. We'll be just looking to hold that back for the moment. Looking to take multiple lines of sight here. Now elevating all the way up to the top. They're on the top floor here. The elevator's here. They try and steer themselves into it. Rocco would fall back to the strategist there. Won't be shut out of the fight yet, but the Spooky might not be so lucky. Louis, good for it as well. This one's getting dangerously close on both sides, Dyer. I'm getting a bit scared here.
Yeah, I was about to say, a couple of key figures low here, but it's Rocco that'll get first blood. Blaziken shut down, so one member of N1 Hex all the way back to spawn, and that is a long walk back here. Windsger on the Luna Snow taken down, so one strategist offline, and there goes NRX2. Rocco unchecked again, a triple KO on the Phoenix. Quasit and Mondu the backline here for Triple AD will get a couple of KOs. No Smite getting in the mix as well. Can't leave Groot out of the equation here. N1 Hex going for the portal. Blaziken trying to get the troops back on point here, as it's only 2:45 still on the clock for Triple AD, and they are already halfway to capturing this first checkpoint. They come through the portal and right into the waiting arms of No Smite on that strangling prison, and it is huge here. NRX, the only survivor on that Ensong Inferno, but even he cannot escape the wrath of Triple AD. 4:55 on the clock, and they are looking to close this one out strong.
What a setup there. They put the Thornlash wall on the other side of the portal there, then locked them into place of the Strangling Prison. It was just an absolute bloodbath there, just like what they're trying to create right now, already taking to the high ground and stalling out N1 Hex from stopping them on that mission vehicle there. So, it's good that Triple AD are commanding presence here and looking for more. The ults are at the ready as well. If they can manage to get some KOs in the neutral here, this could actually be a perfect for them, because N1 Hex, they don't have the majority of their strat ults yet, but they're getting pretty close. They can take some of them out. It could be an easier fight. Let's see if they are going to get a chance, though, because those batteries are getting charged real quick. Regeneration domain coming down as well, so things looking good for the moment, Diatonic. But it's time to move. It's time to get angry.
Yeah, the Alt Fiesta kicking off here. Snake overhead on the Rage of Ultron. Ivagamoto from Tuba. Big here. 3 stuns onto N1 Hex. Rocco and Tuba will pick up the finals off of those. And N1 Hex, no chance to build up enough of those strategist ults. Exliel forced to use the Loki copy here onto the Veda Both Worlds. Triple AD, they'll play right on through. It's a quadra KO for Rocco here. Mondu picking up one as well. N1 Hex sitting reeling in that fight. And now Triple AD, some free real estate. But there will be one more fight on hands here. It does look like Blaziken going over to the Angela to try and make it back quick, but I see a cheeky portal from Tuba trying to lock N1 Hex away.
Oh, playing very strategically there. No Smite, going to be able to smite down Winska there, looking for more around the side as well. It's going to be a Strangling Prison right on the mission vehicle. Everybody is going down. Burn them away. Out of play. It's going to be the end song to try and stall out the mission vehicle here, but they can only stall for so long. The song comes to a close, and Triple AD break free and take the series 2-1.
What a close race between both of these teams. Major props for N1 Hex. Again, coming into this stage, looking to rebuild the roster from the ground up, and they put on a performance here against one of the top teams in the region. It's Rocco, a well-deserved MVP, absolutely unchecked, free Phoenix all over that battlefield, taking KOs left and right, opening the door for Triple AD so many times, and those numbers do not lie. 34-2, 18 finals for Rocco. Insane damage as well. And not for not trying though, NRX walks away with the most damage in the lobby by a hair here, but can't find the conversion to KOs, and it will be Triple AD walking away with a heater of a matchup here. And you know, when we were looking at the lineup of matches tonight, this wasn't necessarily one on my radar as a banger, but it has absolutely become a banger here. This new N1X squad, there is definitely something to this team. They haven't quite figured everything out yet, still some stuff to clean up, but a good look here on day 2.
Yeah, it looks like the rumors have proven true. N1 Hex have had a bit of a breakthrough there, and are looking to give even more presence and deeper in a 2 stage 1 for now. But you get to see some of the best moments from these games as well right now. Big shout out to the team in the back end there for bringing out all the best plays before our very eyes here. We had some amazing moments. Some of these strangling prisons were just absolutely insane, like this one.
Yeah, there were 2 back-to-back there from No Smite, just like 10,000 IQ strangling prisons. Knew exactly where N1 Hex were going to go. Said, I've got you in my sights, I've got you right where I want you, and able to deliver on some big stuns, and the rest of Triple AD are right there to convert, cash out those KOs, and cash out here 2-0 for Triple AD so far in the group stage.
Hey, you took the words right out of my mouth. I am so surprised that this was the series that ended up being the banger tonight. Banger so far. We still have a few more series to go, but I mean, talk to me about this final matchup, and I'm going to ask this question for both of you. Either you're going to have very different answers, or it's all going to be the same, because N1 Hex, they won out on Yggdrasil. Diatonic, I'll start with you. We go to Game 3, double Star-Lord ban. Things suddenly become much more even, not the traditional duelist that we normally see. Was this a matchup that was dictated by the ban drafts?
To some degree, it is. Because Triple AD were able to walk away with a Phoenix, handed Rocco the sniper rifle. The problem is that once they got on the battlefield, no one was able to check him. He went completely unrestricted, able to put down damage wherever he saw fit. KOs left and right, multi-KOs across the board. So to some degree, yes, they were able to get the Phoenix, and that was helpful. But there was a chance here for N1 Hex to try and shut it down, and they just couldn't find the answer.
We did see Phoenix bans all throughout Yggdrasil too, Matsy. Was that and the Star-Lord shutdown what hurt N1X the most?
Yeah, I think it made a huge impact there, and playing into what Diatonic said as well, you know, they just weren't able to disengage Rocco out of those fights. Like, he was able to come out in a big way for his team, just steaming ahead of finding so many KO combos there in their favor, and it just felt like it was unanswered. You know, it's just the Phoenix effect coming into this one, and being able to not have access to the Star-Lord there, you know, playing into the Galactic Legend, forcing your enemies to play to try and hide around the corners, avoid those lines of sight. Similar to your Final Judgment or your Punisher, it does make things a bit more difficult to try and disperse some of the defensive or offensive pressure that's coming out from both sides there.
It's really interesting too, because we've been talking a lot about Black Cat, and even though they're not a duelist, Devil Dinosaur being the front runners for the meta being created for stage 1, really wasn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things when it came to this matchup, right? We've been talking about Star-Lord a lot. We talked about a lot of Phoenixes. Is this the most dynamic meta that we've seen so far, Dia?
I think the pond is a lot deeper than people are giving the game's current patch credit for.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot more potential for some heroes to come through and shine bright. I mean, No Smite on that Groot, absolutely insane. We've seen a couple of insane Groot players here in Season 8. Of course, Elsa's still in the picture, even though she's kind of, you know, fell out of potential there, but players still showing she can cook with the rest of them. So yeah, definitely focus fair for Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, but there's a lot more heroes that are threats here than people are realizing.
Ring, ring. Oh, I think I have someone on the line that can maybe tell us a little bit more information about what could be on the line. Hello, No Smite. How are you, my friend?
Hello.
I feel
How are you?
good, yeah, because we win.
Yeah, that always feels good, right? so talk to me about the win. I know this matchup went all the way to 3 maps. Was that something you were expecting going into this matchup?
I was wondering second map we lose, but we think just comp problem. So we change our pick and we easily win at third match, I think.
What was the comp problem?
I think we are just changing a lot, too much change, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. Who do you think was your best teammate here? Who carried this match for you?
I think I carried with good third map.
There you go. Nice. Okay.
Oh yeah, really big stuff from you on the group there. And I gotta say, how did it feel to beat your old teammate Winsgar?
I feel a little bad for him, but
Yeah.
we are happy to win. Yeah.
Do you think
Against
this
him,
was
yeah.
an important? Do you think this was an important matchup for your future competitive picks, like for choosing heroes in future matches?
Yeah, we it's fine. We win. And we earn. We get Benpix experience. Yeah. So
Okay,
it is fine.
okay.
I think. Yeah.
Sweet. Well, no smite. Congrats on the win. Do you have anything to say to the audience?
Our team will try our best. So, thank you for. I don't know. Thank you for. Sorry.
Well, thank you for the carry on Groot today, no smite. Thank you so much, man. I can't wait to interview you more in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, No Smite. Well, I mean, look, we could have just ended the interview on the carry at the group. That answered all my questions.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping for. I thought yesterday No Smite played well too. I asked him the same question, and he said one of his teammates. I said, no, you're the carry. But he knows this time those strangling prisons so insane in that matchup.
You know what? He had an anime arc in between those days, man. He found his confidence, and he went crazy mode. Like, you know, everything looked good for him. But I'm still reeling over the fact, guys, that this was still the matchup that went to map 3 here. So as we go to a small break, we still have 2 more series tonight, but we can only hope that we get more map 3s, and we'll never be able to sleep again. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it. Oh, yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's the restrict to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlight. 계속 높이 fly away 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나 그 끝을 못 rush around even zero flight mode we're dancing under moonlight 소음은 꺼버려 turning up the heat gonna get it oh we're switching up the lip gloss mixing up the crystals all they want to know how we do it now it's no restrict to flight mode this time switching to flight mode this time switching to flight mode
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight.
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Well, it's been a few hours, and I'm still waiting on my burger order, but don't worry, plenty of more burgers gameplay coming soon. But that being said, though, we have something even better than burgers. A big ol' healthy dose of XOXO01 versus Rivals coming on up. We're off the heels of having our only map 3 of the day, Matsy, and the way things are going, I think that might be the only one we have today.
Yeah, it's looking very possible, right? Anything is possible here, and you know, we thought that that matchup wouldn't be a 3-mapper, and it was.
It was, yeah.
Maybe another one of our series could be too, and you know, you got me thinking, Keg. Maybe you need to call Doctor Strange to get that burger for you.
Yeah,
'cause
where's
there's a
my
big delay in
portal?
transport? Yeah.
You know what I thought about? We could
Pentagram
green screen our backgrounds, and we could just have a constant Doctor Strange. No. Hear me out. Totally off topic. I'm sorry, production. What if we all got green screens, right? In our background, and it's a Doctor Strange portal, but it's of each other's cameras. So, like, Diatonic's in my background. I'm in Matsy's background through a portal. Diatonic has me, I guess. Like, is that not the perfect idea? Come on. Okay. All right. Back on top. Well, you know, the reason why
value going up, I guess.
I'm telling you, man, that is the perfect idea, dude. I mastermind over here. Now, the reason why we can go a little bit more off topic for Rivals is that it's kind of hard to talk about Rivals. I'm not gonna lie, Diatonic. They're a team that can be a struggle to come up with storylines. You know, they were a team that showed a lot of promise back in the early days of preseason. They've Similar to N1 Hex, they faltered a little bit. They didn't really make it far when it came to the latter half of preseason. And starting off yesterday on a loss, I don't really know what to expect.
Yeah, they're in a very interesting position because, yeah, not only starting off the group stage on a loss, but to Burgers, kind of the new unknown quantity here in the Asia region. But yeah, it's a difficult storyline to pin down here because these two teams are really on very separate paths here. Rival Esports, you know, last in the preseason, they rounded out the playoff qualifier spots. They were number 6, the last one to make it through the door there. Meanwhile, EXO, this stage specifically, are on that upward trajectory and looking to battle for the top here. So really the story here is that EXO needs to come out strong here, close this one down very quickly to show that, hey, you know, we're not just getting lucky wins here and there. Like, we are here to dominate this region. So meanwhile, for Rival, you know, you want to see good looks from them here. If they're able to put up a fight against a team like EXO, that spells some pretty good fortune for the rest of stage 1 for them.
I mean, EXO's on that path for sure. They've done a great job so far in the last season. Dan had them as their favorites. Okay, well, Rivals already won, dude. They have all Jurassic Park here, man. Like, how can I disagree with that? I will say, Zeft, I thought, has been a great player to watch, but HK Mario was the gleaming light for Rivals all throughout the preseason. I think he was one of the best Magnetos I've seen, really, period, Matsy.
Yeah, I think that they made a big statement, especially in the preseason there. HK Mario was one of the staple Vanguard players for the RVL roster there. You know, they made some huge impact for their team. And, you know, you were talking about how it's hard to find a story for RVL. There's a little story here. We got the reunion between Lick and Proxies when they formerly played on Vulcan Red together. But obviously Lick and Netra playing on Vulcan Red together as well. A little different iteration of that roster, but in one way, 3 former Vulcan Red players formulating the majority of this team here. So interesting to see all these pieces come together.
Now, when you have a really strong Vanguard presence, we're coming off the heels of the N1 Hex matchup that was dominated by the Duelist presence, and towards that final map, it really came down to which Duelists were banned out. You're going up against the likes of Sungjuk Woo and I believe it was Bom Hyun, who did such a great job with their Duelist presence earlier that I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, Daya.
Yeah, a very tough matchup on paper if you're a Rival Esports. And, you know, like I kind of alluded to, you know, for EXO, they need to come out here and dominate right out of the gate. Basically, no quarter given to their opposing team because you don't want to show up looking like you're struggling against a team like Rival that in the preseason, you know, a couple positions lower than you, especially if EXO are wanting to put their hat in the ring for top of Asia. So, you know, of course, plenty of threats there on that EXO roster as well, being coached by Dobie, who's got plenty of Ignite experience in the background for that team and clearly has helped elevate them to that next level. So, you know, for this one, they want to open and shut this case very quickly and look ahead to those next matchups that are still floating out there against teams like Reject. And again, for Rival, it's all about putting up a fight here and showing that, hey, we might be able to hang with some of these big dogs.
Hey, going to Krakoa is the way to go, right? And for Matsy, I don't know. I think considering the prowess we saw from the damage front off of EXO in their last matchups, they have been a team that's so good about breaking up group fights, and when domination is almost entirely group fights, I think having that melee presence of Sungjuk Woo just might be the edge EXO needs to take this away.
Yeah, I think that that's going to come out in a big way and shine so brilliantly into this one. You know, I think that they're going to be feeling confidence all over again, and they're just going to be having a field day. But, you know, coming into a matchup like this one, I want to see maybe some more creative plays coming out from EXO.
Okay.
Here. You know, I'm feeling like I want to see maybe EXO throw it back a little bit. I want to see Sungjuk Woo bring out the Spider-Man.
Ooh, throw it back. Okay. We need the twerking Venom emo then for this one. But is Spider-Man the wildest pick that we could see? Like, there's not a lot of environmental KOs in Krakoa. Not to say that they don't exist, but like you don't really think about Krakoa in that way.
No, I mean, not normally. I do think Spider-Man, of the picks I have seen from EXO over the matches I've watched them, I think Spider-Man definitely up there for one of the more out-of-pocket ones, unless somebody decides to bring, like, Black Widow to the field, which I don't think I've ever seen EXO do yet. Maybe some Black Panther as well, but, you know, trying to stay in the realm of what I've seen them do. Yeah, I would also like to see a little bit of Sungjuk Woo Spider-Man here in this one.
Really? Y'all think that maybe Spider-Man could be the option here?
Yeah, I'm all for it. I mean, that's one of the staple picks, right, that Sungjuk Woo was playing into for a vast majority of EXO's time in MRC. So It could happen.
Okay.
I'm ready for it. I don't know if it's going to be this map, all right? It might be, but
you
I
think
hope
in
it comes out
general?
once. Yeah, in general, I hope we see it at least once in this series.
In all 3 maps.
It feels special, you know?
Okay. Yeah, Diane picked up what I was doing. We're moments away, though, from going into bans and picks, and...
That's what I expect. You know, we saw from Rival the 6 Devil Dinosaur strat coming through here from the team intro page into the draft phase here. They are ready to roll out with some prehistoric fury here, but yeah, no doubt we're gonna get some Devil Dino from Rival yet again. But yeah, you know, in terms of looking at XOXO01, they're kind of the loose cannon of our region here. If you didn't catch them earlier in the night, we talked a little bit about it, but they were kind of doing the gig that YWL has, you know, outside the box plays, outside the box picks before YWL were on the block here. So, you know, some people have said EXO is kind of like YWL at home. I think that might have been Dan, the man with the plan, that put that bug in my ear, but, you know, obviously double dose of EXO here tonight. That is Dan's kind of night for Marvel Rivals Ignite, but it is going to be a one-sided Devil Dinosaur for Rival. They're clearly the experts here, Matsy. They got 6 of them ready to go.
Yeah, they're ready to rumble into this one. It's a shame they're not playing into, you know, the clone of the heroes there. Unfortunately, that game mode not breaking out of the arcade this time, but maybe another day. Goodness me. I'd love to see a show match of the pros where everyone just plays the same hero. That would be just diabolical. But we are going to see the Lunas taken out of play this time around. Next Protect is for RVL here. It is going to be Black Cat, maybe, no, White Fox, maybe. They're thinking about it. Let's see what they lock.
Yeah, they have favored that White Fox save a little bit last night, if I remember correctly as well, which I've been hearing that the China region as well has been favoring a lot of White Fox movement in the draft phase here. So a little bit of notes from China here, but it is a Phoenix ban from EXO for their last one. They'll also save Demantis for themselves, so gonna have some damage amp potential. Ultron still on the table, though Rival does have one more ban ready to go here, so we'll see what they go for. They are gonna hover the Ultron, at least gonna give it a thought here and there, contemplate a little bit here, even though we're not headed to the museum for that. They will take that Ultron ban, so we're gonna stop a little bit of that damage amp, but the Mantis pickup, I think, is big alongside the Black Cat, and you know that's pretty much gonna be a Sung Juk Woo gig here.
Oh, yeah. They're looking to play into that one. Absolutely. Melee-based duelist to spin to their point of contact. Hey, Sung Juk Woo, what are you doing? Spider-Man? No. We talked about this. We'll see if they bring it out. Oh, that would make my day if they brought that through. I don't know if they're going to do it, though. They're hovering over the rocket this time. Maybe looking to play into the early armor there. Ace on the Jeff as well. That's going to be good for them. There's a lot of good delivery points for the It's Jeff onto this map in particular. You know, obviously they have to cover a bit of distance, especially into this first section here to get there, but it could work out in a big way for them.
Yeah, there's definitely some big potential here, and obviously door's not quite open yet, so our little early preview, maybe not 100% true. It does seem like EXO trying to figure out exactly what they want to roll out on. You know, Rival has clearly done some of their homework here. They took away the Devil Dinosaur, which has been JT3's kind of go-to here as he rejoins with EXO for this stage, and he's been a big player on that Devil Dinosaur. Changing things up here at the last second, though. Door is going to open up for map number 1 of this matchup. It is going to be some triple strat action from EXO as they're going to bring the White Fox, the Jeff, and that Mantis they managed to save from that draft. Zetha on the Captain America rolling out for now. Rival as well going to mirror some of that triple strat action, though. Lick on the Invis. They've also got Ultron and the White Fox ready to go. So lots of healing in store for this matchup here. Missionary almost ready to unlock, but we're not going to wait for that to start fighting, of course.
No, the fight will already begin. And ready to spin things to action as Spocky finds the opening there onto Zetha. Okay, looking for more around the sides as well as these forces collide face to face. And RVL have cleared the space. They've got the first capture on the mission area. It's time for the Banhammer to come down, and the Banhammer is going to hammer away JT3. Goodbye.
Yeah, very quick opener here for Rival. They'll grab that first cap, no problem here. And HK Mario on the Devil Dinosaur yet again here and on the move. Looking for a member of EXO to catch in those jaws here. But a nice start for Rival. They take the first fight pretty handily. The Banhammer from JT3, kind of a non-issue for them as they'll take control of the point here. Gonna play close to their chest, though. Not a lot of forward pressure from Rival just yet here. They are content to sit on the point and wait for EXO to walk their way.
Walk their way and ready to play. Felix gonna go down. Good from Netra there on the cap. And ready to see if they can maintain course over this cap as well, as they will shot down. Sungjok Woo. Zeta still trying to pull through though. Proxies be taken out of space here, but RBL, they're casting a spell over this mission area right now, and EXO haven't been able to dispel it.
No, 50% of the way there for Rival already. They've got a Galactic Legend. They got a Rage of Ultron. Spocky in a bit of trouble there, but it is going to be that Galactic Legend from Zeph to kick things off. Alone Phil's on the ground with the Mantis. Got the Soul Resurgence to keep that team overhealed. That will let them power right on through the Star-Lord ult. They will take down the Devil Dino from Rival as well. In the midst of all that, there is the Rage of Ultron overhead, putting down some damage, but no KOs coming through. All the while, though, Rival have had control of the point. 75% of the way there, though. EXO in contention for it, slowly whittling away at the bodies for Rival Esports. Ace gonna find one onto Netra, so Captain America shut down just in time as that Freedom Charge ready to go, and EXO will make the flip in the middle of all this.
Yeah, we'll be able to finally get the flipper through there. Gonna be dipping a couple of players out. Sungjok Woo good for more, and is it going to maintain a hold over their ult as well here. So the calling card not going to be brought out yet, but RBL, they got a few pieces there ready to bring out too here. So would be the Battle of Old Combat. A good scouting from Sungjok Woo there. Just trying to see if they can trickle some damage in. Banhammer coming out. Zeph though starting the fight with a light there. Not going to be able to get much more from it. I think we saw the Galactic Legend actually gets for that as well there. It'll be a big problem, but it's time for the Stampede as HK Mario will be able to bring out the Beast Rampage there. Kumio unleashed as well, forcing out the Freedom Charge from Netra here. And ready to see if they can get something else over the side.
Yeah, a little bit of an upper hand here for EXO. They're going to throw down the CYA on the point here, slowly closing the gap between the two teams. Rival here and ready for a fight, but Zeta going to take out Lick. One strategist offline. Proxies will even it out, though, taking down Felix. Red is the KO feed here as Sungjok Woo a double KO on the Black Cat. Felix and JT3 getting in the mix there as well. EXO now gonna overtake Rival here in just a few moments. Solid comeback from EXO after, an early strong start for Rival.
Yeah, going to be a solid beginning there. And let's see if they can spin more forward towards the end as EXO will be able to exceed them now. And are prepared to try and leave the charge onto this one. JT3, good hits over to Lick there, trying their best to enable the KO, but RBL played the lines of sight, looking to take the height on this one. The fight could be ending before it begins, though. The percentage is already climbing for EXO here. RBL going to be on the mission area, ready to go. Galactic Legend coming out, forcing out the Soul Resurgence here. Diatonic, it's going down.
Yeah, all the way to overtime here for EXO, looking to close out point one, but Rival still have a few things to say about that. HK Mario taken out early, but now it is a Rage of Ultron from Spocky, shot down by JT3 on the Vanpool here. Orange again is that KO feed. Zeta and Ace will get some as well. BRB popped for EXO, but that is all they needed to overtake here, and they will walk away with point number one. Some back and forth here, though, from Rival, 77% of the way captured. So they are not out of the running just yet.
My goodness, not going to be out of the running whatsoever there. Keeping this competitive as ever, and going to be very happy to keep it close and personal. But we are going to be jumping into the second capture point, the second objective now. Ace looking to don the rocket for now. Will stay that way though. To be tested, to be tried, and see which is going to be applied into this one. Alone Feels activating on it the Phoenix. Spocky, hello, hello. It's the Daredevil coming out on to this one. You love to see it. They have a lot of brilliance being showcased on those melee-based duelists there. I've seen a lot of great plays from them in the past, and now looking to blast ahead into the future as well.
Yeah, I mean, we love a good brawl here in Pacific, of course. We have a lot of great brawlers on display every single match, and this one definitely not gonna disappoint. It does look like Ace gonna roll out on that Rocket Raccoon with the Phoenix ban against Rival. It is safer to run those CYAs, so Exo gonna look for that damage amp and some big heals coming off of that. 53%, it won't take long for him to have one ready to go here, but neither side have ults to bring to this first fight, so gonna be neutral for now. All important first fight on this one, because that will help build that early ult charge and help determine who is going to be in control on point number 2. Zeft in a little bit of trouble here. HK Mario hurt as well, but it is going to be a 1-for-1. Alone Fills takes Zeft, but Proxies will take down Alone Fills, who will get back up off the BRB, and now JT3 going to take the lead for Exo here. One more KO and Alone right back up and on his feet. It's a double KO for the Phoenix here. Spocky and Netra taken down for now, and it's Exo on the first cap here. Triple KO for Alone as well.
Yeah, nicely done by Alone Fields and Co. They're going to be very happy with that one, and very excited to see what else they can do in a minute here. So we'll be taking it easy. Suncook Wu need to hold it back for the minute. Let's see, they will to lock it in. Continue to just play a game of peekaboo onto this one. I see you, but going to be looking to contend with them yet. HK Mario in a bit of trouble though. They've brought up a lot of damage, but now looking to disparage any efforts between them. Licks down and more.
Now Lick and Proxy's really out of position here, holding that coming home unleashed. Gonna be a couple of KOs for Rival here. They find a little bit, but Ace got a BRB, so Zeta's gonna be back up in no time. Sunjuk Wu finds Zeft as well. Exo will take the body advantage here as they pass 50% capture progress, and Alone Fills again on that Phoenix, burning bright here as Exo 5 ults get a double KO, another multi-KO for Alone Fills here on the side of Exo, and they are cooking here, feeling themselves and feeling the flow as they're still in control here, and that capture progress, Matsy, is still going up.
Yeah, it's going up. They're taking their moments here to see if they can go for gold on this one. They take it slow and steady. Sunjuk Wu ready for a breakthrough. Calling card is around. Looking to hit the ground running here, but not going to be gunning through it. It will be time for the holidays to come out. Zeft there bringing the Galactic Legend CYA to sustain Exo through it, and they will find Spocky. So great opening onto that one. Not going to be around the embrace of the boundary there. Looking for more around the side of this one.
Got those rocket ults, game-changing for sure, and not a lot Rival can do easily about it here. The body's going to drop one by one, and it's going to be Freedom Charge from Netra now on the side of Rival, trying to find a way to stick their foot back in the door and stay alive here on Krakoa. Meanwhile, Exo 99% and overtime now. Alone Fills big in Song Inferno, taking down Lick. Proxies is down as well. No strategist alive for Rival Esports now, and it is a matter of when and not if they all fall. Zeft is up, got the portal down, but there's nobody from Rival to jump on through. Strategist the only ones alive, but they won't make it in time, and Exo will take a dominant round of domination here, 2 points to 0.
Yeah, gonna be a good one to come through from them there, 2-0. And they power their way through. Rival, they looked very competitive in the beginning there, but it seems Exo completely dismantled them. Heading towards the end section of that one. Alone Fills gonna be our MVP onto that one. Doing a big impact onto the Phoenix there. I was very impressed with how they managed to stack together the damage, and yeah, they just managed to get a nice flow into play there. They shut down the strat line. I mean, there's a big reason, you know, Lick wasn't able to find the impact they were looking for because Exo just kept dialing in.
Yeah, I mean, again, an unchecked Phoenix is the deadliest variety of Phoenix you can face, and no one was able to stand up to Alone Fills. 24-2, 9 final hits off of that. Sunjuk Wu as well putting in some work, 26-2 with 12 finals on that Black Cat, and a little bit of, not necessarily no damage rocket, but low damage rocket from Ace, but plenty of heals to keep that team up and running, and those CYAs, you know, are game changers. Single-digit elims down the line for Rival here, not able to get their foot in the door of those fights and take down Exo when it mattered. They did put up a fight here on point number 1, though 77% was where they stopped, so signs of life evident here from Rival, but not able to put together the map here, and Exo, their second match here of the night, they are still standing strong.
Yeah, standing strong and bringing out many a big play pair. You can see off the back of this just how many high impact moments came out on both sides of the coin there. You know, there's the Edison Inferno just doing some amazing stuff all the way through. So, going to be a very happy moment on a Krakoa there to kick off the series.
Yeah, I mean, now that's 3 maps in a row here for XOXO01. So on a streak tonight as they run through the doubleheader, now 1 map away from closing it out against Rival. And again, you know, signs of life on point number 1, but point 2, 0 to 100. That is what we're talking about. That's what you want to see from XOXO01 here. Still on the warpath, still looking to prove they belong with the top dogs of the Asia region. Map number 2 coming your way after a very short break, chat. Don't go anywhere.
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Colby J. Jonah Jameson, because I was told there would be a Spider-Man from you two, and I did not see him at all. What happened, Nazi?
I think Spider-Man just got blipped out of the time stream, you know?
Again?
No way home there. Yeah. We'll have to find out where he went in the next movie, huh?
Oh, you know what? That comes out pretty soon, doesn't it?
Yeah, brand new day.
Oh yeah, brand new day. A lot of cool things happening in the MCU right now, but what matters most right now is the XOXO CU. It sounded better in my head. But I will say though, Krakoa went pretty well for them in the beginning. Things did get scary for a little bit from Rival's side, but my biggest fear is that they might be one of those teams that looks really well at the beginning of a series, but fizzles out towards the end. And as we go to Museum of Contemplation, I'm wondering if that could be turned around, Daya.
Yeah, I mean, there was a flame from Rival right out of the gate, but it just burned out too quickly there, kind of went through all of their momentum right off the bat on point number 1, and just nothing left in the tank here. So, gonna change things up. Rival gonna take us back to old reliable here, Museum of Contemplation on deck for, I can't count that high, but that many times here in Pacific.
Dan has been keeping track every single game of each region. I had to look at the messages. I think it's in the upper 20s at this point. That it's been mostly Pacific. Upper 20s across all of Ignite so far that we've seen Museum of Contemplation, but yeah, dude, this has been the second map special, and as we go into picks and bans, Dai, are we going to see anything different?
You know, for EXO, I don't think you need to change too much here. I mean, solid performance from them on Krakoa, of course. Maybe mix it up, you know, maybe do a little bit of limit testing here as they've got some room to play with in this series. But, you know, being their second one of this doubleheader for them, I have to imagine they're wanting to close this one out. And before we dive into the picks and bans here, I have the numbers. I found some notes from Dan. In the preseason, Museum of Contemplation was played in Asia 20 times. That doesn't even account for OCE plays as well. So, yeah, I think here, Nazi, I feel like Pacific, we are the biggest fans of Museum of Contemplation.
All right, so you hear that, everybody around the world? The way to defeat Pacific is to ban Museum. Yep, that's the recipe, everybody. But we are going to see another set of bans come through after the mirror comes over the top on both sides. Now we've got two doubleheader. Phoenix may be taken away from EXO this time. Don't want to deal with that. And Loki going to be shut out here.
Yeah, kind of dueling one-siders here. One-sided Dino for EXO this time. One-sided Mantis for Rival. I like that. Get some damage amp going there for sure. One more save for Rival here, kind of wide open what they want to do. They might take Ultron and go full damage amp here, so they are gonna look to just put the hurt on from frame number 1. I feel like we saw some of this kind of combo Mantis Ultron during the preseason, but haven't really seen it shine as bright here in stage 1. So curious how that's gonna stand up here as EXO, again, 3 maps, 1 in a row tonight as they took a solid win in their earlier series here. Phoenix ban against Rival as well, so no Phoenix for Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, no Phoenix today. No one going to be burning brightly into this one, but we'll see the Ultron protect for RBL. EXO looking to get one of their own here. Maybe take away the Black Cat. Okay, that's going to be Sungjok Woo taking that one away. No Spidey, not this time. I'm sad. I hope they would have brought it out, but not today. We are going to see the Cat ban though. Maybe they're thinking about it. There it is, locked in, so no cap this time. Not going to be able to bounce around the mission vehicle. It will be all hands on deck here.
Yeah, the cat ban, I believe that's against Zaytha. Seen him on the cat before, but of course, you see the hover there. He's got plenty of other options in the tank, and Groot has been one of the nastiest for EXO-01. Instrumental in their win against Zero Tenacity yesterday, and obviously the pan train from Groot has been continuing here tonight in day 2, so another series appearance for the Zaytha Groot. Sungjok Woo trying to figure out who to play. I saw an Elsa, maybe a Rocket Raccoon, not 100% sure, but he's got options coming into this one for sure. EXO on the attack first here on Museum of Contemplation. Rival gonna hold it down on the defensive side. Some interesting stuff maybe coming through in this Rival comp. You know, we got some preview, we got some insight into what they might roll out on here. But overall, I mean, Rival, again, just trying to claw their way into contention in this series. EXO, a very, very strong opponent for them here. And EXO, of course, looking to rubber stamp this one home, take map 2 and take 4 in a row tonight. 2 series wins. I mean, that would be a huge night for them.
Oh, yeah. That would be a fantastic night for them if they can catch that one. But for now, everybody, we are going to be breaking our way into the battle proxies. I like to see this one. Adam is going to see if they can keep them online. But Zep now, look to see if they can seal away the opening KO. They are playing the Punisher. Managed by Alone Fields, so it could be the battle of the judgments here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to damage amp up that Punisher. You're going to be seeing it from Felix on the Ultron. You might be seeing it from Spocky on the Mantis as well here. So going to look for those combinations as well. HK Mario and Zaytha both bringing Groot. So there's an interesting kind of mirror happening between these two teams. So far, though, EXO on the move offensively halfway. Checkpoint number 1 and Alone Fills finally the first blood here, almost 60 seconds away. JT3 going to find Zeft here one by one. The dominoes for Rival fall. EXO clears the path forward, and it's some free real estate for him, while HK Mario going for the Strange and gonna look to portal back in.
Yeah, now riding on the Flying Fox there, they've got a nice elevated angle of contact here, playing around the portal. Alone Fills is going to be holding down left click, honestly. They've got great damage from the turret there. Zeps, though, going to be the one to disparage the efforts from EXO this time. JT3 back online with the BRB there. And they're looking to break back in. Strangling Prison. Oh, it's so big again! Double down, triple in, and they take this one for an even bigger spin there. Amazing work. Alone Fills. Oh, that was a big bounce. My goodness. That was a very bouncy Punisher. I thought we were seeing a Mr. Fantastic Brainiac bounce for a second there, but no. Gonna be good work from Alone Fills.
I was wondering the same thing too. I was about to say that, so beat me to the punch, but hey, great minds think alike here. Big win for EXO in that fight. That'll be the checkpoint, and basically 5 minutes on the clock for them here. So, you know, that third and final checkpoint, the run up to it can be pretty brutal for offense. So you'll want to see them building that time bank pretty early here. Big opportunity for EXO to set themselves up for a map clear, which, you know, of the 5,000 times we've seen Museum in Asia, doesn't come too many times here. It is going to be a final judgment for Zep, but it's HK Mario that'll find the first one onto JT3, but that Dino has the BRB, and he is right back and ready to find someone to hop in the jaws here. Felix overhead, a Rage of Ultron ready to go here, getting some damage down. Netra in a little bit of trouble. Both Vanguards for Rival in some trouble, and it's HK Mario that'll go down at the hands of Zaytha, winning the Groot here for now, and there's the Karmic Revival for the first time from Proxies. 2 reses for now. Netra goes down though, will get right back up, and Exo just play right on through the Adam Warlock ult.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to play around it there. Not going to be too worried about it at all. Just stall out a little bit of time, and then look to fly him up and run it back again. So going to be holding position for the time being here. I like how Felix is playing the lines of sight here. They're keeping a tight line there and doing more with it, but it's going to be Zephyr taking advantage of the Strangle in prison there, trying to burn down the CYA as well. Lonefield's going to be back and now trading the Strangle in presence. Oh, it's so big from XO. Complete team wipe out of that one. And Lonefield's is just chilling on the mission vehicle there, just aura farming. That was massive.
2 strangling prisons from Zaytha and 2 aces as a result. Rival cannot stand up to this Groot here. They are trying, but it is a pale imitation of Zaytha's play here. JT3 slashing him around in the jaws there as well. HK Mario, just as soon as he gets back to the point, he is already back to spawn here, and that Dino Carnage continues here. JT3 got him in the side room here. He's back on the card with the rest of his teammates, and they will march right on through here. 4 minutes gonna be back on the clock as Exo on an absolute tear here, looking to close out Museum of Contemplation. Rival left with just 1 ult. It's that final judgment from Zeph. What the heck do they do here, Matsy? How do you stop Zaytha?
Burn Zaytha down with the final judgment there. Bring out a chainsaw. I don't know, man. They need some kind of answer here. They've made a shift on to the melee-based duelist there. They've got the Black Cat on Zephyr, Spocky on to the Daredevil, but I mean, Alonefields doesn't care if they're playing Black Cat. The Cat's been sent to the pound there, and now they are looking to hit the ground running on to the next section here. They will be advancing the mission vehicle with great haste.
Clipping those claws for sure, and Alonefields again punishing anybody that happens to find themselves without cover. In this case, it's Spocky on that Daredevil, right back to square number 1 here, and Exo still 3 minutes to go, over halfway to this 3rd and final checkpoint. So it is a blazing path of destruction here. Alonefields finding HK Mario again, swapping over to the Emma, but it won't save him here. Good Flame Orb though for Rival here. Zeph got that in a nice spot here, so a good sentry to figure out when Exo is coming through and put down some damage, but not enough here. Alonefields double KO in the neutral on that Punisher. That ult charge popping up for sure. Felix at the Rage of Ultron as well, and Exo uncontested here though. Spocky gonna make one last effort before this map ends for XOXO01 here. Alonefields got a final judgment for him, the final ult that they need to break on through. Netra in trouble. They've got a Fate of Both Worlds to try and hold out here, but at 225, I don't know if they can turn this thing around.
Yeah, there's not much time around, and is there not much distance to cover here? They're doing the best they can to stall it out, but there's just too much prowess, too much pain being brought before them. It's the Alonefield special, triple down, looking for more. They're going to town on these KOs, and it will be all over the line here. Link trying their best, jumping desperately, but it will not be. It is Exo locking it down, full distance push there, 2 minutes and 2 seconds to spare. And now RVL, we flip the script, we go to their own attacking phase here, but it's looking a bit rough for wear at the moment.
A tough situation here. The bell tolls, and it tolls for Rival here. 2 minutes in the time bank for Exo. So even if you clear this map, they've got some big advantages coming in clutch here on Museum of Contemplation. This map played in Asia so many times now. These teams very familiar. They've played these games before, and yet again here, Exo trying to complete the 4-map sweep overall tonight here. And right now, the forecast definitely showing potential for them to close it out here and now. The question on hand, though, are we going to see past checkpoint number 1 in this offensive run from Rival?
Is that dual pull? Oh. There's no way. I thought we'd see Spider-Man, but you know what? I'm kind of happy with this. Dual pull is coming out from Sungjuk Woo right now. Never did I think I'd see the day, but you know what? They're feeling themselves here today, Mr. Diatonic, and I'm here for it. Let's go.
Yeah, I've long endearingly called EXO the loose cannons here, and this is why. You never know what you're gonna get out the door, but where there is a will of Galacta, there is a way for it to happen here for EXO. So Sungjuk Woo gonna show us a little bit of that dual pull action here in this second half of Museum of Contemplation. Not a ton of change for EXO outside of that, though. Zaytha, of course, the absolute beast here on Groot. Why would he change? There's no reason to change that up.
Yeah, no reason to change anything into this one. They are just going to be having a field day into this portion right now. But Proxies forced to play around the mission vehicle here, getting a ton of damage on the front side of things there. See, you can change direction, change gears onto this. Walls between them, though. It's going to minimize some of that impact as it's being brought up forward now. Sungjuk Woo, the only one for the old really. Here we go. It's going to be bringing things down on the skill issue there. CYA in combination. Sungjuk Woo doing the best they can to hit the jackpot. Not going to be able to succeed, but they will be able to slice and dice their way through a couple of the RBL members here. And they'll be forcing them back and take a selfie. Or meanwhile, why not? The King's here. Now.
Yeah, I'm gonna need the XP boost off of the selfie for sure, as Sungjuk Woo did not play dual pool on the first half, if you're just tuning in to this match. So he is starting from level 1 here on defense right out the gate. Netra on the ban pool for this one, so dueling Deadpools here, and fits the character very well. I'd have it no other way between these two. But looking to round the corner here is Rival Esports. It's the final judgment from Alonefils, and it's a big triple KO there. Zaytha not the only one capable of those multi-KOs there. HK Mario and Lick the only ones spared that wrath for now, but 2 minutes left to go. Half of Rivals' time away now, and they still have not found their way to that checkpoint number 1 door.
Yeah, haven't been able to carve their path towards that one. Alonefils just going to be holding the back right now. Looking to make use of the zip lines, the Flying Fox, just to keep themselves mobile, keep them at a bay here. Take it easy. Be looking to lock it down. EXO prepared. It's Proxy's time though. Soul Resurgence coming out with the final judgment. Now looking to rip past them. Oh, the Vanguards are out of play here. They're trying their best to burn through it all. It's not succeeding with the dance floor, but at least they have a way back into this.
JT3 and Zaytha sent to slaughter there, but the rest of the team will survive under that Fate of Both Worlds from Felix. Now Psionic Seduction from HK Mario, and the Banhammer from Netra as well. CYA on the board here, but shut down very quickly there by Rival Esports. Good response in kind. Rage of Ultron from Zep, but Zep in a little bit of trouble himself there in midair. Will find a double onto EXO here as they're going to battle back here ahead of checkpoint number 1. 60 seconds left to go, but Sungjuk Woo on the dual pool movement different here. Katana slicing left and right for the Merc with a mouth of just 60 seconds for Rival to try and close this down, but it goes sideways here. Proxies will find 1, but EXO finds 2. They get up off the BRB as well, and just like that, they spring up from the mat and are ready to try and hold this Batsmobile just short. 45 seconds are all Rival has left.
Oh my goodness. Not much time between them and a potential victory here. Gonna have to give it their absolute best right now, RBL. Otherwise, they will be flushed away from this series and maybe even further beyond. And you know, you were talking about doctors here before. I think back to Keg there. We've got a doctor on deck right now from Zaytha, ready to heal this game and see if they can slice it away. But for now, they are going to be holding position. Agamotto is getting prepared as well. That could be a big difference maker into what could be the final fight here, Dyer. But it's time. Judgment's here. Here we go.
One last round of judgment here for Rival Esports, courtesy of Alonefils, though. Felix going down early here. Spocky's got a BRB for HK Mario to get back up, and now it's the final judgment from a Rival here. Banhammer applied to Alonefils, taking him out the equation for a moment or two, and Netra will follow up here. A shot in the back of the neck. HK Mario taking down Zaytha as well. There's some signs of life here from Rival Esports, but it is going to be a skill issue from Sungjuk Woo. Flurry of blades yet again here. Netra goes down. Felix taking lick. There's no strategist on site for Rival, and it is a matter of time here, just seconds away from closing it out. And EXO 4-0 on the day. 2 Series 1 here on day 2.
Oh my goodness! The dual ball gets it done in the end there. What a way to absolutely cut the series in half. And that is going to be game, set, and match for EXO there. Ace going to be the one to take away the MVP on the Rocket. You know what? I got to respect it. Rocket been making big moves across a lot of teams here this season. And this is no less a big impact game for a Rocket there. So big shout out to them and theirs for keeping their team online and giving it their absolute best into this one.
Yeah, I mean, what a top to bottom, lights out performance here from EXO. Exactly what they needed to do in this matchup. Show that they are a threat to every single team in this region. No questions asked. And every challenge thrown their way so far, they have overcome. Of course, if you look a couple steps down the road, there's another big one floating out there in Reject. They have not crossed paths yet, but a solid start for EXO. Could not ask for a better way to kick off stage 1 for them. But how do you determine who the real threat on this EXO roster is? Zaytha, 2 aces off of 2 strangling prisons, a lone Phil's on that Punisher picking up KOs left and right. Sungjuk Woo, always a threat to be sure. I mean, every single member of this team absolutely deadly.
Oh yeah, they're a very well-rounded team there, and you know, that's what makes some of the best teams in play, is that even if you try and shut down one piece there, they've still got so many more answers.
Like, what is there to be for me to say that hasn't already been said, right? Like, XOXO is going to playoffs. Like, yeah, maybe they haven't been guaranteed it yet, but the way they've been playing, honestly, I could see them taking that Zero Tenacity spot and maybe go at least to fight Grand Finals, at the very least. Now, have we seen a lot of rejects so far? Not quite yet, but the fact that XOXO have been flawless so far in stage 1 has been a pretty dang good way of showing, hey look, they're looking good. And look, let me say, Sungjuk Woo is the only time I've ever seen Dual Pool look good in any form of gameplay. So props to him, man. I don't know what to expect going forwards. But Diatonic Man, yeah, like I mean, we're all speechless, dude. It was incredible what we saw from them.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Sungjuk Woo getting an opportunity to flex that hero pool. It seems to be just bottomless as he pulls out the dual pool and makes some moves with him there at the last of that Museum of Contemplation run. But like I was talking about, you know, every single member of EXO is an Avengers level threat at this point. I've never seen Groot so powerful before in my life, and Zaytha just making it work like clockwork.
It's giving Pirates, but guess what? Ring ring. Let's see what the real Pirates have to say. We're gonna head on over to our interview. We got Woo on the line. What's up, Sungjuk Woo? It's good to see you again, man. Long time no see.
Yeah, pretty long time, yeah.
So, I mean, look, I feel like a lot of our questions that we had from the last interview just a few hours ago could apply here, but what's the preparation look like from the last time we spoke to you to now?
To be honest, we just take a break and like have lunch or like get your brains like relaxed and yeah, ready for the next match. Yeah.
What was for lunch?
It's in Thai. It's called like lap mo. It's like Thai food. Yeah, for me it's lap mo.
Oh man, I'm so hungry.
This is like the food-themed Ignite tonight for some reason. Maybe it's just the burgers being around, but hey, good to know. You know, I gotta ask the burning question for me: dual pool. I don't think I've seen you bust it out before. I've seen plenty of heroes from you, but you know, what's the thought behind dual pool? Is it just to maybe show off the least shown version of Deadpool, or you know, what's the thought behind them?
Yeah, it is like that. Like at first, my coach wanted me to play the like same combi play, like same as like attack. But I just tell him like, can I play DPS 2? Can I play DPS 2? Yeah. So he said, yeah, go ahead. We trust you. Yeah. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Good to know. Okay.
So good, you know, you'll have to see it. And I guess why dual pool over the Spider-Man? I was hoping you'd throw it back to the times of old, you know.
Yeah, I miss play Spider-Man too, but like you know, like that hero is like kind of hard to play right now. So like, if you get shot once, like you're like already low HP, and like you can't engage the fight with that low HP. So yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, look, going forwards, right? Again, this is one of the few times that we've seen in Ignite where we can have a double interview like this. So going forwards, right? XOXO is, I'd have to look at the stats. I think after tonight, you would be the top team in stage 1. Of course, we're only 2 days in, so that could always change. But, you know, going forwards, it feels like your team has completely leveled up. Are there any teams inside of this stage 1 play that you are nervous or maybe even just excited to play up against?
Yeah, probably Genji, because like we like haven't played against them for like long time. But against Shift, we've been scrim with them like sometimes. But Genji, like they're usually not scrim with like all the Asia teams right now. They only scrim like in AEU. So yeah.
Oh, so you're already thinking playoffs, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, any other questions?
I guess I just want to know. I mean, obviously, you know, big fans of the team. You know, you guys are looking very solid out there. Anything you need the fans to know going forward about this team? Because Keg's right. You guys are sitting at the top with the 2 wins tonight. So anything you want people to know about you?
Yeah, thank you for all the support, and we will keep winning the games. Yeah.
Oh, well, Sunjuk Woo, it was great seeing you yet again, my friend, the 4th desk member. There's some point you'll be a permanent installation here, but thank you so much, dude. Good luck on your journey, and with playoffs in mind already, who knows, maybe we'll have plenty more interviews to come.
Thank you, guys.
I will get him the crack. I will get him to start trash talking people. He's too nice for this game. Too pure-hearted. But that's fine. I mean, look, XOXO, fantastic work so far. And honestly speaking, I don't see them going below top 3 for even playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they've bested, you know, one of the top 2 teams in the region already. That was their opener for stage 1. So you knew this team was going to be a big threat coming in. They've delivered every single time. You know, the question now is just how do they handle reject? That's kind of the last question I think I got for them.
Well, you know, that's an easier question said than answered. A lot of teams looked like they could handle reject in the beginning of preseason. They got a coach, and it was a flawless run from them there on out. But speaking of reject, though, one last matchup for the day. We're going to go to a small break, and when we come back, reject versus loyalty. Which side are you on? Let us know in chat. We'll be back in a few minutes.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
It's the last matchup of the night, and honestly speaking, you're at the top dogs versus, well, it's the team that hasn't won a map in Ignite for 2 stages. So, hopefully, this is the chance to turn it around, but for Loyalty, it's their second matchup of the night, and frankly speaking, Diatonic, if there's a time to turn it around, I honestly think even taking 1 map here would be a heroic feat.
Yeah, I mean, it is probably the toughest match that any team here in Asia could ask for. It is the reigning defending undisputed champs of preseason. Reject gonna be in action here, looking to continue last night, looking pretty nasty here, looking to right their wrongs from that preseason group stage where they surprisingly struggled a little bit, dropped a couple matches they probably should not have, but the game has changed for Reject here. For Loyalty, of course, it's kind of the underdogs versus the top dogs. Quite a punch-up indeed, but again, it's another situation where you want to see them come out and get some licks in. That's kind of what they need here.
To be fair, Reject did get a coach after the first week of preseason, and suddenly the team with the most Pro League experience turned things around and went flawless there on out. Nowadays, it's like trying to punch a shooting star. Like, it's just not gonna work for you if you're a team like Loyalty. But Coach Matzy, is there a path, no matter how small, and I hate to say that for Loyalty, is there a path to victory here for Loyalty?
I think that this is something that every team really should take on board, is that no matter how dire the circumstances look, right? Every game is winnable. Even if you're going up against an absolute titan of an enemy, every game has a win condition. And if you can achieve that, you could beat even the greatest of teams. You know, there is always that possibility, no matter how grand or small here. So I think that Loyalty need to try and, I guess, hinge into that, try and take hold of their win condition here to see if they can overcome the force that is Reject into this one. And, you know, if they take away even one map, even one, like, capture point here, it's already a small victory. And then they can look to work things through forward from there.
Well, there was a minor rebuild for Loyalty 2 coming into Stage 1. They did look better than they did in preseason, so I'll give them that. But, I mean, against Reject, the team that's feeling pretty all hunky-dory off winning preseason, it's still going to be a large road ahead. But, Diatonic, I'm going to throw the same question back at you. What would the path to victory for Loyalty look like to defeat Reject here?
I mean, ultimately, it's one step at a time, right? Like Matsy said, taking a single capture point, taking an objective, winning a team fight, taking those baby steps, trying to thread that together into an overall map win or a series win. That's kind of the key here. You don't want to get lost in the macro or the big picture of everything and say, okay, this is the best team in Asia, it's a really hard matchup. What do we do? Just throw your hands up and give up. It is about taking one objective at a time. And, like you were saying, Matsy, Reject are not an infallible team. They lost a match to Triple AD in the preseason group stage that we did not expect to see them lose. So, the situation here is different. Reject, a very different team here, but so is Loyalty. They've gone through a rebuild, got more time with the coach, and looking to see what that rebuild yields for them here. Looks like we're going back to the classic, to Hell's Heaven from that.
You're going to Hell's Heaven. You have one team with the scoreboard in heaven and the other one so far down into hell. But I won't be a negative Nancy for Loyalty. I still think there is a possibility for them to bring it back. We're not too far off from getting the picks and bans, and like Matsy was saying, there's always a chance to win it out. And for Diatonic, you're saying not to focus on the macro, focus on the fundamentals, and individual style of form. That could very well be the place to go. For me, I'm going to be watching the duelists for both sides and see if that will be the case to bring it back over.
Yeah, definitely a good shout to keep an eye on that duelist line. There are threats across the board here, and it is just going to be all about one step at a time here for Loyalty. A good opportunity to test their limits here. Reject, though, looking to just keep the streak going here. A solid performance on day one from them, looking much better this group stage than they did in the preseason group stage. So looking to go ahead and let the entirety of the Asia region know it's not going to be the same time around this time, you guys.
No, they're going to be running it in a whole other way this time around, and I'm so ready to see exactly what these teams can do as we see our double-sided Gambit all over again. A Dinosaur going to be protected through here. What will Reject match with? Likely the Mantis, likely the Black Cat, maybe? Okay, Black Cat is out of play.
Yeah, no shocker here. They're going to take that one-sided as well. So we are going to see some Felicia Hardy from Reject in this first go-round here. Dino saved for Loyalty, so going to hit the ground running with some Devil Dinosaur plays for sure. Ball is back in Loyalty's court here. They might take that Devil Dino one-sided here, so looking for any kind of advantage they can build themselves here, even before boots hit the pavement for this matchup, and it is going to be on Hell's Heaven, so definitely check your corners, watch your flanks here. Reject probably going to be looking to take advantage of some of that jump scare potential that comes with a map like Hell's Heaven. It's Mantis, though, banned out by both sides in that simultaneous ban, so again, nobody going too crazy here. Very similar notes as we have seen all throughout Stage 1 here in Asia.
Yeah, just going to be a draft of replication. Going to be a lot of the same into this one, but we do see the next Protect coming through now from Reject, and it will be the Phoenix for Brownie there. They're going to be looking good on that one. We'll see another ban over the top, though. What could it be?
Yeah, definitely a high caliber weapon for Brownie there. Phoenix already strong enough in almost anyone's hands this season, but especially for Brownie here, a big pickup for Reject. Between the Black Cat and the Phoenix, they've got the duelists figured out already for themselves here, but the question now is, what are they going to do in terms of strategists? Gambit, Mantis, Rocket, all taken off the table by Loyalty, but they are going to take the Phoenix mirror here, so it is going to be dueling Jean Greys yet again here on map number 1. Rocket ban hovered by Reject here, kind of flipping through the strategists, seeing who do we try to ban out. I don't think the Rocket is necessarily a bad play here per se, but it's really up to them. This is the last ban, and then we're ready to roll out here for map number 1.
Ooh, I'm ready to see the rollout from Yaki on the Spider-Man there. Maybe hearing my plead for Sungjuk Woo to bring that out in the last series, and now Yaki's looking to bring it out in this one. I love the hovers coming out from Bum Hyung there as well. The Namor would be something. We haven't seen a Namor in ages. Love to see a bit of Namor break back in there, but not today. Not this season, at least. For now, though, we do see our heroes locked in on both sides. So final selections breaking through before we get into our spawn areas here. And Loyalty looking pretty good. You know, they've got the rocket out. They're ready to play into that one. Bring out the dino. So not too shabby on their side of things here.
No, not a bad draft for them at all. There are a couple of issues, I think, with Reject here, of course. Brownie getting that Phoenix. No shocker that that's probably coming out of the gate here, but curious to see what Reject does here. They had some pretty unorthodox strats in a store on Hell's Heaven map number 1 yesterday, too, so maybe gonna look for something you wouldn't expect to see from a team like Reject. But one more time here, day 2 in Asia. We're back to the Charteris Hydra base for another round of Hell's Heaven, another round of domination. Looking for Loyalty to come out of the gate here and get some fight wins, take an objective or two here just to get that ball rolling. But to start things off, Joey on the Strange Portal.
Yeah, ready to dive straight in, scout out where their enemies are, and see if they can divide up the strategist lane here. I like that teams are still playing into stuff like this, you know, just trying to get a good scope over how their enemy is approaching the game and see if they can isolate things out, play in into something more there. Love to see Gambo bring out the Storm for a second there as well, going for that early play. Unfortunately, Storms are gone just as quick as it came in, so Lightning strikes once and see you later. But time to jump in to the initial fight here, and Joey taking a lot of punishment.
I do like the positioning here from Loyalty, though. They drop the Strange Portal on the high ground, give some safe space for your strategist to do some healing. No, Gambo gonna take it right to him here again, getting the first blood against Gargoyle. Yaki gonna respond in kind, though. 1 KO for the Black Cat against Bum Hyung. Make it 2 here, a double KO after Jay-Z goes down. Necrobe, though, does have the Deadpool all ready to go. That was pretty quick here, Blake, and you might miss it, but not a bad start for Loyalty here. They made some progress, just not able to find a way to clinch this one. There it is. The first flip goes to Loyalty here.
All my days, we may yet have spoken something into existence here. Last row, though, not going to be allowing anything further, as they will find 3 KOs across them. And now layering things down a bit by bit. Just as quick as they got it, Reject will take it straight back. And they're looking to force their way up a little bit as well here. You know, getting closer and closer to this one. Not ready to concede any further ground towards Loyalty here. But I like the change up towards the strat pool for them for Necrobe there. I think the strat pool hasn't seen as much play these days, but it could be the answer that they're hoping for.
Yeah, just looking for some kind of ace in the hole here, an X factor to catch Reject by surprise here. A little bit of a slower rollout. Loyalty taking their time here as Reject taking the lead on the capture progress. Now they're looking for a way in the door here. Jay-Z taking a little bit of high ground, healing him as Loyalty will invade here. Lastro's got a fate of both worlds. Brownie goes up for that Insong Inferno, comes down and will find one, taking down the strat pool. Necro back to spawn here as Loyalty throw down everything they've got, empty the bank account here. It's a 1-for-1 though. Brownie and Gamebo gonna find some dueling KOs here. Yaki's got that calling card movement and got 1 KO. Piggy as well on the Freedom Charge here, finding one. Yaki making a double KO there for that Black Cat. Chaos here, but Reject reigns supreme here, 60% and still on the move.
Yeah, pure chaos, but no Scarlet Witch. Maybe we'll see the reality erasure in another timeline here. So take it slow, take it easy for the moment. Loyalty trying their best to play a very tight line of sight there. Love that from Bum Hyung there. Does have the Insong Inferno at the ready as well. Joey could elevate the fight with the Freedom Charge here. Reject only have the Kumio Unleashed to kind of deal with it right now. So there actually is a way forward for Loyalty here, but they've got a few tools they're going to have to commit in order to make it work. So Freedom Charge coming in right now from Joey. Starting the song strong. Someone hasn't actually brought out the Kumio Unleashed though, so they're not trading Alpha Ultim to this one until things get really desperate. And last row going down, the desperate times could rise up. There we go, Kumio Unleashed coming out of it. Gargoyle going down though, Necro bringing things out as well. Quite Alexander there and ready to slice and dice their way forward. Boundary coming out as well. Okay, this one looking a little bit closer, Dyer.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of respect given by Reject to this Loyalty team. They invade onto the point here. They've got plenty of boots planted on to try and make the flip. In overtime now as Brownie going up for an in-song. Inferno comes down, gets some damage, a lot of Loyalty at half health or lower, but they're able to get the back up. Joey needs a little bit of a heal there as well, focusing down that front line for now. There's the invisible boundary for Loyalty here, some safe space to fight, but Lastro in response, throwing down that dance floor. Club is open here for Reject as they are going to battle back here. Gargoyle on the point and back with a vengeance here, takes down the invis, and that boundary is gone. Calling card again from Yaki, and a freedom charge from Piggy as well. Plenty of overheals here for Reject as they are going to look to close this out, though Loyalty not ready to give up the fight just yet. They're Joey on the cap trying to keep it alive, but Gargoyle lasers him down on the Emma Frost, throws down the Sidex Seduction for good measure, trying to finish off the last couple standing members of Loyalty here and close out this first point. But Loyalty again, a scrappy team here. They're not quite out of the fight just yet. Staggered out though, Bumyoung going to be on his way back to the fight. Piggy will find Gamebo here, and Reject still not able to close the door quite yet here.
Yeah, they're being so tenacious, aren't they? You know, they've got the Strange on lock, they've got everything on lock, but Brownie being uncontested is just opening up a shooting gallery over the mission area. A quad KO. Enjoy the show, folks. That's curtains on our first objective there, and Reject take away. They defrost the frozen airfield, and we're moving on to the Eldritch Monument.
Yeah, Brownie burning bright with a Quadra KO to wrap it up and still holding the in-song Inferno. So Reject coming in with a bit of an alt advantage here. Lastro's not too far off Fate of Both Worlds as well. So they've got some things to work with right out of the gate here. And, you know, Reject, of course, every time they capture the point, it is all about that forward pressure. Gas pedal to the metal for them every single time, just trying to create that space, buy themselves plenty of time to make it that much harder for Loyalty to contest in the first place. But quite a battle of attrition between these two teams on that first point. Loyalty putting up a fight for sure, never able to make the flip again in their direction, but obviously clean slate here for point number 2. Reject, though, they want to close this one out early, I'm sure.
Yeah, they want to close it out as quick as they possibly can, I'm sure of that. And see just how they look to achieve it, as we'll be seeking their path forward or in the same, into just tame the beast, if you will. No, push it up from the side here. Piggy playing their role well. You know, they take to the high ground, ready to scout out information. They found the whole damn team, so they will be forced to retreat off that angle. But at least now they can go for some flanks around this one. Already prepared to shut down Jay-Z there and ready to leave it on lock.
Yeah, I mean, these teams really understand the value of that intel. A lot of them trying to do some scouting mid-fight here. We've seen that all night long, and Reject no strangers to that, as well as Piggy picks up the first KO here, drawing first blood as Brownie using that in-song Inferno early on here. Gamebo in trouble, and Seungwoo will find the KO. Piggy and Lastro in the feed, as well as Reject looking to take a very solid first point here. It's a Ponage Pound from Necro, just trying to keep Loyalty in the fight, as is Ananix here, trying to get that Dino moving here, shaking the screen and the ground here, but it is no good in the face of Brownie and Piggy as well. More KOs for Reject here, and they'll grab that first cap. A solid start here on point number 2.
Yeah, looking good in the beginning there, and they've got a few more tools they can commit in order to hold down this mission area as well. And Piggy could just get up in their face again, just buzzing around them like a bee right now, saying, hey, look at me! And there will be now making that even more apparent, starting off the fight with the freedom charge there. Yaki barging into it, looking to force them back. It's Piggy, and again, they force the issue all the way back into damn spawn. Joey not going to be able to run it around the back either, so Reject are just going to command the space there and retrace their steps.
Yeah, I mean, a kind of a cheeky back cap attempt there by Joey on the Captain America. Almost made it too, but a quick rotate from Reject. They are light and fast on their feet every single time. Now almost 50% of the way captured here. Looking clean, and Brownie looking to get even more numbers up here. Headshot on the Gamebo to finish him off, and Yaki as well picking up another one. Loyalty just don't have a leg to stand on here on point number 2. Every single member of Reject getting theirs, and Seungwoo finding a way into the KO feed yet again. Gargoyle finding one, and Loyalty just can't get out the front door.
Yeah, not able to open the door this time. Maybe need to reconsider how they will approach this one. Maybe they need to break the damn door down, get the thing out there and charge through. They need something at this point. They've got almost a full kit of bolts. They are starting off with a freedom charge here, so ready to barge into the fight. Not going to say goodnight. Dance floor going to be pushed out as well, so trading all for ult onto this one. See if they can win it out, though. The CYA comes up, but Reject have already found the opening KOs in the show, and even close to being done.
Yeah, close quarters combat here and far away from the capture point. 95% as the members of Loyalty try to run it down to get that OT proc here. Reject find the KOs. I don't think there's a member. No, they do manage to get the overtime here. Wumhyung does have a strange portal up and running for this team, but overtime ticking away, and though they get the OT, it never stops burning here. The wick empty and Reject taking a dominant position here on domination. Hell's Heaven 2-0.
Yeah, going to be a solid position to push themselves into there. You know, a grand start to this series here. Be very proud of themselves with how they've managed to commit early onto this one. There were some little moments, I'd say, for Loyalty as well. You know, I think that the fact that they took first capture over the mission area there on the first objective was pretty good. Like, I think that was a good start from them. Obviously, Reject just a very quick team to analyze a way out of that predicament, and they swooped it straight back. But the fact that Loyalty are finding little moments like that does give hope that there's still a path for them, you know, in order to build themselves up as a team.
There definitely is something there. I mean, we're talking about fighting the #1 team in the region, the defending preseason champs. Anything you can get off of them is something to take note of, especially for a team like Loyalty going through a big rework coming into this stage. I mean, there is definitely something here. You want to see how they fare against kind of the mid-card or lower down the list in Asia, because they've had tough matchup after tough matchup so far early on here in stage 1. But it is Reject taking a very solid position here off of Hell's Heaven. I mean, you know, point number 1, there was some back and forth for sure. The point 2, it was 0 to 100. They did manage to get the overtime going for Loyalty, but, you know, there was just nobody there to try and hold it. And, you know, Reject had them pushed all the way up to spawn for quite a while there. Again, that forward pressure we see from Reject, they are absolutely relentless. Once they get a hold of an objective, it is tough to convince them to let go.
Yeah, they just lock their jaws into it and will be able to hold tight all the way through into that one. So it'll be a very, very commanding pursuit of victory there. You know, Loyalty not going to be able to stand tall into that one, forced to fall down, and we'll be moving on towards a second map in the competition right on the other side of this break. Everybody, don't go anywhere.
Fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Okay, that's game 1. Very clinical, very well done from Reject's side. So, boys, what's the secret sauce here for Reject? How is a team like Loyalty pinned down and spawn with 6 ultimates and still can't take a single pick? Matsy, go first.
Yeah, I think that Reject just have the recipe there. You know, they're able to shut them down in pretty much every single way. Like, the problem is that Loyalty don't have, I guess, as much time together as what Reject have as a holistic roster there. And so some of the fundamentals are kind of slipping through the cracks at the best of times. And because of that, Reject are just elevating themselves, like you saw in some of the big moments there, particularly on one of those objectives. Like Brownie was just left unchecked and managed to lock in a quad just by sitting on the side of the mission area there, and no one was able to stop them at all. Like they just stood there like a statue or a turret and just pelted down absolute hellfire.
So you think it might be more of a fundamental issue instead of like communication or macro?
I think it could be everything, honestly. I think that it could be like everything, because the veterancy of Reject as a roster, it's just overwhelming, right? I think that Loyalty need to take what they can out of this one to try and find a way forward here, but it is a grim outlook.
I am just so happy we're not going to Museum of Contemplation. We're going to Hollow to Jolly instead. So this is the first time, at least in a while, very much today, that our second map is Convergence. I truly was not expecting that. Diatonic, is this maybe just like... this has to be just like a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of looking for that X factor, something out of left field to throw Reject off their game, to give them a little bit of an upper hand. And, you know, we haven't seen a lot of Hollow de Jalia lately, so maybe banking on that not being one of the most popular map picks and seeing Reject not play on it as much. But time will tell here, because it is not long before we get rollout here on map 2.
I mean, dang, man, do you think it's going to work?
I think it is a big Hail Mary from them. I mean, at this point, you know, going for the sideways map pick is definitely a signal of we're not sure how to handle this matchup. And to answer your previous question as we get into picks and bans here, I agree with Matsy. It's definitely a combination of how veteran Reject are, because they've been in Ignite plenty, versus Loyalty, where a lot of these players are still kind of new to the scene, but it's also the rebuild on top of it. It's still trying to build that chemistry and come together. And I mean, honestly, if you want a very straightforward answer, it's Piggy, man. It's Piggy. We're talking about all gas, no brakes from Reject on that forward pressure, but the one in the driver's seat, the 1 foot on the pedal, is Piggy. On that cap, he is running it down the lane every single time. As soon as they got control of the objective, you know, Piggy is going to be moving on up, putting up the shields for the team to just follow him in, and from there, it is just domination left and right here. So Reject ready to go here for map 2. Pretty standard stuff here. Very early Phoenix ban from Loyalty. Cannot let Brownie have that one again.
No, especially after what they locked down, like on that point there. It just, yeah, no, they don't want to deal with that again. But I mean, they've still got so many other options. You know, it plays into what I've been saying time and time again tonight. No matter what duelist you ban out, there's always another one that they can play. And especially against a team like Reject there, they're just going to reject your ban and get out an even better character.
Yeah, they will play right on through. No doubt about that. Mantis banned out again here on both sides of the board, so no soul resurgences in sight here. And yeah, definitely interested to see where Brownie goes from here. Actually, Loyalty going to make it a little bit of a late one-sided Phoenix, so they will have Jean Grey, but no such luck for Reject here. They also banned out the Luna Snow against Loyalty, so no Fate of Both Worlds for them here. Both teams got one ban left. Reject one save as well here. Maybe the Rocket, not a bad pick, especially considering there's a Phoenix on the board here. Some oversight from Insong Inferno, but yeah, tough one here on map number 2 for Loyalty.
Yeah, tough one on the way through here. We are going to see the Luna locked down on the Protect right now, so that's going to be good for Reject. And having a single-sided Rocket, if Loyalty don't ban it, that is kind of terrifying, especially on this map, because Reject can just continually contest the mission area. You know, even if one of them goes down, gets KO'd out, they just bring them right back. And especially if they play into a composition with Adam, it's just full Reject cycle there. They do ban out the cap against them, so they have realized, you know, Piggy is him, but Piggy's hovering the dinosaur now.
Yeah, I mean, no doubts about it. You know, definitely a target ban. And yeah, Piggy is an absolute demon on the cap. So no shocker to see them pivoting to one of the big problems they faced on map number 1. So they're looking for some adjustments here, not throwing in the towel. They are going to play this one all the way out here. But yeah, they do get away with that one-sided rocket on the side of Reject. Yaki going to pick that up first, potentially. We'll see if they roll out on it. But yeah, map number 2, Hall of Jalia in the store here for us. Reject gonna be taking the first attack here, while Loyalty gonna try to hold them here and get on the board again. Loyalty still looking for their first map win here in Ignite. What a statement it would be to take it off of a team like Reject, but so far they have just not found the answers to get in the mix there. You know, again, some bright spots on point number 1 for domination, but since then it has been the Reject show nonstop.
Yeah, they reject everything that Loyalty's been trying to bring out there, so haven't been able to really stake their claim towards any semblance of success here. But now, Piggy was hovering over the Spidey there. I got a bit worried. Thought it's coming out somehow, somewhere today. No, not this time. So curious how things will work out for Loyalty, though. You know, they brought out the Magneto this time. Do have the Devil Dinosaur alongside it, so could play a bit of a front-to-back centric composition here. Going to take the high ground early as well. Moonlight, an interesting one here too. But just looking to hold a position for the time being. See, they create a point of fortification, if you will. They are already being forced back by Rejects there. Loyalty are playing a little bit scared.
Yeah, just kind of taking their time here, a little bit more methodical approach, battling for that high ground. Piggy on the Devil Dinosaur. Brownie going to be the first one to open it up here. May have taken away the Phoenix, but they did not take the Star-Lord here, nor did they take Black Cat away from Yaki. Big opener, triple KO there for Reject to start things off. Already making some big capture progress, making a quadra here. Yaki first moves into this matchup, and it is devastation to Loyalty here. Bum Young going to get the portal for him, so they're going to have a chance to contest here yet again, but the question is, how can they stand up to Reject here?
Yeah, how can they stand up? How can they match them? Regeneration Domain coming up, going down, and looking to burn their way through as well. I like how Loyalty are playing around the portal here. Reject, they just play ring around the Rosie and will be able to get a KO, a Posey, and they all fall down. So, gonna be very happy with that one there. Reject, get it all done, and I'm terrified. They almost have all 6 ults. They didn't even really have to commit anything there, Dyer.
Oh, it was mostly Yaki, the driver here. Quadra on the Black Cat as the first fight unfolded there, and then just another KO out of nowhere. I mean, plenty of gold here. Flame Orb coming down as well, so gonna be looking to put down some sentries here. And Yaki's got the reply here to Joey on the Magneto this time around, putting down some damage. It's gonna be a hand of Khonshu from Gambo, though, to start things off. And Reject, they've got plenty of ults here. It's gonna be the Devil Beast Rampage from Piggy this time first, and Yaki's got a calling card here. Though Gargoyle shut down early after that Feast to be missed goes down, but it is a 1-for-4 here as Yaki again entirely uncontested on the Black Cat. Got the numbers of Loyalty, a triple KO. I believe that's 8 final hits now so far.
Oh yeah, they're just a final farmer into this one, and very curious how the records will go. We do jump into the last section, but it's going to be the Galactic Legend with the CYA there, ready to put themselves in the play. Meteor came out, didn't enable them, and Exodus did find a Piggy though, but brought back by the BRB. It's going to be A-OK for Rejects right now. Exodus was good with the Devil Beast Rampage, but I mean, it will be still forcing the issue. Piggy going down for real this time though. Joey good for that one. Necro does have God of Mischief at the ready as well. If they want to try and force things back here, they kind of need whatever they can at this point in order to drain the time clock a little bit further down, because Reject just seem unstoppable on this push right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the emergent issue here. 5 minutes on the clock for Reject. After checkpoint number 2 secured so early here, looking ahead at the finish line is Reject already. Fate of both worlds from Lastro. They are going to keep this push going. They'll get control of the mission vehicle yet again here. Oh, there is an Insong Inferno from Bum Young as that Fate of both worlds goes down. I like the timing there. They're waiting for the last second of that dance floor, but it is unfortunately not enough to pick up the KOs here. Joey will find one on to Brownie, though it is going to be short-lived. that BRB ready to go, and Gargoyle fighting back in kind there, holding the piece to the Abyss, and he's a little bit low there. Symbiotic Resilience running out, but he will walk away, and Reject Healers on point here. Oh, he's going to take the risk, stay in the mix here. Devil Beast Rampage from Piggy now, as Gambo's got a Kumio unleashed, but not enough to put a dent here in Reject. We'll find Blastro, but Gargoyle again just even it out, taking out Gambo as it goes back down to normal White Fox form here. Reject held a little bit short here, halfway to checkpoint number 3, but yeah, it is looking like a speed run here so far.
Yeah, I think they've put their full Formula R energy onto this one, and X is bringing out the Devil Beast Rampage as well. NYA coming at you with the feet to the Abyss there, and they are eating good. JT going down, and Calling Card coming in from Yaki as well. Haven't been able to find the impact yet, but now they will step to the plate here and go swinging for the home run as they get plenty of KOs for them and theirs there, and they are forcing the enemy all the way back to spawn on this one. This is just terrifying. Again, continually pushing the issue here, and Reject might be able to dish it out to the end.
Yeah, Reject pretty much standing on Loyalty's doormat here. Galactic Legend going up for Brownie, but there is an invisible boundary here for Loyalty to try and protect themselves. They do get control of the mission vehicle and are starting to push it back. Brownie gets KO'd in mid-air, but taken up right by that BRB, so he's already here and ready for another brawl right back in the mix as Reject standing on the precipice of the closer here. Bumyoung, nice shot onto Brownie, though, finding the Star-Lord out of mid-air yet again, and that KO is confirmed here. No BRB, and Yaki gonna respond in kind though. Jay-Z taken down, so Invis out the equation, and Heel's in trouble here for Loyalty. Necro going low and going down as well, making a double KO for Yaki. The Black Cat moving insane here on Hall of Deustralia for Reject. Matter of time now. The body advantage big for Reject here as they got control of that vehicle yet again, and are just gonna look to push this thing over the finish line, courtesy of Brownie, Piggy, and Lastro back in the KO feed. Jay-Z gonna go down as well. Necro and Gamebo, the only ones left standing here, and they cannot stand up to Piggy on the Devil Dinosaur. Reject close it out. 2:03 still on the clock if they need it.
Oh my days. Gonna be plenty of time at their disposal there. Good job from Loyalty for running down the clock as much as they did, but unfortunately not enough to get a second win onto that one. And I gotta say, big focus from Yaki there, shutting down Necro, but just as they were about to bring out the God of Mischief towards the tail end of that fight there, was really impressive. You know, you saw the switch up to Jeff, unfortunately not able to get much value out of Jeff in the end there, so Reject, they're just a well-oiled machine onto this one over and over again. So, I'll be very happy with the result of their attacking phase there, and now we'll be looking to keep things locked down on their defensive side too.
Yeah, they've built themselves a really nice nest egg here, so if this does go to extra rounds, they've got a huge time bank advantage here, and I don't know, Matsy, you might be getting your wish here. Piggy is rolling out on defense on the Spider-Man after the Double Dino run down here. Brownie looking for a portal here, potentially just to start things off, maybe get a kidnap, not sure what they're going to look for here, but, you know, Reject have quite an upper hand here, so maybe going to see something a little unorthodox from them on the back half here.
I mean, they do have to get over here at the ready, right? Piggy is prepared with that one. Can look to take them out of the fight nice and quick. They're ready. They're going for the spawn play. Oh, this is devious. Don't do it to him, Piggy. Surely not. Here we go. They're going to jump into it. Give it a try. Waiting. Here we go. Oh, jumping in. Oh, no. They're locked out. Unlucky for Piggy there. But Joey's going to take advantage of this. They're pushing straight into the mission area.
Yeah, they are going to try to capitalize on it. Again, Loyalty not just going to throw in the towel here. They will play this one out to the very end. So now Reject going to need to rotate back. But meanwhile, Loyalty going to grab at least one tick of progress here, maybe even two. Brownie there on the objective, ready to go with the penny swap for defense here, but already shut down. Gonna get up off of the BRB there, but that's courtesy of Bumyoung over on the Winter Soldier this time around. And yeah, not a bad start here for Loyalty. They repel the Piggy Spider-Man open, and he's already back over onto the Devil Dinosaur, but Reject are picking things right back up here. Lastro's on the Star-Lord here and making some moves. Piggy and Brownie as well, taking out the rest of Loyalty. Already 1 minute away, but they've already got 2 ticks, so they've got a little bit of progress here.
Yeah, they managed to at least get a slither of progression there, so it's not the worst case scenario, because I mean, if you just need one more tick over the mission area, if they can charge themselves up towards some high impact ultimates there, I think they can break through. You know, they just need to create a bit of distance between themselves and Reject here just to convert it onto that convoy section. They've got the recipe. It's Jeff, could be a huge part of it, but we'll see how they string it together now as Yaki doesn't give them a chance to charge up anymore. Lastro joining in the fight as well, looking to ignite the battle all over again now. Gambo slowly but surely slips away. Maybe not going to be left in play much longer though, yeah. No stone left unturned there, and they will be able to shut them all down.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much no reason to give Loyalty any quarter here. 2 minutes away now, half of their time gone, and they're still at 2 ticks here. No ults ready to go for them either, so gonna have to rethink the next approach here. Taking the back route here out of the spawn as Necrobe over onto that Jeff. Sticking with it for now here, relying on that and the invis, though there are a couple changes here. Boomyoung over on to the Elsa now, and JC will find one on the invis, catches Brownie by surprise, but he'll be right back with that BRB, courtesy of Seunghoon, and Lastro now gonna get the ball rolling for Reject. Calling card from Yaki. That deck absolutely stacked here yet again. Some big value for this Black Cat. Piggy will find a KO in the midst of that, and Yaki will get one onto Boomyoung at the end of the ult. A minute 30 left to go, and Reject again 6 up and 6 down for Loyalty.
They're going to be happy with that for now, Reject, and they're looking to get some more mines in play as well. So, going to see if they can lock this one down. I like the scouting from Yaki again here. They play up height there. We'll be able to watch where they're escaping through their spawn, and now looking to elevate themselves accordingly. Piggy and Co, they're just chilling around the choke point here. They're just looking to hold back for the second. Play the tight angles, but Loyalty, they're playing for the high ground here. If Rejects can ground them before they elevate, could be perfect. Speaking of, a Spike Sweep coming out right now from Brownie. So, looking to do everything they can here. Their teammates are there to support their endeavors as well. But Loyalty, just having the time clock just drawn out for them.
Yeah, I mean, a big advantage here. We're coming down quickly to final fight territory. 30 seconds on the clock. Loyalty, though, they're going to rock up with 6 ults here, so they are going to try to make a big play. An ult fiesta there. Necrobe does find a victim, at least one on the It's Jeff here. A ton of ults all underneath that invisible boundary. There's Gamebo with the Insong Inferno as well here. Gargoyle, though, got the team healed up, and that was a lot of ultimates committed and just no value to be found here. Necrobe will take out Brownie on the Jeff, but that's all Loyalty's getting out of this. So close to that third and final tick, but painfully short here. Time ticks away, and Reject underneath that Fate of Both Worlds. It does go down, but they are looking clean here. Apex Predator from Boomyoung here. One last save to try and keep things alive, but overtime ticks away, and Reject complete a full hold.
0, 2, 3.
Oh my days, we'll be able to hold it down to the very end there. So, that's a big GG, well played from Reject and Co there. Loyalty gave it their best, but unfortunately not able to get as much as they would have been hoping for out of that one, but still got to give them props for giving it the best that they could. So, MVP going to be Lastro out of that one. Feeling good, feeling great as Reject skate ahead in a big way. And take a look at the stat line there. 0 casualties for Yaki and Seunghoon out of that one. So, really got to give them the props they deserve for sustaining through the whole battle.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I really wanted to point this out. And now that we're looking at the scoreboard here, you can see the roles that the Reject players are running. And there are a couple interesting things here. Lastro picks up the MVP on Star-Lord, though he usually rocks up as a strategist. But the role swaps here for Reject coming in big makes them really hard to pin down, because you don't know who is going to be bringing what to the table here. Very much echoing a team like Gen G that we saw over in the OCE group stage, doing much of the same all throughout grand finals, swapping their roles and just showing how deep their skill level runs here. Reject built different here and showing the entirety of the Asia region and all of Marvel Rivals Ignite that they are, in fact, moving a little different this time around. Another solid win for the champs here, and Loyalty again left high and dry, still looking for that first map win.
Wow, okay, so End of the day, we finally get through and we see, Reject, of course, had been a superstar performer so far through the entirety of this year, but the role swaps from Reject, I think, is a really good indicator that, yeah, you can have a lot of flexibility. No strategies can be given away in a matchup like this where you're going up against Loyalty. You don't want any footage to go up against you against opponents that you might struggle against in the future. But here's the thing, though. We haven't seen a team that Reject struggles against in Asia yet. And I will say, after today, I think a team like EXO could be the one to do it, Matsy. But again, the verdict is still out.
Yeah, the verdict's still out. I think that there's still going to be opportunities there for them to, I guess, have that more competitive bout. We've seen a lot of elevation from a team like EXO in Stage 1 so far. It's been fantastic to see this resurgence, of EXO's prowess. And I'm hopeful that when we do get to see that series, it's another big test for them.
I think that might be the series of a group stage. I'm not gonna lie, because I don't know what to expect with those two. And it helped me out here before we get our interview, Diatonic. I have EXO and Reject as the two teams so far that have really blown me away in their matchups. But obviously, 6 teams from Asia will be moving forwards to the playoffs. 2 from OCE will be going forwards. Is there another team so far? Again, 2 days in. Have there been any other teams so far that have really blown you away for Asia?
Yeah, they may have taken a loss here tonight, but I think the Burgers, some really good looks here very early on in Stage 1. Zero Tenacity, a hard matchup for this team, fresh out of the MRC scene, but very good looks early on, and that spells potential for this team as the days continue on. So they'll have the whole gamut of Asia ahead of them to take down and to do battle with, so plenty to learn and improve on there. But, right out of the gate, a very impressive showing from them. And of course, can't overlook Zero Tenacity. They are definitely going to be in the chase for the top dog spot. Almost no doubt that they're going to go to playoffs. But yeah, I would say the Burgers, for me, definitely an early standout.
Okay, yeah, Burgers, I completely agree. I had them as maybe a slow third, but I just don't know what to expect from them just because they're so new. Right. I'm surprised, though, that the stocks on Zero Tenacity have gone down for everybody. I know they didn't perform maybe at their best day one. They looked a lot better today. Will say, though, they were that second place team that surprised a lot of people. Pirates aren't in the picture anymore, so I don't know. I think we're still sleeping on ZT a bit.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think that even if they had a slow start into day one, there's a reason that this is the group stage. I think in the long run, they're going to be able to build up towards that final presence there. And we saw, a little semblance of it today. I think that coming into their series tomorrow against Reject is going to be a big proving point for Z10 to show, hey guys, we still got it. We'll see how that one plays out.
We're just a few moments out from our interview here, but just looking forwards again because, there's only so many ways for us to say Loyalty did they did their best, but Reject just did Reject things. But going forwards, right, I think the big team that I want to look forward to, not just tomorrow, but for the rest of group stage, still has to be EXO. I feel like I'm turning into Dan for this for this stage because he's converted me. He's like a parasite, man. He's a 6'7" parasite, but he's my favorite parasite. But Dan was so high on the stocks of EXO. They came in 4th place overall. I thought they were the team in preseason. They came in 4th place. I thought for sure that they would make a deeper run than that. But I think the EXO that Dan envisioned from preseason is where they're at now. But as I say that, ring, 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 we have J-Mac, coach of Reject, on the line. How are you, my friend?
Hello. My name is J-Mac. I am coach. I work in Reject.
Well, it's great to meet you, J-Mac. My first question, how would you evaluate your individual performance in this match?
I don't play this map, but so I just pick the one player. I just pick Brownie because Brownie is very best DPS in Asia. So I just happy with play him.
Yeah, Brownie is such a strong player. I love to watch him play. Your players changed roles. Lastro played Star-Lord on map number 2. Why did you change roles so many times?
Just the player pick the joke pick, yeah, because player doesn't want to see.
That's what I said.
Player just doesn't want to see our planning to tomorrow match because Jet is very strong team. Yeah, so we just hiding our plan or just pick the joke pick. Yeah.
Okay, I like it. Nice.
Yeah, and I guess leading into your game tomorrow, how is the team feeling? Are you confident to take on Z10?
Our team don't think about the lose because Reject is best team in Asia. So just no matter what, just don't have many things. Yeah, just we only think of win. Sorry, my English is a bit bad.
No, that's okay.
So, JMac, your team is the best in the region. There's really no other way of saying it. Do you have anything to say to your fans, the audience right now, as we conclude tonight?
Asia Legion is not famous Legion, not famous league, but some fans keep watching our Reject match. So I really want to say thank you for our team, our pen, our pen. Yeah, so I just want to thank you.
Thank you so much, JMac. A pleasure as usual. I'm sure it won't be the last time we interview you here, but thank you so much again, and congratulations on your matchup.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, JMac. Look, man, we're going to be saying JMac a whole lot more, I think, going forwards. Homie's a pro. He knows exactly what's up. But he did bring up a really interesting point as we close out today, and I really want to pick the brains of both of you. Sorry, it's 4 a.m. for me. Okay. Matsy, JMac says that Brownie is the best duelist in Asia. I was really curious to know what you thought about that.
Well, I think that looking at your own team, you need to believe that your players are the best that they possibly are, right? Even if it might not be the popular view across all of our viewers, I think that it's important that you have the utmost confidence in all of your players there. Like, I definitely can agree. Brownie is one of the staple duelist players across the Asia region. Are they the best? That's up to popular opinion, I suppose.
Oh, you are the popular opinion. Come on, Diatonic.
If you're gonna pick one, if you're gonna pick one duelist right now, if you would ask me, Phoenix Ultimate to head here, what is my choice? Brownie is definitely at the top of my list. Okay. I mean, no doubt he is a big driver for this team, and considering that Reject are the top team in the region, they're the defending preseason champions, I think being the driver for that team puts you squarely at the top of that list. There's a lot of talent in the duelist role here in Asia. So many players, so enjoyable to watch. And obviously, as the stage progresses, there's going to be some advancement from some of those players. And who is in their positions now may not be standing there at the end of the day. But yeah, Brownie for me definitely has to be one of the top ones, if not the very top.
So let me ask you this then. Is there a team, at least from what we've seen so far in Stage 1 Asia, is there a team that you feel like can directly challenge Reject for that #1 spot? Diatonic, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's a toss-up between two, and I don't think it's going to be any surprise for my answer, but I think it's going to come down to either Zero Tenacity or XOXO01.
Really?
I agree with you guys, because I think people are overlooking Zero Tenacity. I think their loss to EXO is not a testament to where Zero Tenacity is at in terms of skill level. I think it's a testament to how much EXO have improved, and no doubt Z10 are going back to the drawing board to think of what to do next against this team, but it's got to be one of those two.
I thought you were going to say Burgers and XO.
I'm definitely looking forward to the Burger Reject matchup, no doubt. I just don't think the Burgers are quite ready to overtake, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I prefer rare or medium rare, but what about you, Matsy? What do you think?
Yeah, so I think similarly to Diatonic there, I think that the teams that are looking to take it to them are going to be your Z10, your XOXO at this point in time. We haven't seen enough data on Burgers to really consider whether they can match them yet. I think that when that matchup does come to be, it'll be a good proving point for them to show what level they're at. Right now, I believe the Burgers certainly will be able to punch their ticket towards qualifying for the playoffs, but how they do that is really going to be decided by their upcoming matches.
Well, here we are, our results for the day. It's crazy to think how young and naive we were at the very beginning, so long ago. Loyalty versus EXO, in the beginning of what feels like a Stage 1 dynasty for this team, where they beat not just Loyalty 0-2, or 2-0 I should say, they also beat Rivals 2-0 as well. And unfortunately for Loyalty, similar to preseason where they did not win a single map, it's the same kind of case here too. But I think the biggest takeaway besides N1 Hex taking a map off of AAAD really comes down for me for match 2, Matsy, where Zero Tenacity, they did beat Burgers 2-0, but this was a big jump back from their loss on day 1.
Yeah, it was a big, I guess, change of pace there. You know, I think that maybe into day 1, like we heard from the interview with Zajic, right, their coach there, I think that they kind of outplayed themselves. You know, sometimes your biggest enemy is going to be yourselves. And, you know, it's like he said directly, you know, they had brainworms into the first day of competition there.
Every day.
And I think that they reflected on that and were able to run it back in a big way. But look at this. We got the rankings. You were talking about it earlier.
You know, we did have the live rankings that, of course, live for us. But XOXO taking that first place slot, though, it's at 3 points. But that's because Reject has only played twice. They haven't lost any matches yet. So there is definitely the possibility this could change back around. But a team that we haven't really talked about and wasn't in consideration for our top spots, Diatonic, was AAAD, even though they were that well, maybe not first, but like that second or third place choice for us throughout all of preseason.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for me, AAAD was definitely the standout in preseason. They came out of nowhere, were kind of a sleeper hit, and definitely in contention as far as the group stage goes. It felt like they fell a little bit short in the playoffs, though, and just couldn't quite make the splash they were looking for, especially when Reject came back with a vengeance out of those group stage struggles. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to say that AAAD is in that picture quite yet. Need some more data, need to see some more of these group stage matches, and there's plenty more on the deck tomorrow. AAAD gonna be tested by Z10 right out of the gate. I can't wait to see that one. Gonna be a banger.
So absolutely, match 1 will be that test for AAAD, and I think to an extent Zero Tenacity as well. If we do get to see AAAD win match 1 and match 5, Diatonic, do you think that we can consider AAAD in that top 3 spot?
Yeah, I mean, I would say from my perspective, this first match is going to be the battle of who's in that top 3, and I think if AAAD wins it, they will take Z10's place in my eyes.
Okay. I mean, that's the same duality we saw back in preseason, where it was Zero Tenacity. To me, it felt like they came out of nowhere, man.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely weren't necessarily the most talked about team coming into preseason. You know, they had gone through a lot of changes. They had a nice looking new roster, some good chemistry with that team very early on, but they proved themselves so quickly. So, yeah, it feels like now they're pretty well known, and now AAAD is kind of in that sleeper spot. So, you know, there's only so much room at the top. There's probably 2 or 3 teams that I consider battling for that spot. So, space is quickly running out. I can't wait to see if Z10 will rise to the occasion, or if AAAD can do the unthinkable here.
Well, you know what's not running out for me, as I say with a voice crack? Space in my inventory, for costumes that is. Strap in as Black Cat arrives in her high-octane wildcard Formula R gear, which we did see a little bit in the pro matches today, and witness Wolverine fully unleashed in the Alchemex X2099 suit. Whether you're racing through the chaos or tearing through the front lines, these looks are engineered to dominate. The battlefield is your playground. Own it. Available today. Actually, as of a few days ago at 7 p.m. Pacific.
Yeah, and if new drip isn't enough for you, how about a new battlefield to put boots on the ground here? Step into the heart of corporate ambition and temporal chaos. Once the epicenter of Miguel O'Hara's groundbreaking genetic research, Alchemax HQ now stands as a high-stakes battlefield where the past, present, and future collide. From the sterile high-tech intensity of the main gene lab to the serene, deceptive beauty of the Babylon Garden, this corporate containment site for the raw, pulsing energy of Cyclops' optic blasts have been brought to the present by Moon Girl. Whether you're maneuvering through the sleek nanoceramic halls or taking in the view from the Infinity Edge pool overlooking the Manhattan skyline, remember, you're not just fighting for territory, you're fighting within the epicenter of a timeline-shattering rescue mission. That also is available right now if you boot up your Rivals client. A fresh look, a fresh scene here. The time has come to save the heroes and stop the sins of Alchemax.
And now, with Season 8, here and now, we have a fresh wave of Twitch drops. So make sure you check out the brand new Twitch drops, which arrived with Ignite Stage 1. Tune in to participate in channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards. We got a spray right here. Willa Galacta for 30 minutes, 1 hour. It's going to be Rogue bringing it out with a Willa Galacta nameplate there. And we got the Child's Play emote for 2 hours for Rogue, and it's all Rogue all the way with a Willa Galacta costume for 4 hours. Watch there. That's running until June 12th, 9 a.m. UTC, so make sure you check those out while they're in stock, everybody. But that's not the only thing in stock until the 19th of June, 4 p.m. UTC. There, you can earn 100 Chrono tokens for watching for 30 minutes, or you can earn Galactus Glare for watching for an hour there, or you can get Wolverine's nameplate, Willa Galacta. Watch for 2 hours with all the flair, but do you dare to watch more? 4 hours, Portal Pool Oopsie Spray. Get yourself a piece of Ignite history right into your inventory.
I got a big question for you, Matsy. What's it going to take for you to dye your hair the colors of the Twitch drop outfit?
A lot.
A lot?
You
$5.
might need to talk to Emma Frost to make that happen. That's all I'm saying.
I'll get Jumbo Carnation on the phone right now. $6.
We might need to call the auctioneer onto this one.
Okay. Well, I think we have a long time to auction it through. Of course, that is it for us for today. But you saw the matches that are happening tomorrow. We have so much more to cover. It's still the beginning of Stage 1. And remember, this is all a battle to go to land. These teams get to travel far and wide. They get to go on a vacation, it feels like, and get paid to do it. So I'm jealous for them. I to be honest with you, I don't know where they're going yet. I can't wait to find out. But all these teams are going to have the time of their lives facing up against each other on land. But as we close out today, Diatonic, any last words for us?
I mean, the Asia region continues to surprise us here. Bangers around every turn, and we're only just getting started. 2 days in, and it is truly still anyone's game here. So be sure to keep tuning in and keep rooting for your favorites, whether it's Reject, whether it's Zero Tenacity, the Burgers, Loyalty, any team. They need your support here for the rest of this group stage.
And Matsy, what about you, man?
Yeah, I just gotta say to all the teams, keep up the great work. It's been a very impressive Stage 1 across all regions, honestly. And it's been amazing to see Asia finally get a chance to enter the stage, showcase what they've got to do. And I can't wait to sink our teeth into more heading into tomorrow.
We're hungry. We're starving. We need more Marvel Rivals. I say we skip EMEA, we skip all the other regions, and we just go again. Let's do it. We just did 6 hours. We can do 6 hours more. Oh, wait, hold on. Production's telling me that's not physically possible. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll go into our cryostasis, and we will wait until tomorrow, and we'll see you all then. Have a wonderful night, and make sure to watch EMEA coming up soon.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야